Shepard, stay here with us. I'm just going to quickly recap for our viewers what we are watching right now. We had heard 4 hours ago that the aircraft fire. General Shepard, for those of us folks who were watching yesterday's time, this looks pretty similar in advance of that 7-minute barrage.
Yeah, let me give you a couple of notes on this. Tracer fire is anti-aircraft fire. Now, the lower level, when you see them low to the ground like that, is generally the lower caliber weapons. When you see them going up higher in the sky are very tracers that last a long time. That's high caliber weapons that reach up to high altitudes. This is probably a combination of 37, 57, 85, and 100 millimeter anti-aircraft fire. These are Soviet guns that have existed since the Vietnam War and still exist. They're very, very lethal.
And what do you think they have more of, this lower caliber weapon or the higher caliber weapon?
Well, always you have more of the lower caliber weapon, but the lower caliber weapon hits things at low altitude. The aircraft and weapons attacking may or may not be at low altitude.
And we are watching this as we hear the call to evening prayer going on. General Shepard, I think a lot of people would like to know what it is that is left in downtown Baghdad to hit. The Iraqis claiming 19 different targets were hit yesterday. The Pentagon saying more than that. What is left to hit here?
A lot is left to hit in this area on the west bank of the Tigris. Let me give you a little tutorial, if you will, on that west bank. If you think of Washington, D.C., think of standing at the Pentagon and looking toward the Capitol, looking past the Lincoln Monument, up the mall to the Capitol, across to the Supreme Court. That's about the length of this area. And then think of looking left toward Georgetown. That's about the area that you're looking at, about a 2.5 square mile area, and there's lots left to hit in there, a lot of it perhaps underground. So I suspect we'll be restriking some of the targets and hitting new ones as well, Paula.
The air defenses are located, we are told, inside some highly populated areas. What kind of a challenge is that to work around?
It's a big challenge. Now, your fixed missile sites are going to be located probably in peripheral areas, not in the real populated areas, just because they're so big and complicated. The anti-aircraft guns themselves will be put on top of apartment buildings and that type of thing. Those going after the anti-aircraft will have to be very, very careful not to cause civilian casualties, and there are plans to deal with that type of thing in order. But what you want to do first, you want to put out the radar eyes, you want to put out the fixed missile sites, then you go against the mobile missile sites. Later you take care of the anti-aircraft. You may or may not do it from the air, you may do it from the ground, Paula.
All right, joining us now, Colonel Mike Turner, to add to what we're seeing on the screen. Colonel Turner, what are you looking at?
Paula. Just to add to General Shepard's comments, my backseater in F-4s transitioned into F-111s and flew over Baghdad during Desert Storm. His reports from the cockpit on one of these raids were pretty amazing. The anti-aircraft shells explode, and when they get thick enough, if you happen to fly through them in a certain way, you can actually smell the cordite, the gunpowder from the puffs of these explosions coming through the air conditioning system of the aircraft. It's a pretty intense time, and even though it's barrage fire and unguided fire, as General Shepard said, the golden BB, as we used to call it, can still do some pretty serious damage.
And how threatening is that for pilots?
Well, obviously it's very threatening. The severe threat is radar-guided munitions, whether it's AAA or surface-to-air missiles. And at this point in the air campaign, I have to believe that we've shut down most of those systems. So this is unguided barrage fire. It tends not to be very accurate, and the threshold has been reduced dramatically of the threat to the air crews as they come by. So
for the folks that are just joining us, we are looking at what General Shepard believes to be another round of nighttime bombing here in Baghdad. General Shepard, we have been since 7 o'clock pretty much tracking a large black billowing cloud coming from a part of downtown Baghdad, and we never could get it confirmed from the Pentagon what that was. Some witnessing there was a daytime strike. You said it's possibility of fuel depot hit, but also there's a possibility that the Iraqis dug oil ditches to create a cloud of smoke to obscure laser-guided weapons.
It could be that these are some of the trench fires that we've been talking about, although it appears to me that it's a single plume coming up. That's what led me to believe that perhaps we struck a fuel depot for the Republican Guard forces. I just don't know. We're going to have to watch. Setting trenches on fire does affect laser-guided weapons. It does not affect satellite-guided weapons. I wanted to make another point on the AAA fire, if I could. Those of us who have been at this a long time have had a lot of experience with AAA. not only can you actually smell the cordite passing close to your airplane, but you can also hear and feel the rounds. It sounds like a thump on the side of your airplane. It's the sonic waves. If they pass close to your airplane, you can hear this thump, 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 thump passing, and you can also smell the cordite. This stuff is very, very dangerous and very thick, but the point I want to make is this is disciplined anti-aircraft fire. These guys know what they're doing. They're firing in sectors where they suspect that aircraft may be and may fly through it, so it's highly dangerous.
We watch this as we hear the evening prayer being called. General Shepard, the other thing I wanted to ask you about, you talk about how sophisticated the Iraqi air defenses are, and yet you say they're basically blanketing the whole sky and firing somewhat indiscriminately. What does it mean that we have seen this AAA fire always in advance of an attack? Do they know it's coming, or are they just acting protectively here?
A little bit of both, and this is not indiscriminate firing at all. They are telling them where, the command and control of this, the commanders of the air defense units are telling them what sectors to aim at. So if you've got several guns, you will tell them to cover various portions of the sky. You will tell them when to fire, and it's based on a good guess. Somebody will hear something, or it will be followed up, fire in this sector. They turn the fire on in that sector, then they turn it off to save ammunition and cool the barrels, then they reload. So this is again, well-disciplined fire from a sophisticated air defense system that's still very dangerous and has to be degraded over time.
I guess by indiscriminate I meant they really don't know exactly what they're firing at, but they have it very carefully calibrated so they hit all quadrants of the sky?
That's basically true. Now, when you say all quadrants, they probably know what sectors to expect that it's coming from based upon the inputs they're getting from telephone calls and reports on the ground, and they will turn on sectors. They don't necessarily blanket the entire sky, but they fire where their best guess is that weapons or aircraft are coming in from.
And what is the possibility they know exactly what is coming their way?
I don't think they do, but they, by just knowledge of military weapons, they know that it's Tomahawk missiles, cruise missiles, and aircraft dropping bombs. Any air defender knows that.
Colonel Turner, we're going to bring you back into discussion here. We have had eyewitnesses saying they heard 5 large explosions within the last hour, and then a more recent report over the last 5 minutes of another loud blast. We see no evidence in the sky of that, do we?
No, but you know, we're dealing with an awful small sliver of information at this point, and so we have to take educated guesses. The way this is developed, this rolling campaign, if you will, is there's a target list developed by planners months in advance, and they work down the target list, and they're constantly assessing what the effects have been of the previous raids and what the battle damage assessment is on the previous targets, and they continue to work down that target list. And so it's difficult to tell where they are on the target list and what specifically they've struck. And of course, there is always the possibility that in fact it didn't come from the air, that it's some sort of operation on the ground by Iraqis, and it's just an awful small sliver of information at this point to work with.
Let's talk specifically, gentlemen, about the targets that might be included. General Shepard, you were talking about this a little bit earlier today. Republican Guard trenches, additional palaces, Ba'ath Party headquarters. What else?
Well, right now, you're going to finish up on what you consider to be the command, control, and bunker targets, the ability to take out the eyes and communications of the leadership. Now, as we progress further into this campaign, what you're going to see is campaigns against deployed Republican Guard forces. These forces are probably well integrated in populated areas right now, but if they intend to oppose coalition forces that are coming toward Baghdad, they are going to have to assemble. And when they assemble, they're going to become targets. So you will watch that very carefully through all of your intelligence means, and then you will strike it when appropriate and take collateral damage into consideration following.
Is there any doubt in your mind that we're about to witness another large barrage over Baghdad?
My guess is that we are. I'm guessing like everyone else, but it would make sense to do so.
Help us better understand the breadth of resources that are required for the coalition forces to pull this off. I had heard earlier today over 30 different bases are being used.
Yeah, this is an amazing thing to realize. Remember the last display that we witnessed yesterday was a 7-minute barrage, if you will. This 7-minute barrage was assembled from really 38 locations, including 30 various air bases, most in the region. Diego Garcia, the United Kingdom, and Whiteman Air Force Base, as well as all the bases in the region, and 5 aircraft carrier battle groups between the Mediterranean, the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, and then destroyers, cruisers, and submarines. Now, all of this has to be orchestrated and timed so that it will arrive in accordance with the war plan. The last strike, it was within about 7 minutes. I have no idea if it comes what it will be this time. But orchestrating all of this, doing it between forces from different nations, making sure that the jamming is there on time, making sure that everything is coordinated. The air routes in are diplomatically okay. The air routes in are coordinated and deconflicted so that people don't run into each other. The air-to-air resources that are there to protect the strike forces don't shoot down our own airplanes. They're able to sort enemy aircraft from friendly aircraft. This is all absolutely unbelievable. It comes from years of training, from very, very good equipment, and it's very, very difficult and very, very dangerous, and we will at some point lose some of the people doing this, Paul.
We're going to stick with this picture, General Shepard, and bring folks up to date. A giant plume of smoke rising into the night sky in downtown Baghdad at exactly 11:22 Eastern Time. That would be 7:22 local time in Iraq, following the latest reported explosions and a flurry of anti-aircraft tracer fire. Ambulances, we are told, have rushed to the scene of the blast. That pretty much mirrors what we have heard from a number of eyewitnesses over the last 20 minutes or so. Anything you want to add, General Shepard, to what we might expect?
Well, a couple of other things to look at. You see the lights are still on in downtown Baghdad. Now, that indicates to me that we're not destroying infrastructure. We have the ability to turn out the lights in the entire city for hours, days, weeks, months, and years. We have the ability to turn it out in sections of the city, and it appears that, at least so far, we have not done any of that. I think we will steer away from any infrastructure destruction as long as we can. If it becomes necessary to secure the objectives in the end, the forces will be careful. We'll take a look at the weapons. We'll take a look at what's nearby. We'll do everything possible to avoid civilian casualties because it only causes everyone problems. And I suspect that there will be some civilian casualties no matter what we do, but we'll try very hard not to do it.
General Shepard, stand by. I want to bring Bill Hemmer into our conversation, who in Kuwait City has endured a number of sirens going off. The all-clear sign called a while ago. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, I thought our reporters, two of them, have made some very good points over the past couple of hours. And I wonder if General Shepard and also if Colonel Turner can jump in on this. Nick Robertson described to us this morning when dawn broke in Baghdad about 5:30 local time. There were explosions, there were some sort of bombs delivered in the Iraqi capital, but that the air raid sirens were never signaled at that time. He said that was an exception to the rule. Anytime Iraqi airspace, Baghdad airspace, had been invaded by coalition aircraft with Tomahawk cruise missiles, the sirens always went off, but not that time. And he said that's the first time he's ever noticed it. And the other thing, Gary Stryker on board the USS Theodore Roosevelt, talking with these pilots who come back to that aircraft carrier, say the Iraqi defenses, the air defenses on the ground, are not nearly as strong as perhaps they were a day ago or a week ago, or even going back to the Persian Gulf War. I think the logic is pretty obvious here, but I don't know from a military standpoint what the answer is. Is it, Don, is it the fact that the command and control structure is now fractured, or is it that the defenses right now are much weaker than they have been in the past? Your assessment would be what?
Well, Bill, my conclusion on that is that sometimes the reason the sirens weren't turned on is sometimes you miss you miss a guess on that, and so they probably missed a guess. Most of the time they get some warning that something is coming, and they may just hear the first explosion and then turn them on. So I don't know what to make of that. I do assess that over time you will degrade the air defense system. And as Colonel Turner said, we've likely already grossly degraded the radar system and the radar-guided surface-to-air missiles, but the AAA will be there. The anti-aircraft artillery will be there for a long time. They're certainly not going to run out of ammunition anytime soon, so it'll be degraded, but it'll be dangerous for a long time. And the mobile missiles will be there for a long time, and the shoulder-fired missiles will be there for a long time. So it will be dangerous for aircraft to operate in the Baghdad vicinity for quite a while in the future, Bill.
If there was a breakdown in communication, though, would that help explain it? Is that a possibility anyway?
Sure, I can't draw any conclusions on that, but that's definitely a possibility. But it appears to me that everything I've watched is that the air defense network, command and control, is still intact. They're still able to talk to their forces.
All right, thank you, General. Paula, back to you now in New York.
Actually, I wanted to ask the General one more question, Bill, that you raised, which was a good one. And General, you basically said it'll be a long time before the Iraqis run out of this AAA fire. How long could they sustain it?
Well, the fire is heavy, but my suspicion is they've got a lot of ammunition stored. They've been able to plan this for a long time. several years, as a matter of fact. My guess is that they've got the ammunition to sustain their campaign for a long time. So again, the AAA, the anti-aircraft fire from guns on the ground, will probably be a danger all the way to the end. Shoulder-fired missiles and mobile missiles, which can be hidden in buildings, can be brought out at a moment's notice, just as we saw in the Serbia campaign. So we've got many miles to go, and Baghdad is going to be a difficult target if we have to go in there and fight.
All right, General Shepard, we're going to have you stay with us. We're going to quickly check in with Zainab al-Suwaij, who has family still in Iraq, and I want you, as we watch this play out on television, to tell us when's the last time you had contact with your family members in Iraq and what they've told you.
I spoke with my family a couple of days ago, and they are in Baghdad. They are doing fine, and other family members, so they are in other parts, another state in Iraq. They said they are doing fine. In Baghdad, they said this time the fire is different than 1991. The civilians areas are pretty much secure, and it's not really there is not really a lot of bombing on civilians areas. Mainly they are targeting the government buildings, and they are people there are very happy and very optimistic that they're going to get rid of Saddam soon. And they said they asked me, when are you coming? We are waiting for you to come, and we were waiting to be liberated.
I understand you were kind of surprised about how open your family members were in phone conversations recently as opposed to a while ago, knowing that those phone calls are always monitored.
That's right. This is the first time, actually, I noticed that they are talking openly. Usually people, when we used to call and talk to people there, they always talk in codes. But now I think they're seeing Saddam Hussein's regime end coming soon, and they are very happy and optimistic.
And you say it's pretty clear to them that military targets are what are being considered right now. How has this affected their daily lives? Are they honoring the curfew?
Well, there is a curfew around the city, and people are not allowed to leave Baghdad. And so most of them are staying home, and also there is not a lot of walking or doing any other activities during the day. They are basically in their homes and staying inside, and just to be safe. And the government officials really don't allow anybody to be out.
Zainab, we're seeing a lull in the anti-aircraft fire we have been watching for many moments now. We're going to keep our eye on that picture as we have heard confirmed reports of another explosion, I guess about 17 minutes ago in downtown Baghdad. Now that is on the heels of reports of another explosion at dusk. We will keep you posted. Shepard is describing that the Iraqis expect another fierce barrage of coalition fire. Zainab, can you tell us what your family members have said about any of the strikes they've witnessed so far, either the first night, second, or third?
Well, they didn't. They said they heard about the bombs, but they haven't seen anything yet. As this about 2 days ago, and so far they are doing well. And I asked if anybody gets hurt, or have you heard of anybody who's been injured or anything. They said no. Not yet, and they've been talking in the phone. The phone system is still working, functioning. It's very different than the first Gulf War, and even the electricity, it's still functioning. And so it's different this time, and they said they are contacting friends and family all around, and they are doing well, just fine.
I know you said they didn't see much of the explosions, but it simply has to be terrifying for them to hear what they've heard. What have they told you?
Sure, it's very frightening to hear about even the sounds of the explosion. As I remember in 1991, I was there in the Gulf War, and it was pretty hard and difficult to live through the war. And but I'm afraid that was the only option we have now, and we had before. So. I hope everybody will be fine and not more civilian people get really hurt by this attack. And
Zainab, I want to come back to you and talk about the liberation your family members expect, but I want to see if I have General Shepard back from CNN Center as we keep an eye on this picture. General Shepard, there seems to be a wall in the anti-aircraft fire we were witnessing before. What do you make of that?
Again, I make of it that they don't have any intelligence that anything is incoming, no reports that anything is incoming. It seems pretty quiet there right now, Paula. They're probably on alert expecting something, though.
All right, you stay with us, please, sir. We'll go back to Zainab now to follow up on a point you were making about your relatives. They were asking, when are they coming to free us? I know General Franks today in his news conference talked about we're not coming to Iraq to occupy it, we're coming to liberate it. How widely held of a view do you think that really is in Iraq right now?
I think the majority of the people notice that the American and its allies are coming to liberate Iraq from Saddam Hussein's regime, and they are not coming to occupy the country. And they are aware of this. They said they are family and friends. They said they are not afraid of the American or the allies coming to Iraq as much as they are afraid of Saddam Hussein's government. So they are waiting for the minute to be free and be liberated.
Zainab, we really appreciate your joining us today to give us a sense of how people in Baghdad are reacting to this campaign. Back to General Shepard right now. General Shepard, there were some really interesting things that came out of that news conference of CENTCOM today out of Qatar, and I thought it was worth mentioning that General Franks used the word agile. Am I hearing the sirens go off there? No, I'm not making that out there, but mentioned the word agility and flexibility a number of times. How important is that to this campaign?
Well, it's extremely important, Paula. We've seen a couple of really good examples of that so far. One of them is that the air campaign was supposed to kick off first. Instead, the ground campaign kicked off first, followed by the air campaign. Second, the hit on the emerging target, the leadership decapitation target in, by the way, a populated area of downtown Baghdad, was an example of being able to put things together very, very quickly. And then a couple of other examples, the strikes on the tugboat, the mine-laden tugboat, the Navy, the taking of the port of Qasr by British commandos working with Navy SEALs and United States commandos supported by air, and we reportedly, from some sources, AC-130 gunships, all of that being orchestrated is flexibility displayed at its best.
General Shepard, we're going to bring Bill into the conversation now from Kuwait City. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, listen, just watching the images from last night. Don, stick with me for a moment here. I thought one of the more indelible sights was that huge plume of smoke that went straight up in the air. Looked like it went upwards of 100 stories in the air. Our military experts on this side of the ocean tell us that that could have been, and I don't mean to undermine the size of this missile, but a 2,000-pound Tomahawk missile could have created that. It was my impression that you need something much larger to get that image, to get that plume of smoke to go so high. Is it possible, though, that it was only, and I say this somewhat tongue-in-cheek, only a 2,000-pound bomb?
It is, Bill. There's a couple things that affect that. All the reports that we have from the military are that nothing larger than a 2,000-pound bomb was used yet. And that would be logical because if you use a 5,000-pound bomb, basically non-stealthy airplanes would have to carry that 5,000-pound bomb. And I don't think you're going to use non-stealthy airplanes over Baghdad right now. You're going to use cruise missiles or stealthy aircraft. So I believe it's a 2,000-pound bomb, and what affects that type of thing is what it hits and how deep the fusing goes. So you can get all sorts of plumes of varied sizes, and you can't draw any real conclusions about the size of the weapon just by looking at the explosion or the plume.
Yeah, Don, thanks. Paula, listen, I've been on the air here for about the past 9 hours. I'm going to step out very soon in a matter of minutes, actually, and I guess you and I will do it all over again tomorrow on Sunday, so I'll see you then. In the meantime, Wolf's going to step in here in about 12 minutes. In fact, he's coming into the room right now. Before I go, though, Paula, we have seen an extraordinary day on behalf of another one of our embedded teams, Marty Savage and Scott McWhinney, working with the Marines now. Earlier today, we saw them in these live reports that were just downright fascinating, to be quite honest with you. We saw them live, moving through this village on the outskirts of Basra. For the sake of our viewers, we want to play portions of what Marty filed for us earlier today. Have a look and a listen about what they found in this village again on the outskirts of the southeastern city of Basra.
The 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, on the move once more. We're riding with them. This is our vehicle in conjunction with a convoy they captured yesterday. But speaking of oil, take a look out the window here as we travel along. There, the brilliant orange plume. It seems to be a key indicator of an oil well that was set alight. There are said to be about 9 oil wells burning in this part of southern Iraq, nowhere near as bad as the projections some had made about the scorched earth policy of Saddam Hussein. And now take a look forward. This is the convoy, mostly made up of Marines of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. That vehicle right there, an AAV, an amphibious assault vehicle. This convoy is heading off west to a new objective. So far, we haven't been told what that is, but eventually the goal is going to be all the way to Baghdad. For the Marines here, these amphibious vehicles work just as well in the desert as they do in water, and they're doing just fine on the highway, a highway that is shared with a lot of military might, all moving up from northern Kuwait and farther into Iraq. Martin Savage, CNN, with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines in southern Iraq.
Martin Savage, pretty harrowing when he described that rocket-propelled grenade just whizzing over their heads. Fortunately, as he said, no one was hurt. Back in this country now, the home front. Let's take you to a town near the Army's Fort Campbell, Kentucky. It is on the border of Tennessee. In Clarksville, Tennessee, anxious families watch and await the return of their friends and family serving in the war. David Mattingly has been talking with some of the people there, and he joins us now. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Paula. In and around Fort Campbell this morning after days of watching intense war coverage, people here in bad need of some comfort food. We're at the IHOP where it seems that what the doctor ordered is a big stack of pancakes for a lot of people. And we've been talking to them about the coverage that they have seen and been going through. These ladies right here are both former military. You've been watching the coverage. Is it helping you get through this, or is it maybe making you more anxious?
I think a little bit of both, David. Yeah, the coverage has been intense, but at least I get a better feel of what's going on and how how the 101st is playing such an integral role.
Now, you served in the Persian Gulf after the first Gulf War, and you have a son who could be deployed now.
Yes, I do. I have a son who's in the Marine Reserves near Nashville.
How do you feel about the coverage?
Pardon?
How do you feel about the coverage? Is it making you more anxious knowing that he could be going over?
Not really, because I was there, so I know what our soldiers are doing over in the war. I hope for their safe return and that the war could be over quickly, as soon as possible. Okay. But I'm sure they do an excellent job. They know what they're doing, and they'll come out well.
All right. Thank you very much. And, Paula, we're going to go back to you right now. This is a very indicative of the opinions around here, people watching, but sometimes they have to turn it off and maybe get a chance for them to breathe and go about their daily lives. So a very anxious time for everyone there. Know that the 101st Airborne is on the move because of this coverage. Everyone anxious to find out what happens next. Paula.
Thank you so much, David. Meanwhile, we need to talk about some of the war protests that are going on, in particular here in New York City today. That's where we find Maria Hinojosa. She's here with a preview of their plans. Maria, good morning.
Good morning, Paula. Well, I have to tell you, it seems the march is supposed to start in about 5 minutes, and large crowds are amassing literally in the middle of Midtown. We are on 34th Street and Broadway. Organizers said they expected tens of thousands of people to come out to the streets of Manhattan and say that they are against this war. And what I can tell you is what I'm seeing now is lots of people here, lots of police. But I did want to bring in some people who are going to be leading the march. Both of these women, Dawn Peterson and Colleen Kelly, are members of September 11th Families for Peaceful Tomorrows. They both lost their brothers on September 11th, and they are both against this war. Colleen, what's going on for you now that this war has started?
Well, I'm here today because I am anti-war, and I'm not anti-truth, I'm not anti-government, I'm not anti-people, but I'm opposed to this war, and I'm opposed to the way our country's responding. I just think there's much better solutions and alternatives.
And for you, Dawn, I'm just wondering, you are a new member of September 11th Family, so what's going on for you? You just have gotten involved in this anti-war movement, and yet you're probably thinking about your brother as well.
Well, actually, I've been involved in the anti-war movement from the get-go and just sort of hooked up with Peaceful Tomorrows recently. For me, it was just essential to start speaking out and not see September 11th used as a reason to go and further American agendas in the Middle East.
And as you're watching what's happening in Baghdad, what's happening inside for you?
It's totally devastating. I mean, the fact that that we can have, we now say that we've been attacked and we've seen that happen on our own soil, and we can further introduce shock and awe techniques. We know what shock and awe is like. How can we further just, these horrible, horrible atrocities? It's unreal.
Colleen, very quickly, do you really think that this anti-war movement can have any impact now at all, though?
I don't think it's just about anti-war. I think what people are most upset about is the direction of foreign policy, and that's certainly going to continue into the future, regardless of what happens with the war and the present.
Okay, thank you very much. Both of these women both lost their sons. They're going to be starting off leading this demonstration, which, as you see, has already begun. It's probably going to be quite large, Paula. Probably, they're saying, will be very calm, lots of families, but there have been arrests in past demonstrations in New York City, so we shall see what happens. Paula.
I just saw an aerial shot of the canyon created by these protesters, and it really is hard to get a sense of just how many people are out there today. Maria Hinojosa, thanks so much. As we close out this hour, we want to look at that picture of downtown Baghdad once again. At about 11:22 Eastern Time, we got reports of yet another explosion being heard. That's on top of the 5 that were reported already. That was followed by what we saw as a flurry of Iraqi anti-aircraft fire, which now appears to be in a lull. General Shepard, our expert on the ground at CNN Center, suggesting this may be coming in advance of yet another aerial barrage from coalition forces. We have been told by the Pentagon to expect in the first 24 hours of the shock and awe campaign that got underway at 1 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday, at least 2,000 sorties, 1,500 cruise missiles, bombs launched. We'll be keeping a very close eye on the sky. As we look now, we don't see, or at least I don't see any evidence of Iraqi anti-aircraft fire now. As we close out the hour, the momentous events unfolding now in Iraq are being captured on film by war photographers. Here now are some of their snapshots of the war so far.
I think arthritis can change the way you perceive yourself, if you let it. The trick is, don't let it.
Move over, Aleve. This is Tylenol arthritis pain. A different Tylenol. Just 2 caplets in the morning have the strength to last all day, with safety that can't be beat.
Arthritis pain? Don't we have better things to do?
It's another business day, filled with meetings and memos and migraines. But amidst this tornado of stress, there is an island of calm called PIP Printing. You can relax and rely on PIP Printing to handle important jobs like brochures, presentations, newsletters, and manuals with the quality and speed of digital technology to meet your deadlines with work that'll make you proud. PIP Printing will help you keep pace. Does your business need printed sales and marketing materials? Visit pip.com.
I'm Leon Harris at the CNN Center in Atlanta, and here's what's happening at this hour in the strike on Iraq. The U.S.-led coalition is moving against its targets and objectives on its terms and its timeline. That's the word we get from CENTCOM leader General Tommy Franks. He said this in his first public comment since the war got underway. Franks' briefing included some video clips from the battlefield. You see some of that video here. This is demolition of an Iraqi observation post. Total devastation there. Sirens, smoke, and new explosions to report in Baghdad now. Thick columns of black smoke continue to rise over parts of the Iraqi capital. The source of this smoke is not totally clear at this point, and we don't know yet what's been struck in these on-again, off-again bombing runs that started up again about 90 minutes ago. We also learned a short while ago that 4 U.S. soldiers were killed in fighting in central Iraq. This report comes from a reporter with Britain's Sky News who was traveling with the military unit. He says that rocket-propelled grenades hit the Humvees that the soldiers were in. Some 160 miles south of Baghdad, the 307th is bogged down. CNN's Walter Rogers says that the 3rd U.S. Army Squadron of the 7th Cavalry encountered a small but determined band of Iraqi defenders, and a tough little battle, in Walt's words, ensued. That battle dragged on for hours, but it ended after the GIs called in for some air support. CENTCOM says that the southern Iraqi town of Nasiriyah is now in coalition hands this hour, and that gives the troops an important crossing over point over the Euphrates River as they make their way toward Baghdad. In the southern Iraqi port city of Qasr, mopping up operations are said to be underway, a day after Iraq's only gateway to the Persian Gulf fell to the U.S. and the Brits. The Brits say Iraqi troops who are still fighting are wearing civilian clothing and using, quote, guerrilla tactics. And in London this hour, tens of thousands who want to bring British troops home are trying to stage the UK's biggest ever wartime peace demonstration. Big as it is, it's a fraction of the UK's biggest ever peacetime peace demonstration. That was last month. More than 1 million marched against war. You're seeing here live pictures that we have in from London of this demonstration. I'm sorry, this is New York. This is the demonstration that's being it's actually taking place right now in New York, and New York is not the only city. There were a number of cities across the U.S. in which these demonstrations are being staged. We'll have more on that for you later on, but these are the headlines that we have for you right now at this hour. Now, let's go to Wolf Blitzer and Paul Azan.
History. A campaign characterized by shock, by surprise, by flexibility, by the employment of precise munitions on a scale never before seen, and by the application of overwhelming force.
General Tommy Franks, the man leading the military campaign against Iraq, his first comments since the fighting began. Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting live from Kuwait City.
Hi, Wolf, and I'm Paul Azan in New York. Welcome to another hour of CNN special coverage of the strike on Iraq. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Paula. We're going to go right away to Baghdad. There are fresh explosions, additional bombs within the past few hours. Indeed, throughout the day, the first time, in fact, there have been bombing strikes in daytime. Now it's nighttime, obviously, here in the Persian Gulf, here in the region, certainly over Baghdad. Bombs continuing to drop on selected targets in and around Baghdad, presumably elsewhere around the country. We're going to continue to show you these pictures of what's going on in Baghdad. Get there and try to describe precisely what's happening. Try to go throughout the country where the U.S.-led military campaign is taking advantage of apparent Iraqi confusion, some disarray in the Iraqi leadership. Let's go where the action is right now, though, on the front lines. U.S. Marines with the 1st Battalion, 7th Division are back on the move after coming under fire outside the Iraqi city of Basra. At the time, they had stopped to destroy about a dozen abandoned Iraqi tanks. Our Martin Savage is with them.
The 1st Battalion, 7th Marines on the move once more. We're riding with them. This is our vehicle in conjunction with a convoy heading west now, leaving Basra behind us and the main oil field objective that they captured yesterday. But speaking of oil, take a look out the window here as we travel along. There, the brilliant orange plume. It seems to be a key indicator of an oil well that was set alight. There are said to be about 9 oil wells burning in this part of southern Iraq, nowhere near as bad as the projections some had made about the scorched earth policy of Saddam Hussein. And now take a look forward. This is the convoy, mostly made up of Marines of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. That vehicle right there, an AAV, an amphibious assault vehicle. This convoy is heading off west to a new objective. So far, we haven't been told what that is, but eventually the goal is going to be all the way to Baghdad. For the Marines here, these amphibious vehicles work just as well in the desert as they do in water, and they're doing just fine on the highway, a highway that is shared with a lot of military might, all moving up from northern Kuwait and farther into Iraq. Martin Savage, CNN, with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines in southern Iraq.
Clearly, there are impressive U.S.-led military gains as forces move towards Baghdad, but there are also significant dangers. Let's go immediately to the Pentagon. Our Pentagon correspondent, Barbara Starr, for an update. Barbara?
Wolf, a lot of details beginning to emerge from here. There are reports emerging that A-10 aircraft, U.S. Air Force A-10 aircraft, have been now on Scud hunting missions, looking for those Scud missiles and launchers in Iraq. The last word we had was that most of these Scud hunting missions were going to take place over western Iraq, where the U.S. had always believed that Saddam had hid about 24 Scud missiles and some launchers. So early word that the A-10 aircraft have now been on Scud hunting missions, and we're awaiting some results. There is the possibility that they have engaged some targets, but no confirmation of that. We also have some new statistics to tell you. Since 4 o'clock Eastern Time here in the United States on Friday, yesterday, when shock and awe officially began, 2,000 coalition sorties, air missions. 1,000 of those were strike missions, essentially combat missions. Sources telling us virtually all U.S. Air Force fighter and bomber assets being used in those missions. Now, there is also a lot of activity over northern Iraq, as we understand it. Aircraft have now struck a suspected chemical weapons compound in Kurdish-controlled northern Iraq. That was under the control of a radical Kurdish group called Ansar al-Islam, and there had been allegations by the Bush administration that this compound was also tied to al-Qaeda elements. In addition, the 4th Infantry Division now will move its combat equipment from 36 ships in the Mediterranean through the Suez Canal around into Kuwait. The 4th Infantry Division now really out of the opening hours of the fight. It will become a follow-on force in the days and weeks ahead. U.S. is also watching Turkish military movements very closely at this hour. They do know that Turkish armor infantry lined up along the border with Iraq. The suspicion, the assessment here is that those Turkish military units are lined up to prevent a flow of Kurdish refugees from northern Iraq into Turkey. Now, Tommy Franks earlier today saying that the campaign is going well, saying that he had no idea whether Saddam Hussein is dead or alive, but even if he knew, that would not change the campaign at all, that they are really going against the leadership of Iraq, and they plan to continue that. Sources telling us that there are many leadership targets in Baghdad still to be struck. Wolf?
Barbara, the extent of Iraqi opposition resistance to the U.S.-led military campaign, General Franks said about 1,000 or 2,000 POWs already. We heard one Iraqi division has surrendered. What are you hearing about the extent of the Iraqi resistance?
Well, they are seeing some as ground forces begin to move north as they get closer to Baghdad. That had been expected. There is some sporadic resistance. It's important to note the official surrenders that have happened so far are simply with the regular Iraqi army units. These are the conscript units that had been in the south. It had always been expected that they would not put up much of a fight. The key question will be, when does the 1st Republican Guard Division officially surrender? That would be much more representative of some sort of crack in the Iraqi military, in the leadership. The Republican Guard, of course, being the units most loyal to the regime of Saddam Hussein. So far, that hasn't happened. There, you know, it is the fog of war right now. There are also reports that the Republican Guard commander known as Chemical Ali, the man who is the most tied to the potential use of chemical weapons, that he may have been killed in one of these opening attacks. No absolute confirmation, but those rumors continue. So it will really unfold in the hours and days ahead as the attack continues, whether there will be stiff opposition or not. But the reports, for example, earlier today, 4 U.S. soldiers killed in some sort of rocket attack, that's what worries the Pentagon a great deal, that their soldiers may come under this relatively small intermittent fire. That's going to be very tough to deal with. If it was force on force, large unit against large unit, that they know they can deal with. They're very concerned about these small random attacks. Wolf?
And Barbara, before I let you go, Chemical Ali, for our viewers who may not be familiar, Ali al-Majid, he's the Iraqi military leader who's believed to have ordered chemical attacks against the Kurds at Halabja in 1988. Right now, I want to put on the screen these pictures of what's happening in Baghdad. From everything you're hearing, this new wave of daytime and now nighttime U.S. bombing strikes against targets in Baghdad. More of the same, or are they different than what we saw yesterday?
From sources we have spoken to, so far, Wolf, more of the same. Sources telling us there is still a long target list to be gotten through, a target list of leadership facilities around Baghdad. There's no indication here so far that there would be any lull, any pause in the bombing. They say they have a long target list to get through. The fact that we may not be seeing anything in these camera pictures of Baghdad at this time may not be indicative of what is going on across the country. It is our understanding that airstrikes are continuing across the country, air defense, command and control, communications, all of that, certainly a lot left on the target list.
Any briefings expected at the Pentagon this afternoon?
Indeed, Wolf, there is talk, very tentative at the moment, but talk in the hallways of some sort of operational update late this afternoon, Washington time, possibly 4 or 5 o'clock Washington time here. They haven't really settled, on a routine briefing schedule with this 8-hour time difference between Washington and the Persian Gulf. We may begin to see 2 briefings a day, one in Qatar to start the day and one to wrap it up here, but that will also depend on how events unfold.
Barbara Starr at the Pentagon, we'll be getting back to you 24 hours from now. I'll be having a special interview with the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld Sunday, noon Eastern, on a special late edition. Barbara Starr, thanks very much. In this military campaign, Turkey has been a source of frustration for the United States. First over the use of its airspace, now over whether Turkish troops should go into Kurdish-controlled northern Iraq. For his country's perspective, we turn now to Farouk Loalu. He's Turkey's ambassador to the United States. Mr. Ambassador, thanks so much for joining us. Let's get to some specific issues on the agenda right now. Have Turkish forces moved into northern Iraq?
The short and definitive answer is no. Both the Turkish foreign ministers and the Turkish general staff have stated that these reports are not true. What is true is that Turkey has troop concentrations along the Iraqi border. There has been for some years some presence, Turkish presence in northern Iraq in the context of our fight against terrorism. And finally, this is a subject under discussion with the United States authorities.
Do you plan on moving Turkish troops into northern Iraq anytime soon? And if you do, what would be the purpose?
The exclusive purpose would be to address the humanitarian crisis that is fast emerging there. And this on the basis of our past experience with the Gulf War. We want to make sure that the Iraqi refugees are taken care of inside Iraqi territory. That's our primary purpose.
But as so far, has there been a flood of Iraqi refugees trying to get into neighboring Turkey?
No, but there has been a lot of movement from different parts of Iraq into northern Iraq, and that's where we want to be prepared for that eventuality, so that it stays there.
Are U.S. warplanes now flying over Turkish airspace to go after selected targets in Iraq?
I cannot confirm that, but the entire infrastructure for overflights is there. Whether actual flights have taken place as of this moment, I just don't know.
As you know, for almost a dozen years, U.S. planes have been patrolling the northern no-fly zone, planes that take off and land at the Incirlik Air Base in Turkey. Are U.S. warplanes still taking off from that air base to go after targets in the so-called northern no-fly zone of Iraq?
No, they are not. With the onset of military action against Iraq, that Operation Provide Comfort has legally come to an end.
As you know, the U.S. military, the U.S. government has given up on the notion of getting U.S. ground forces into Turkey to move against targets in northern Iraq. Originally, they wanted some 62,000 U.S. troops to be based in Turkey. They're now moving supplies away, ships away. This could potentially represent a serious problem in the overall relationship between the United States and Turkey, the way this situation has unfolded. How concerned are you about the overall relationship?
We are concerned. We have gone through some difficult moments, periods, but I think in the end and throughout this difficult process, we have acted as friends and as partners. We have granted overflight rights. We are a member of the coalition, and therefore I'm very hopeful that we will get over this, put this behind us, and enhance and do what we must do in the context of this very, very important partnership, not just over Iraq, but over many other issues.
And finally, Mr. Ambassador, before I let you go, the issue of U.S. aid, financial assistance to Turkey, the U.S. government, the Bush administration now says that's off the table, the $6 billion in grants, perhaps as much as $20 billion in loans and loan guarantees. Is that your understanding as well, that that money is not going to be going to Turkey now?
That's certainly our understanding, but we are still very appreciative of the fact that the U.S. is prepared to provide general support for the Turkish economy through the World Bank and the IMF, and could possibly do more on a bilateral basis as events develop in Iraq.
Ambassador Farouk Lowalou, thanks very much for spending some time with us once again. I'll see you obviously when I get back to Washington. Paula?
Thanks so much, Wolf. Back to what we're learning about some of the naval action that has happened so far. We have learned that dozens of U.S. F-14 Tomcats and F-18 Hornet warplanes launched attacks against Iraq from aircraft carriers, the USS Theodore Roosevelt and USS Harry S. Truman. Those were the first strikes the crew of the Roosevelt has launched in the campaign against Iraq. Gary Stryker is one of our correspondents embedded with the USS Theodore Roosevelt. He joins us now. What is the latest from there, Gary?
Well, Paula, the information we have is that those air attacks from the two carriers here in the eastern Mediterranean will continue. They're taking place on a 24-hour basis. The Truman is launching air attacks during the day. The Roosevelt ship that I'm on is launching during the night. And the attacks that took place earlier today, it was a 6-hour mission. The pilots returned after 6 hours. Everybody returned safely. The planes returned safely, and we had a briefing with pilots afterwards, and they told us that the first attack was a mission targeted at two specific targets. One, an AM radio station in central Iraq, and the second one was a presidential palace compound west of Baghdad. Two presidential palaces in a compound called the Ar-Ramadi complex. Both pilots say their aircraft carried JDAM's precision-guided bombs, which they say performed as advertised, and they say both targets were destroyed, Paula.
Can you tell us more about why they would be targeting this AM radio station?
The pilots had no information on that. It is likely a broadcast facility run by the government. Could be an AM broadcast station that is used for military purposes as well. They didn't know anything about that. They did know, however, that the palace that they attacked had two individual. The palace complex they attacked had two individual palaces in there, and they suspected that they were used for military purposes. What surprised the pilots, they told us, was that they met absolutely no resistance at all. And there was no anti-aircraft fire from the ground, no aircraft that flew up to try to intercept them, and that really surprised them considering the nature of the targets they were directed at, Paul.
Okay, Gary, one last question for you. You talked about these pilots being on 6-hour missions, both these ships operating at a 24-hour basis. Have you been given any indication how many days this could go on like this?
We've been down into the magazine of this aircraft carrier, Paula, and I can tell you that there are thousands of bombs down there, and the command on this ship says they can continue this activity indefinitely, and they're prepared to do so, Paula.
Gary Stryker, thanks so much. It is so interesting how much we are learning from our embeds. Tommy Franks, the general who held at his conference at 9 o'clock, told us what he knew, but as we have found once again, the information we're getting directly from the embeds is often in advance of what we're hearing from the military leaders. Right now, we check in with Art Harris, who is with the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines. We have not heard from him in 2 days. We understand we can report you're someplace in southern Iraq. What else can you tell us, Art?
Paula, right now I'm standing at a major intersection in southern Iraq, 2 highways, and there are nothing but lights, a traffic jam of U.S. Army vehicles supplying the forces that I'm told are spread out in a line across southern Iraq and moving north together. The unit I'm with is a reconnaissance unit outside a significant town. Right now it is not totally secured, and they have Marine recon scouts out checking it out. We've taken some small arms fire today. They returned that with artillery, and the firing stopped. They spotted 2 Iraqi T-62 tanks, and I watched as Cobra helicopters went overhead in pursuit of them. We don't know what happened there. They also found, interestingly enough, Paula, bunkers where they believe Iraqi troops were laying in wait to ambush U.S. troops, and interviewed the locals with translators who told them that a company of soldiers had left 2 days ago. Behind, they found their version of 50 caliber machine guns, mortars they thought were capable of chemical rounds. They were analyzed and found that they were not. And right now, they are processing POWs. They've found a ragtag bunch of Iraqi soldiers marching from Basra. They say they've walked, some of them, over 100 miles, barefoot, some of them, mismatched uniforms, hungry, thirsty. The Marines have fed them and are processing them now, sending them further south. Civilians with them have said they just want to go home. They've been searched and sent on their way as well. Paula?
Tell us a little bit more about what the villagers told you about these bunkers that your group stumbled upon, where Iraqis were laying in wait to ambush. Where do they think they went? Just simply fanned out into the desert?
No, this is south, so they believe they moved further north, and that they heard that a formidable force was coming. And as I am looking out here, I'm seeing nothing. Night has fallen. The sky is, it's a beautiful, clear night beneath the Big Dipper, and beneath that is a line of trucks with their lights on that go as far as the eye can see. But, you know, so if they heard that this force was near, they believe they fled, and they don't know exactly where they went. Paula?
Art, you reported that the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines encountered some small arms fire, and then it was returned with artillery. What other pockets of resistance are expected along the way?
I've got to correct the 3-2 didn't exactly, it may not have been them. I know it was there in the area. I'm not allowed to speak about specific units that I may be traveling with, all under Pentagon rules for embedded media. But what I'm told is that there were pockets of resistance, even some incoming artillery at some of the units nearby here, and that was returned by Marine artillery gunners. And earlier today, I could just feel the ground shake, heard about 12 rounds go off, and there was silence after that. So they don't believe they will hear from them again, but the town nearby is not yet secured, and that's why they sent out the recon units. A little while ago, we had a gas alert. Everyone scrambled to put on masks, and that was prompted by one of the POWs apparently going into convulsions, and the immediate thought was that he was suffering from a nerve agent, and then the all clear was given. I did not hear what the diagnosis was finally made about him, Paula.
All right, Art Harris, good to have you back on the air after not seeing you for 2 days. Art Harris making the distinction there that is very important. We want all of you to know that our embedded correspondents are being incredibly judicious in the amount of information they share with us. We at no time want to provide any information that could be of any help to the enemy. That's something we're very mindful of. Back to Wolf now in Kuwait City. Wolf?
Good point. Thanks very much, Paula. Bob Franken is another one of our embedded journalists. He's at an air base here in the Persian Gulf. He's following the situation, obviously, very closely. Bob, what's the latest?
Well, Wolf, it's an air base near the border with Iraq, and it's a major United States air base, although it shares facilities with the British Royal Air Force, which has some Harriers here. And there's also a very busy air base these days. We're right at the flight line, and there is a constant parade of jets screaming into the sky, and a constant parade of many coming back. You're going to see in a couple of moments some of the returning ones. As a matter of fact, Jerry, if you can show some of those that are just returning now, it has been like this, just a constant activity. Even as this one comes in, you can see another one taking off.
I think we may have lost Bob Franken. Unfortunately, we may have lost Bob Franken. We're going to fix that. We're going to try to get back to him. In the meantime, Paula, back to you.
We're one person we knew we can get on the air. Wolf, thanks so much, is Suzanne Mulveau, who's standing by at the White House. Some headlines coming out of General Tommy Frank's news conference this morning. Also, some new information from President Bush in his weekly radio address, which focused on the U.S. military campaign in Iraq. He warned Americans against thinking this war will be an easy one. Apparently, we don't have that tape loaded up, so why don't we go straight to, do we have it now? Let's listen to the president right now.
Could be longer and more difficult than some have predicted. And helping Iraqis achieve a united, stable, and free country will require our sustained commitment. Yet whatever is required of us, we will carry out all the duties we have accepted.
Now we get to go to White House correspondent Suzanne Mulveau, who joins us now live with more on the Commander-in-Chief's weekend. I want to talk about that, as well as some headlines that came out of Tommy Frank's briefing. I guess for starters, I'd like to talk to you about what the White House is saying about the status of Saddam Hussein. Tommy Frank saying he simply does not know, and he said even if he is dead, this campaign will continue. What is the White House saying about that today, Suzanne?
Well, Paula, it's a very familiar argument. We've heard it before of the whereabouts of Osama bin Laden. We heard General Frank saying that it's not about the personality or the man, that they will continue on with their mission of disarming Iraq, disarming Saddam Hussein, whether or not he is dead or alive. But senior administration officials are telling us that the Iraqi officials that their government is in complete disarray, that there is no evidence that Saddam Hussein or his two sons are in control of Iraq at this time. They are quite hopeful that they have disrupted the communications as well as the organization. But as you know, Paula, really the key question here is what is going to happen in Baghdad, and whether or not those Iraqi forces, the Republican Guards so loyal to Saddam Hussein, will put up a fight, or whether or not they're going to lay down their arms. Paula?
The other thing that I think was of interest to folks watching that news conference earlier this morning from Tommy Franks, it was the question of these ongoing so-called secret talks between Iraqi defectors, coalition leaders with leading members of the political leadership and military leadership of Iraq today. Now, Tommy Franks wouldn't say much more than acknowledging that those are ongoing. Is the White House adding to that today?
Well, senior administration officials are simply acknowledging that those discussions are continuing. We heard from Secretary Powell, who also said the same thing. What they're talking about here is that you have Iraqi dissidents as well as Kurds who are speaking with some of those forces, even those in the Republican Guard, about actually turning over their weapons, and they're communicating through that group to the CIA as well as to special operations on the ground. The big question, Paul, is whether or not that is actually going to happen. We heard General Franks, who said a couple thousand who have actually surrendered so far, that they even showed us an aerial photo of 700 soldiers, they said, that were lined up in a certain formation, a pattern, showing that they too wanted to lay down their arms. But of course, that is the key question here, whether or not Saddam's most loyal soldiers, the Republican Guard, the elite, will actually give up this fight.
Good afternoon.
Finally this morning, can you tell us exactly what the president's schedule is for today?
Well, the president earlier today met with his National Security Council, a full meeting at Camp David. We are told from 8:15 in the morning to about 10:15, or rather 8:45 to 10:15, a 90-minute meeting. Among those there, the Vice President, as well as Secretary Powell, Secretary Rumsfeld, the National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, among many others who were actually there. The focus, of course, finding out, trying to assess the situation on the ground, whether or not there will be forces that will continue to surrender. We have also been told the president is expected to go for a run. He's at Camp David because, of course, he has all the facilities there to communicate with anyone around the world, security video conference facilities, but also it's a good chance for the president to get out of what he calls the bubble. He likes to go running. He likes to get away from the White House, really to get away, to think, to focus, but also, of course, to keep his finger on the pulse of what is happening in Iraq. Paula?
Thanks so much, Suzanne Malveaux. And we'll be checking in with you throughout the afternoon. Just a quick footnote, the president might be a little heartened by some of the public opinion polls came out today, one citing that the support for military action has increased since the start of the campaign, but then an interesting distinction between the way Republicans and Democrats view all of this. And we'll get back to Suzanne with that a little bit later on this morning, or this afternoon. Actually, we're into the noon hour now. Still to come, this hour of CNN's live continuing coverage of the strike on Iraq. Retired Brigadier General David Grange is here with an in-depth look at the U.S. military's march towards Baghdad. Learn why this trek north is so important. Plus, Nick Robertson and our CNN crew expelled from Baghdad. Their experience in their own words. We will witness on videotape their reunion with their colleagues as they cross the border from Iraq into Jordan. Quite a reunion. And we are keeping a close watch on this live scene in Baghdad. We are back in 60 seconds.
Business.
E-business.
Sir Speedy Printing.
SirSpeedy.com.
Face-to-face.
Online interface.
Personal.
Productive.
Local.
Global.
Very human.
Very modern.
Easy.
Easy.
Sir Speedy.
Either way.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers.
Walter Rogers, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Ryan Chilcote.
With sailors.
Frank Buckley, Kira Phillips, Gary Stryker.
With airmen.
Gary Tuttle, Bob Franken.
With Marines.
Jason Bellini, Art Harris, Martin Savage.
Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region than anyone. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hello, I'm Leon Harrison. Among the news to report this hour, we're keeping our eyes on the skies above Baghdad. Now, you may recall yesterday's massive onslaught, which began 23 and a half hours ago. Pentagon officials say that they still have targets to hit in the Iraqi capital and in other cities as well. You see here this live picture we have of the skies over Baghdad. Now, throughout the day, we have heard sporadic explosions in Baghdad, followed by some telltale plumes of rising smoke. Still can't tell exactly what the source of this smoke is, but it's been emanating from the ground there in Baghdad for some 3 hours or so now. There is resistance on the road. An American tank column is stalled in the face of enemy mortar attacks. At last word, the Army's 3/7th Cavalry had called in airstrikes and was awaiting further orders on whether to try to advance. Our Walter Rogers is traveling with them. We'll check back with him later on. Coalition forces say that they have captured Nasiriyah, about 200 miles southeast of Baghdad. Very important capture here. This city along the Euphrates is considered to be a gateway to points further north. That is one place where it's very easy to cross the rivers. Now, here is a broader look at the regions the coalition claims to control at this hour. They include the Fall Peninsula, the southern cities of Basra and Qasr, and the two airfields seized in western Iraq known as H2 and H3. Pictures coming in today from northern Iraq from an isolated region controlled by guerrillas allegedly linked to al-Qaeda. Witnesses say guerrilla camps were showered on Friday by dozens of cruise missiles. And now the Pentagon says the camps were struck again today by coalition aircraft. The architect of the war has held his first formal briefing. CENTCOM Commander General Tommy Frank says that he doesn't know if Saddam Hussein is dead or alive. And in some somewhat ominous terms, he warned the Iraqi military to not launch any weapons of mass destruction. Now, in this country, more anti-war protests are taking place today, including this march in New York City. At the same time, polls are showing a surge in public support for confronting Iraq with force. 2 new polls show the war enjoys the backing of about 2/3 of the public. I'm Leon Harris at the CNN Center in Atlanta, and those are the latest headlines.
Welcome back. Leon Harris just mentioned the number of protests cropping up all over the country. Americans opposed to military action in Iraq try once again to get out their message of peace. For our protest coverage, we have Brian Cabell in Atlanta and Maria Hinojosa in New York City, where it's believed tens of thousands of people will join in this march. Let's start with Maria this afternoon. Good afternoon, Maria.
Hi, Paula. Well, you would know that the second that we go live, people would start screaming. Now, of course, these are all New Yorkers and many of the people from the surrounding areas who have come out, they say, to take over the streets of Broadway in Midtown Manhattan, trying to say again, to get their message out, that they are against this war. Now, even though they say that they have not been able to stop this war, what they're asking for is for a halt for the bombing now, and they want to bring the U.S. troops home. Now, the demonstrations start off being led by a group called September 11th Families for Peaceful Tomorrows. These are all people who lost family members on September 11th. Following them was the children's contingent and then the religious contingent. But just to give you a sense of some of the people who are here, let's just see, you are from where and why did you decide to come to this demonstration?
I'm from Connecticut, though I work in New York, and I'm very much opposed to what we're doing.
And why, are you an old-time activist, or is this something that you would usually do?
I was very active during the time of the Vietnam War, but since then I've not done anything activist.
And why now? I mean, the war is underway. What good is it to come out to the streets now?
I think I support the troops. I hope that we minimize our casualties, but I think this is a horrible error in terms of our diplomacy, our relations around the world, and I think it's important for us to never stop expressing ourselves. That's what America's about.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see. And can I just stop you? I'm with CNN. I just want to know why you're here today. Why did you decide to come out?
Well, I think that this administration is sinister and lawless. I don't see where there's been any proof of weapons of mass destruction. I just think they want power and control and the oil field.
And when people say that at a moment when American troops are putting their lives on the line, that this is demoralizing.
I hope I don't think it's demoralizing. I think the American troops should be safe, but I do not, the administration is not America, and it wasn't even a legal election, and that they should be able to demoralize and to make the Democrats, and if you speak up, you're unpatriotic.
Thank you very much for doing it. Another person now, I wonder if I could just ask you, ma'am, why did you decide I'm with CNN, why did you decide to come to this demonstration today?
Because I think it's important.
But the war is already underway, and people are saying this is unpatriotic to be out here when the troops are putting their lives on the line.
Dissent is an American value, and it is patriotic.
Okay, thank you very much. So there you see, Paula, just dissent. New Yorkers, of course, not afraid to express their opinions, and clearly not afraid to take to the streets. We hear that this demonstration now stretches 20 blocks long, up from 42nd Street, well beyond 20th Street. They are marching down to Washington Square Park. There will not be any rallies today. There's simply going to be this march. The last time that the demonstrators were able to gather, there were lots of problems with the police. So far, we have heard that it has been a calm demonstration. The police have set up these barricades, so we shall see if it remains calm throughout the day. Paula?
You know, Maria, we can get a much better perspective on just how many people were gathered there when we go to that shot that was taken above street level. You say that the march is now 20 blocks long. For any of us that live here, we know that that is 2 miles long, right? A mile to every 10 blocks?
That's exactly right, Paula. And there are people here who know the exact number of thousands that would fit into a square block. But of course, you know that any kind of numbers that are going to be throwing out will certainly be disputed much later. Organizers said that they expected tens of thousands. it looks, at least from the street level, that claim is true. But you probably have a better view since you're seeing it from the very, very top.
You get a very good sense from this aerial view there. Maria Hinojosa, thanks so much. We'll be getting back to you throughout the afternoon. Now back to Brian Cabell in Atlanta, who brings us up to date on what is happening there. Brian, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Paula. This is the third day in a row that we've had demonstrations here in downtown Atlanta. Last Thursday, a couple days ago, there were several hundred here who marched down to CNN Center, which is about 4 blocks from here. Yesterday, a few hundred, and I'd say today we have probably about 500 and growing by them. And let's take a look around right now. As a matter of fact, we have police out in the streets. There were people who actually... Yesterday, a couple were arrested. Today, we've asked some people, will there be civil disobedience again? They say very possibly. Now, the plans at this point call for them to rally here for probably another half hour or so, then march through the streets of downtown Atlanta, go to CNN Center, possibly block the entrance to CNN Center, we've been told. In fact, we talked to one of the CNN merchants a little while ago. He said if there is an unruly disturbance outside of CNN Center, they will close it down, close the restaurants down, ask all the visitors to leave. One of the problems for the demonstrators here is they have no protest permit. Bullhorns are not allowed, but as you can see, it's very, very loud. Again, we are expecting probably within the half hour people to try to make it out into the streets. Police at that point, we expect, will try to block them, perhaps arrest them. And this crowd, as I say, is getting louder, noisier, and much larger by the minute. Probably within the half hour, we will have up to 1,000 people because people continue to arrive here. Paula, back to you.
Thanks so much, Brian Cabell. I know you're having trouble hearing me. Let's see if Jeff Flock can hear me from Chicago, who also finds himself in the middle of something. Jeff, can you hear me?
Indeed, Paul, I can hear you, though not tremendously well. I don't know if you just heard the motorcycle Harley-Davidson riders just came by in support of the U.S. troops. What we've got here are two separate rallies. I don't want to try to get too close to everything. That is the Support the Troops rally off there that you see. To the left here is the anti-war rally, and I think if we do a straw poll out here today, it's clear that the Support the Troops numbers are greater. Perhaps you can also see Chicago's finest at the ready here, a team of police that have had a lot of experience with folks causing trouble out on the streets, but no trouble. I want to talk to one of the men that's here supporting the troops today.
Hi.
Why?
I'm out here in support of our troops and our president. I think it's important that we all come out and show our support, show that we're out here, we're the majority, and we support everything the president's doing right now.
Now, what we're seeing here in Chicago is kind of extraordinary in that we're seeing both sides represented. And I know at the outset there was some screaming and hollering and that sort of thing. Some would argue this is what this country is founded on, is the ability for folks to demonstrate on both sides of the issue.
For the most part, I agree with that, but I think while we're at war, we should support our president and our troops that are out there risking their lives for our country. I think it's very important.
You think in some sense this is unpatriotic, what you see behind?
I think it is. I mean, obviously they have a point that they think they're making, but right now our troops are in danger and we should be supporting them.
Okay. Well, we're going to leave it there. We talked to the other side at the rally in New York, so we're going to leave it there, Paula. But as you can see, this is America here, and this is the public square. This is the Federal Plaza in Chicago, surrounded by the canyon of tall buildings, and now a place where both sides in this conflict are being heard. Back to you, Paula.
There's probably no more symbolic place than to be standing today about what democracy is all about when you're standing in the middle of an anti-war march and a pro-war march. Time to talk about some of the polls that have surfaced to give you an idea of how the public at large views this latest military action. Let's go to our own political analyst, Bill Schneider, who joins us from CNN Center with more. There were some really revealing statistics in this one, weren't there?
That's right. The New York Times CBS News poll was reported this morning, and it had some utterly remarkable findings. And let's take a look at support for this war, for Bush's handling of this war, by party. Notice, first, you see the support for his father's handling of the Gulf War just after it began. 94% of Republicans supported it, 81% of Democrats. It was across the board. Now, look at the figures for this war with Iraq in 2003, 12 years later. You still have 93% of Republicans supporting George W. Bush, but support among Democrats is only 50%. That is an enormous partisan division that you rarely see at the beginning of a war. Paula, we didn't see anything like this kind of a partisan split until near the end of the Vietnam War after years of fighting. This war starts out controversial. Why? Well, I think it's Mr. Bush, President Bush himself. His ratings, not his handling of Iraq, but his ratings. what we can see is that 95% of Republicans support President Bush, only 37% of Democrats. Democrats say this is Bush's war. He has everything on the line in this war, and Democrats argue this war isn't justified by a danger to America's national security. It's politically concocted. So it's an unusually divisive, partisan, and controversial issue.
Bill, you mentioned that we probably haven't seen this deep partisan divide since the Vietnam War. Give us a perspective on how these numbers are different from what even the present President Bush has experienced versus his father during Desert Storm.
Well, I mean, that's the figures that we just saw showed that in Desert Storm, the reason for that war was apparent to everyone. Iraq had invaded Kuwait, and most of all, the rest of the world was with us. Democrats understood that as well as Republicans. Democrats supported that war along with Republicans, though clearly not in as large numbers. Here, I think the difference is Democrats are very dubious. They're not giving the president the benefit of the doubt. They say the rest of the world is not with us. I think the conclusion from this is Bush's war. His presidency is at stake, his legacy, his agenda, even his re-election. No one expects this to happen, but if Saddam Hussein were still in power a year from now, I don't think there's any way George W. Bush could get re-elected. It's Saddam or Bush. It's very personal, and George W. Bush is seen as a very partisan president.
Bill Scheiders, thanks for bringing us up to date on that. CNN USA Today Gallup poll also had a poll mirroring some of the same findings of that New York Times poll. Back now to Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait City. Wolf?
Thanks, Paula. Very interesting poll numbers back in the United States. We have reporters covering all aspects of this story in southern Iraq. We have reporters on the scene as well as in northern Iraq. And let's go to one of them, Jane Araf. She's in Dohuk in northern Iraq right now. Jane, tell us what's happening where you are.
Well, Wolf, we've been monitoring a couple of directions. One side, the line of control near Mosul, one of Iraq's biggest cities, the other, the Turkish border. Now, near that line of control, in a village called Barbarash, about 20 kilometers northeast of Mosul, we were seeing Iraqi soldiers maintaining positions along that line with Kurdish forces. They're up on a ridge with heavy machine guns and rifles. At the call to prayer at midday, they took a break to pray, bowing towards Mecca. In other places towards Mosul, things seemed relatively normal with Iraqi forces still holding those positions. We saw Ba'ath Party militia at one point holding what appeared to be a meeting with one of their local commanders. Now, on the Turkish front, officials here, Kurdish officials, are saying that it's not true that Turkish forces have entered. They say they're in control of their borders and not a single troop has come in. That's not exactly what we're hearing from U.S. and British defense officials, who say limited numbers of Turkish troops seem to have entered. But we should note that that is not exactly new. They have been coming in for years, and they appear to be coming in now to make a statement that they can, but without making a huge fuss about it. Wolf?
Jane, as far as you could tell from your vantage point, 24 hours ago, there were bombing strikes against targets in the north in Mosul and Kirkuk, U.S.-led airstrikes. Any indication, based on what you can see or what you can hear, that similar bombing strikes are unfolding today, right now?
We have no indication that they are unfolding right now. We're in the city of Dohuk, which is quite close to Mosul. There's a mountain behind us from where you can actually see explosions. We were seeing them last night. We have no reports so far that bombing has taken place again in Mosul, but that could obviously continue later during the night. There also are no significant defections of Iraqi soldiers or the waves of refugees that we've been expecting, and that simply is because the Iraqi government is still maintaining control of Mosul and the surrounding areas, and no one has been allowed to head towards Kurdish-controlled territories. Wolf?
At the Pentagon briefing yesterday, Jane, there was they confirmed, they said publicly that U.S. Special Operations Forces were now in place in northern Iraq. Have you seen any evidence of that, of U.S. troops, special operators, any place near you?
We've heard lots of reports of them. We talk regularly with Kurdish military officials. At one camp we were in, for instance, yesterday, which is actually part of an airstrip, interestingly, controlled by the Turkish military. It's been controlled by the Turks for some years now in their fight against Kurdish separatists. But on one side of it are Kurdish militia, on the other side the Turks. We visited the Kurdish militia people, And they were telling us that they are in contact with American Special Forces, have been for some time. We're hearing that from other people as well. Now, these Kurdish soldiers were actually asking us for American flags, at the same time telling us that they really wished that the Turkish military presence in Kurdistan would end. So they're hoping for more American soldiers up here in the north. But it looks as if that running dispute with Turkey, in which ultimately it has resulted only in the U.S. being allowed to use Turkish airspace, means that there will not be a significant northern front using northern Iraq. Jim Wolf?
We know, Jane, that U.S. forces have taken command of 2 strategic air bases in western Iraq, an area from which the Iraqis launched Scud missiles against Israel a dozen years ago. The Kurds have told me, Talabani and others, that they are ready to let U.S. troops take over air bases in northern Iraq under Kurdish control. Any sign that U.S. personnel are getting ready to take over some of those air bases, perhaps launch flights from those air bases in northern Iraq?
Well, at the air base that we were at, there are 2 main air bases in this part of northern Iraq that's controlled by the Kurdish Democratic Party. The one that we were at has, as I said, also been controlled by Turkish forces, and it could potentially be used by the Americans. It has a 2.5-kilometer long landing strip, which could accommodate big cargo planes. However, there are no preparations there. There were no lights. It doesn't appear to be well maintained, and the Kurdish forces there said American military people, special forces, had come. And they have been talking about such a prospect, but that doesn't appear to be the likely place that the troops will land. It's more likely that the Americans would take over an air base closer to Erbil called Harir, and that one has been better maintained, and American forces are believed to be discussing the possibility of using that with Kurdish forces, as they have been for some time. Wolf?
Jane Araf, she's in northern Iraq, in Dohuk. Let's go back to Paula. Paula, I think all of us are going to become quite familiar with all these towns, cities throughout Iraq, whether Dohuk or Mosul or Kirkuk or Erbil. We're going to become geographic experts on Iraq pretty soon, and I think a lot of our viewers will as well.
Well, when you look at the pathetic scores of 4th graders in the country and this knowledge of geography, I guess we all could use the lesson. Wolf Blitzer, thanks so much. Coming up next, night flight. CNN's Frank Buckley takes us aboard the USS Constellation as pilots return from bombing missions over Iraq, and American troops encountering trouble on the ground. We're going to talk with CNN military analysts about some of the trouble spots in the battle. And paying the ultimate price. We're going to hear from some of the families of Marines killed in this conflict so far. We'll be right back.
It's another business day, filled with meetings and memos and migraines. But amidst this tornado of stress, there is an island of calm called PIP Printing. You can relax and rely on PIP Printing to handle important jobs like brochures, presentations, newsletters, and manuals with the quality and speed of digital technology to meet your deadlines with work that'll make you proud. PIP Printing will help you keep pace. Call 1-800-223-7477 or find us at pip.com.
This is crabgrass. I don't want to see crabgrass in my lawn.
My wife actually hates crabgrass.
Nobody would want this in their lawn. We put down Scott's turf filter with Holtz in the early spring.
That's the only thing I ever use. Scott's puts this protective barrier over the lawn.
And it stops the crabgrass from germinating.
See how nice and thick that is?
Feels like the carpet inside my house.
Well, I've used the cheap brands, and it's like anything else. You get what you pay for.
Steve doesn't have any crabgrass, which makes him a good human being, basically. Turf filter with Holtz, the best defense against crabgrass.
Some good news for our team today. The CNN team that was expelled from Baghdad is now safely in Jordan. And I spoke with our own Nick Robertson, Reem Brahimi, and Ingrid Formanak a little bit earlier, just as they had crossed into the border of Jordan for the first time.
Late yesterday afternoon, Iraqi officials told us that they were going to close the CNN office. They said that they were going to tell the CNN team to leave. They told us to leave, and it was late in the day. We said that we wanted to stay. It wasn't safe to leave because it was getting dark. They didn't really acquiesce on that issue. They just allowed that to happen. We stayed in the hotel overnight and left early this morning. Let me bring in for a moment, if I can, our executive producer here, Ingrid Formanek. Ingrid was more involved than all of us with the Iraqi officials over the last few days. Ingrid, just talk us through what happened, why did they expel us, and how did that progress over the last few days?
Well, obviously the situation had grown more tense in Iraq in recent days due to the bombing, and the officials were feeling the pressure. It's been a great propaganda campaign. I mean, all sides want to control the media as much as possible, and that goes for the Iraqis as well as the Americans. And their concern was that they were getting their message out. They were increasingly intense as the bombing went on, and it just got very much more difficult to work. In the days during the bombing, we were not allowed to use our satellite phones from the rooms in our hotel, which made it more difficult to be able to report, but these two guys did a great job of doing that nevertheless, and we're very limited in being able to transmit pictures. All the satellite dishes remained at the Ministry of Information, which was in an area that was bombed heavily in the last few days.
Once again, that was Ingrid Formanak describing why the CNN crew, which was among the last of the American network crews to be expelled out of Baghdad, lest you think they took unnecessary chances, they did not. Ingrid and Nick are both veterans of Desert Storm. They know exactly how to deal with these ongoing negotiations, but we personally are very happy that they made it to the border. What you didn't hear her talk about was their journey back south from Iraq into Jordan, and they had some lot of interesting things to say about what they encountered along the way. Marching to Baghdad, a difficult and sometimes perilous journey for coalition forces. For the bigger picture now on how it is going and what the troops are encountering, I turn it over to my colleague Renee San Miguel at CNN headquarters in Atlanta. Renee, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Paula. Yes, a lot going on with the situation today, just in the last 12 hours or so. We wanted to give you the big picture, a status report, if you will, of what the coalition has and doesn't have in Iraq. Joining us is CNN military analyst David Grange. Good to have you in the studio here in Atlanta. Let's start off with the South. Nasiriyah, Basra have been in the news lately. What do we know about their situation?
Yeah, you still have the naval forces in the Gulf. You still have the Tomahawk and aircraft flying in to hit targets all over Iraq, just like out of the Red Sea. On the ground at the Basra area, under the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, we still have the British 7th Armored Brigade, the 3 Commando, and the 1st Marine Division moving around Basra against the 6th Armored Division, the Iraqi 6th Armored Division, which is a lower priority unit, a lot of combat experience, but they didn't perform very well.
Okay, and I understand from what Tommy Frank said, they've surrounded that city, but they're in discussions with the populace. They would rather be welcomed in, just like they were in Qasr.
Exactly, and a heavy Shiite area, of course, so I think they expected that they would capitulate quite rapidly.
Okay.
In Nasiriyah, you have the 3rd Infantry Division near the city. I don't think they're in the city, but they're encountering elements of the 11th Infantry Division of the Iraqi Army. Again, another low priority element. A lot of combat experience, but they perform poorly as well in those experiences. And I think that the 3rd Infantry Division now is focused on either crossing the Euphrates River or continuing the movement on to Baghdad.
Okay, so that's their idea, and of course that's really important because there is a bridge there over the Euphrates, and they wanted to go ahead and have that secured.
You're right, there's several bridges actually, and crossing sites, and which of course they're going to use is hard to say at this time. Then you have the 101st Airborne Division, elements of that, a brigade of that, somewhere in the Iraqi desert, and what they're doing there is preparing for leapfrog future operations somewhere in Iraq, don't know where yet. And that's just pre-operations for some follow-on things that we'll see later in the day, I think.
Okay. Talk about the western part of the country, those important airfields.
Yeah, the H2, H3 complexes, not only is that in the area of what's known as the Scud box, to go in to try to keep any missiles from being fired into Israel or Jordan or wherever they may fire them. It's also 2 significant airfields over 8,000 feet long. They can be used for forward operating bases. Those can be used to launch operations elsewhere in Iraq. So those are key in the west.
Okay. And then up in the north, these are still, this is still kind of the iffy part of the country in terms of the coalition. Getting some bombing in the shock and awe campaign, but that's really about it as far as we know.
Right. We know the special forces up there. What size units, we don't know. What's key up there is some of the air bases, airfields, I should say. Though austere, again, can be used for follow-on operations against Tikrit or other targets once they're taken down.
Okay, we have animation of what an armored formation would, what makes up an armored formation as it's heading into Baghdad. But a couple of issues as they are speeding along the desert, 40, 50 miles an hour, the issue of Iraqi troops surrendering. If you have to sit there and consider the situation of, suddenly you're in the POW business, how much does that slow you down?
Well, it's an issue, and it will slow the forces down. These are maneuver forces, armored maneuver forces. The shock and speed is key to their success. And so when they encounter those enemy forces that want to surrender, you have several choices. You take them prisoner, which means you seize them, disarm them, segregate them, question them, but then you're responsible for them. You either have to move them to the rear, or feed them, or shelter them, or protect them. And so they don't want to do that. So what you see probably is a lot of them just telling, hey, just put down your weapons if they have interpreters to do that, or just run over the weapons and crush them and just leave them there and keep moving.
Okay.
So you probably see a lot of that.
All right. The other issue is with the terrain. As they get closer to Baghdad, there's a couple of big lakes that we haven't really talked about, a couple of big reservoirs that stand in the way there.
Yeah, that's key. If you look to the west of Baghdad, and you may want to just draw it on there, Renee, to the west of Baghdad, southwest, you have the two large lakes, reservoirs, which are obstacles, which again limit the access to Baghdad. The enemy knows this, of course, our forces know this. I'm sure they've rehearsed it many times, war gaming, and that'll be a significant obstacle when they move north.
For these that are moving north, either go around it or come around that way.
Right, and we don't know what avenue they'll take.
Gotcha. General, thanks for your time, and thanks for coming down to Atlanta.
Okay.
Good to have you here. Paula, back on over to you.
It's great to have that graphic assist. Thanks so much, Renee. We have moved into the next hour. Leon Harris is our man at CNN Center to bring us up to date on the headlines.
Hello, I'm Leon Harris at the CNN Center here in Atlanta. Here's what's happening at this hour in the strike on Iraq. Rocket-propelled grenades are said to be the weapons that killed 4 U.S. soldiers earlier today in central Iraq. A reporter with Britain's Sky TV says the troops were riding along in 2 Humvees at the head of a convoy, and both Humvees were hit by that rocket-propelled grenade. The 307th is getting some rest this hour after an exhausting day. The 3rd U.S. Army Squadron of the 7th Cavalry ran into some surprisingly stiff resistance less than 200 miles south of Baghdad. A firefight there dragged on for hours, but then U.S. air power was called in, and the air power prevailed. A quiet night in order today for the 1st Battalion of the 7th Marines, and I'm sure they're glad to have it. That unit, along with our Martin Savage in tow, was blowing up some deserted Iraqi tanks today in southern Iraq when they came under attack. Marty says a rocket-propelled grenade came within 2 feet of hitting a Marine and a CNN photographer. All are fine. Parts of Baghdad, though, were blazing roughly 3 hours after a new round of explosions began going off in and around the Iraqi capital. Thick clouds of black smoke rose over Baghdad for much of the day, and we're still not certain exactly what it is that's burning. CENTCOM Chief General Tommy Franks says to win this war, he's relying on shock, flexibility, and overwhelming force. In his first public comment since the war started, Franks told reporters today that things are progressing on the coalition's terms and timelines. CENTCOM showed a few video clips today, too, including this nose cone footage of an Iraqi military observation post that, as you can see here, no longer exists. The Pentagon says it appears a U.S. Tomahawk missile went astray yesterday and hit the southwestern tip of Iran. Officials now are investigating exactly what happened and why. And CENTCOM estimates that as many as 2,000 Iraqi soldiers are now in coalition custody, and thousands more have surrendered, disarmed, and they've been allowed to just drop their weapons and go home. Yesterday, an entire Iraqi division gave up to U.S. forces south of Basra. That's 8,000 soldiers who just gave up. Well, those are the headlines. Now, a brand new hour of CNN special coverage of the strike on Iraq.
This will be a campaign unlike any other in history. A campaign characterized by shock, by surprise, by flexibility, by the employment of precise munitions on a scale never before seen, and by the application of overwhelming force.
General Tommy Franks at his first briefing on the ongoing war in Iraq. Hello, I'm Will Flitzer in Kuwait City.
I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington. And hello, everyone. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. Welcome to another hour of CNN special coverage of the strike on Iraq. We get started with Wolf now. Wolf?
Thanks very much. It's a relatively quiet night here in Kuwait City, but it's far from quiet throughout Iraq. U.S. airstrikes continuing, U.S. ground forces with British forces on the move as well. Let's go right to the front lines. CNN's Lisa Rose Weaver is with a U.S. Air Defense Unit in southern Iraq. We haven't heard from you in a while, Lisa. Tell us what's going on.
The call could not be completed.
Unfortunately, we're having some troubles getting through with Lisa. Let's try once again. Lisa, can you hear me? Unfortunately, I don't think we can get to Lisa, but we're going to try to fix that technical glitch. We'll get to Lisa soon. She's in southern Iraq. Jason Bellini, one of our other embedded journalists, he's also joining us now. Jason, tell our viewers where you are and what you're seeing.
Well, first, let me explain to you first where I am. We're in what appears to us to be an administrative office here at the port of Qasr. Now that the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit has taken over this port, they're setting themselves up here in the facilities that are already available. Of course, there's nobody here at this point. Anyone who was here when they arrived were taken into custody as EPWs, enemy prisoners of war. Earlier today, we heard from the colonel of the MU, and he said that they'd collected between 400 and 450 enemy prisoners of war. He said that they experienced more resistance coming in here than they had anticipated, and it took a little bit longer than, as he said, longer than he would have liked. But at the same time, they've made some progress today. We were with them earlier when they went into a Coast Guard building, an Iraqi Coast Guard building. They went in after some suppression fire. A helicopter had taken out a boat that was right next to it and was on fire all day. And so they went in there with machine guns blazing beforehand and encountered no resistance. And that was after today and yesterday, pot shots coming at them from inside this port and also from inside the town of Qasr. So things are not completely stable here, but they feel they have complete control over this camp, over this port at this moment. Wolf?
Very significant developments. Jason Bellini on the scene for us in Qasr. That's the huge port in the southern part of Iraq. So much of Iraq's oil shipments go through there, but also so much of their exports and imports. You can't underestimate how significant the taking of Qasr has been. Jason Bellini with the troops there. I think we've reestablished contact with Lisa Rose Weaver. She's with an air defense unit, a U.S. unit in southern Iraq. Lisa, first of all, can you hear me? And if you can, go ahead and tell us what's going on. I don't think Lisa can hear me, but let me try one more time. Lisa Rose Weaver in southern Iraq, are you there? Well, it's a technical glitch. We're going to fix that. We'll get to Lisa Rose Weaver shortly. In the meantime, let's go to Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy?
All right, Wolf, we know that when we get those connections, we go right to them, but they're not, the technical business is not perfect, and I know we'll get back to Lisa in just a minute. We want to go out to sea now, to the USS Constellation aircraft carrier. CNN's Frank Buckley is out there. He's covering the action. There are more than 5,000 crew members on board. We have Frank now with an update from the Persian Gulf.
Just hours after the first strikes went into Iraq from the USS Constellation, on the flight deck of this aircraft carrier, munitions were once again being wheeled across the deck, taken towards some of the aircraft, being loaded up. We're talking about some of the laser-guided weapons, the GPS-guided, satellite-guided weapons, these precise weapons that people have been talking about that were used in the first strikes against Iraq. Now some of them may be used once again in further strikes. Immediately after the first strike packages went into Iraq and returned to the USS Constellation, we were able to talk with some of the naval aviators about their impressions of flying over and into the Baghdad area. Here's what they had to say.
We came in and immediately could see the TLAM impacting in downtown Baghdad and just continuous, constant explosions going off all over the place.
There's nothing that's real world like that can get you ready for it, and to know that they're down there really shooting at you and to be able to see it, and it's pretty staggering.
In addition to the aircraft launched attacks into Iraq, there were Tomahawk launches as well. These are the cruise missiles that came from ships and submarines. Rear Admiral Barry Costello, the Constellation Battle Group commander, telling us that all of the U.S. Navy warships that were capable of launching Tomahawks, that's some 30-plus ships and submarines, all of them launched Tomahawks. I'm Frank Buckley, CNN, aboard the USS Constellation in the Persian Gulf.
And back to the status of Nasiriyah, a very important town strategically. The U.S.-led coalition has captured the southern Iraqi town, a key river crossing point on the road to Baghdad, near Basra, Iraq's second largest city. U.S. Marines met some resistance as they destroyed abandoned Iraqi tanks. A rocket-propelled grenade whistled past CNN's Martin Savage, who is there with the Marines. Let's listen.
Let me tell you what is going on. Those are secondary blasts coming. This is the demolition of the tanks, T-55 tanks along the line here. What they're doing is hurriedly setting charges. They're using both C4 and other explosive devices, as well as the ammunition that's on board the tank itself. What they've done is they've blown it up, essentially. Now you're hearing the secondary explosions. That would be coming from the rounds inside. They want to make sure they don't leave anything behind that could be used by, say, follow-on soldiers, Iraqi soldiers that might be in hiding right now. The moment they find armor, the moment they find any tanks, they're blowing it up. And that's exactly what is taking place in the background here. Whoa! All right. Yeah, that was a tow missile. Fired in the general area where you saw that tank before that was being blown up. Obviously, they're seeing stuff down there they're not too happy about, not taking any chances. The tow missile is a very heavy weapon. They throw the tube off the top. They'll get ready to reload again. They'll try to move positions, too. We're not exactly sure what they're seeing up there at this point. I mean, obviously, we're still trying to keep our heads up around ourselves. At the same time, the demolition crews are preparing the other tanks, and we'll try to bring that to you. They seem to be concerned about, obviously, the village itself. Not that there is obvious reason to be suspect. It's just that that's an area of population. You keep an eye on that. You want to make sure that any Iraqi soldiers, anyone that might want to do the U.S. military harm, is not using the village as shelter, as cover, a place where they can easily melt away into. So that's their concern there. Well, there you it's getting hot. Let's go. That looks like the armored personnel carrier. We're going to keep moving back because these also have ammunition inside of them. There goes your tank down the end. And the secondary explosions that are about to follow. You're all right, Gerard. Keep coming back. Let's pull back. So the concern, obviously, that RPG is it came from the village, and now who fired it? And do they have another one, obviously? Which is why we're not going to linger too much longer. But there are more tanks to go, so if you miss that one, there'll be another one soon enough.
Talk 6 ping, completely released. Check.
It's just Saddam's hardware being taken apart piece by piece, and that is something the U.S. military wants to do and did extensively after the Gulf War.
That was Martin Savage showing a great calm under duress. In an earlier report, he described to us the continuing challenge from the Marines as they go into these villages. He said the villagers, for the most part, are happy to have them there. The problem is that some of these Iraqi soldiers have civilian clothes on over their Iraqi soldiers' uniforms. He said at one point, Wolf, in one of these villages, Allied forces actually put out a loudspeaker advising people not to come any closer, that they would be safe if they stayed away. So lots of challenges for the Marines out there, Wolf.
I don't think anyone, Paula, should underestimate the dangers for U.S. military personnel, British forces moving towards Baghdad. The dangers are enormous right now. Indeed, U.S. military officials are pointing out, don't be lulled into thinking things are going to be perfect. Things could get a lot more messy in the immediate hours and days to come. Let's find out what's happening with one critical part of all this, Turkey. CNN's Frederica Whitfield. She's joining us now live. It looks like the Turkish government is flatly denying, Frederica, that they've moved forces into northern Iraq. Is that what they're saying officially in Ankara?
They are indeed, and right now we're in Cizre, Turkey, which is about roughly 20 miles from the border, but we know in an interview earlier on CNN with the Turkish ambassador that indeed the government is denying that there has been any movement of Turkish troops crossing the border. However, there are some sources who say they have actually witnessed those Turkish forces crossing the border, but no one has an exact count. Of course, earlier it was reported that somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 Turkish troops had already crossed the border, and then later the Turkish government said no, that's not true. And then we heard from General Tommy Franks earlier today, who said that U.S. Special Forces that are working with Kurdish troops in the Northern Territory did indeed see some couplings of Turkish troops that had crossed the border, albeit they hadn't occupied any space in the northern border for very long before popping right back over into Turkey. However, it is being confirmed by the Turkish government that there are Turkish forces that are gathering at the border. We have been unable to actually see that because in our journeys trying to make it closer to the border to see if there's any crossing over of the border or buildup, etc., we were denied access, as are all members of the media here being denied that kind of access, so we're unable to actually see for ourselves or get those kinds of pictures. At the same time now, there's still no sights, no sounds, no reports of U.S. military activity taking advantage of the Turkish airspace. The Turkish government, of course, said okay to the air flights to carry out that northern corridor, airstrikes of northern Iraq, but the U.S. military hasn't taken advantage of that. And now sources within the Pentagon are saying it's likely that the U.S. will not take advantage of that, that the two aircraft carriers in the Mediterranean are starting to turn away from the Turkish coast, so perhaps those flights just might not be taking place. Originally, it was expected that any fighter jets coming from those carriers, or perhaps even bombers coming from various places in Europe, would be taking two various routes, a northern corridor route and a southern corridor route. The southern corridor route would apply to the fighter jets off the carriers, traveling just slightly north out of the Mediterranean, avoiding the Syrian airspace, and then kind of looping around the southern Turkish border and then entering northern Iraq. As for the northern corridor, those bombers would be coming from various parts of Europe, heading in and then flying straight in over the northern Iraq. But none of that, as I say, Wolf, has been taking place. Right now, the emphasis has been, all the attention has been on what is taking place on this border between Turkey and Iraq. U.S. officials are warning Turkey against taking any kind of unilateral action because they're afraid that there just might be some potential conflict between the Turks as well as the Kurds in the Northern Territory, and potentially even between the Turks and the Kurdish forces that are working in concert with U.S. Special Forces. And then ultimately, even the Americans are painting the picture of, you know, perhaps there could be a conflict between the Turks and Iraqi forces that be making their way into the Northern Territory to take advantage of any oil-rich communities. Wolf?
CNN's Frederica Whitfield. She's near the Iraqi border in Turkey. Thanks, Frederica, very much. CNN's Gary Stryker's aboard one of the aircraft carriers in the region, 5 aircraft carriers. He's aboard the USS Teddy Roosevelt. Tell us what's happening from the carrier where you are right now, Gary.
Well, Wolf, it's now Saturday night here in the Eastern Mediterranean, and most of the crew on the Theodore Roosevelt have just awakened a couple hours ago. We're on a night schedule. The other carrier in the Med Harry S. Truman is on a daytime schedule, which allows both aircrafts to work together and launch air sorties against targets in Iraq on a 24-hour basis. So most of the crew here have had their breakfast, and they're now starting to prep for another attack launch, which is going to happen later tonight or early on Sunday morning. Can't give you any times. We'll know more about that after we have a pre-flight briefing shortly, where we will learn about the objectives of the mission and what targets are going to be hit. We will not be able to report anything that we learn in that briefing, Wolf, until after those warplanes return to the carrier.
Gary, are you allowed to tell us the flight path, the airspace that the F-14s, the F-18s from the Roosevelt or the Truman, the two U.S. aircraft carriers in the Eastern Mediterranean, which countries they're flying over to approach Iraq and to fire bombs at certain targets inside Iraq?
No, we're not, Wolf. We can't report that. I can tell you it's not Turkey. The territories that are being overflown are different from Turkey, and we've learned that, you know, according to the pilots, they were not really concerned about whether Turkey gave overflight rights anyway for them, because targets in Iraq are easily within striking distance of the carriers in the Eastern Med, even away from the Turkish shoreline, and they can get refueled and they can fly into Iraq, hit targets, and get back to the carriers without any delay, Wolf.
So I take it there's no further need now that there are these airspace privileges that have been worked out with other countries in the region. There's no need for the Truman or the Roosevelt to move through the Suez Canal to the Red Sea to reposition there and fly over, let's say, Saudi airspace to hit targets inside Iraq. So you guys are going to stay in the Eastern Mediterranean. Is that right?
As far as we understand, that's the plan. We've got 2 aircraft carriers in the Eastern Med, 3 in the Persian Gulf, and that seems to be working quite well, Wolf. A big ship pulled up, a supply ship pulled up next to the carrier earlier today and offloaded a lot of supplies, food, ammunition, and fuel. And as far as the commanders here on this carrier are concerned, they're in it for the long haul here in the Eastern Med, Wolf.
Gary Stryker, he's aboard the USS Theodore Roosevelt in the Eastern Mediterranean. Gary, we'll be checking back with you. I think the pilots, the aviators aboard that aircraft carrier are going to be quite busy in the coming hours, indeed in the coming days as well. Let's get back to Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy?
Thanks, Wolf. From all of our reporters in the region, we are beginning to get and have been getting a picture that we can piece together of how this war looks from their different perspectives. Earlier today, General Tommy Franks, who's running this operation, said the U.S. troops are performing magnificently. They are moving across a variety of fronts. Our Barbara Starr is at the Pentagon. Barbara, they're moving on the ground and in the air, and at the Pentagon, they're having to keep track of all of it.
Indeed, Judy. And when we ask the question, okay, where do things stand? Here's a bit of a state of play as to where things are at the moment. Now, officials are telling us that the initial phase of the campaign called for a 3 to 4 day initial air campaign against the leadership targets, against some other targets around the country, but a 3 to 4 day initial campaign since the attack, the air attack, officially began about noon Eastern time here in Washington yesterday. Once they get through this phase, they will make an assessment. They will assess where they are on striking the leadership targets, the key facilities that they basically wanted to take out. If they don't have to go back and restrike those, they will then move on to the next phase, we are told, and that will be focusing on targets of striking operating forces, Iraqi operating forces around the country, striking targets that will make it impossible for the Iraqi forces to operate and move. And that may well be what they call emerging targets. As they see the Iraqi forces come up on the net, as they see them begin to move, they will then strike them. Now, this is not to say that things are over and done with in Baghdad. We are told there are still leadership targets to be struck there. We still will see a lot of activity, but there may now be even more air activity around Iraq in places that we don't readily see. Now, that has in fact already begun to transpire. We are told there had been a number of airstrikes in northern Iraq. One key facility that was struck was a suspected chemical weapons production compound in northern Iraq under the control of a radical Kurdish group that was said by the Bush administration to have ties with the Al-Qaeda. Initial strikes against that facility, and it's expected there will be more. Northern Iraq now getting a lot of attention. The Turkish military said to be lined up along the border, basically trying to ensure that there is not a large flow of Kurdish refugees into Turkey. But not everything is going according to plan. The Pentagon is still investigating what it believes very credible reports that in some of the airstrikes, at least 2 Tomahawk cruise missiles have gone astray and landed inside Iran. That, of course, would have been an accident. And some final wrap-up statistics as to where we are at this point. Officials saying so far since yesterday when the air attack officially began, there have been about 2,000 coalition air missions, about half of those, 1,000, being strike combat missions. Judy?
Barbara, just quickly, in the first hours of these battles, we had the sense, many of us, that the administration, that the Pentagon believed that there was a good chance they might get the Saddam Hussein regime to completely capitulate, or at least partially capitulate. As it looks as if that's not happening, are they having to reorganize, if you will, their battle plans going forward?
Well, General Tommy Franks said earlier at a press conference today in the Persian Gulf that this plan was based on maximum flexibility. He likened it to branches coming off a tree. He is not acknowledging that there has been any change. He says it's flexible, adaptable, and it will continue to change as circumstances warrant. It's quite interesting, though. He also said that he didn't know if Saddam Hussein was dead or alive, but even if he knew, it really wouldn't change the plan. They are going to continue to focus on going after the leadership. They're going to see if they can get the leadership to capitulate. They haven't, of course, so far, and that's why the next phase of the plan begins to call for pounding away at the Iraqi forces in the field. They want to hit everything they can at once. Judy?
All right, and it's looking that way. Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. Now to Paula.
Thanks, Judy. Barbara's just talking about the next phase. Let's talk about the phase that has happened so far. It has been an eventful first 24 hours of the accelerated air campaign. Missiles and coalition warplanes flying from dozens of bases and aircraft carriers attacked targets in Baghdad, Tikrit, Mosul, and Kirkuk. CNN's Bob Franken is one of those, or is at one of those bases in the Persian Gulf region. He joins us now. Bob, what's the latest?
Well, Paula, the latest from this base, which is close to the Iraq border, is that there has been an increase in the traffic, the volume of jets that have been screaming from this runway and returning. It's become almost a constant. All we're having right now is extremely unusual. But the jets that have been going here up until this time have been going to just about all points but Baghdad. We can't report on their destinations today, only after they've come back. But the ones that have gone out have fanned out to places like Basra and the other places where there is significant ground action supporting the troops on the ground. The planes include F-16s and F-18s, which are fighter bombers. There have even been some stealth fighter bombers here, the 117 Starfighters, who were here just a short time ago. This is not their natural home. One of the biggest contingents is the A-10. That's the so-called Warthog. It's an anti-tank plane that has been going out and trying to track down tanks. It's quite an awesome plane, Paula. It just really rips a tank to shreds with its Gatling kind of guns that have something like 6,000 rounds per minute, some unbelievable amount. It's quite an awesome thing to watch. In any case, this has been, as I said, extremely busy. It's getting busier. They started with 141 missions. The first day of the hostilities went up to 250 missions here yesterday. We are not being told or not being allowed to release, actually, the number that they're planning for the day, but they say that it's going to also be a significant increase over the ones that we had yesterday. They also say that characteristically the plans can change here. There goes a plane taking off now. You can hear it. You can probably see it in back of me. The plans constantly change, so when they announce a number or an expectation, it is one that changes just about by the minute as the conditions on the ground change, but it is a war that is being fought a variety of places. This particular base thus far has been a launching pad for areas other than Baghdad. One other thing, Paula, and that is yesterday there was a missile attack that was stopped, a Scud missile attack that was stopped by anti-missile missiles, but the planes that went from here to find that missile site were successful. They were able to, quote the commander, take one out. Paula?
And is the expectation there, Bob, if you can even hear me, that this could go on for many, many more days?
Well, it looks that way. They're saying that they expect this to increase in intensity with each passing day. This is a major launching pad. What I can tell you about this air base is that for the last 10 years or so, it has been the base that enforced the no-fly zone in the southern part of Iraq. And now, of course, it's switched its venue to the entire country.
Bob Franken, thanks for that live update. Bob, making it very clear they have finished missions or are in the process of continuing missions in all points but Baghdad. And I think that's an interesting point to make, Wolf. It was at 11:22 Eastern time that we started witnessing some anti-aircraft fire in Baghdad for about a 5-6 minute period, and then it went back to a lull. So no one is too clear or certain at this time what exactly contributed to the Iraqis setting off that anti-aircraft fire. Back to you, Wolf.
Sometimes, based on past experience, Paula, you never know. They just could get nervous, start firing randomly in the air, hoping to get lucky. But there clearly is serious disarray among the Iraqi military leadership at this point. U.S. officials insisting they've been rattled, although they anticipate there's still going to be a significant fight. We're getting some fresh videotape in now. I want to show it to our viewers of an oil fire that's continuing in southern Iraq. You heard earlier, if you were watching CNN live this morning, from General Tommy Franks, the commander of this military operation, suggests that there's only a handful of these fires that are continuing in southern Iraq. There were presumably going to be a lot more. That's why the U.S. military accelerated the invasion, the ground force that moved in earlier than the start of the real air war began, in order to deal with the potential of all these oil fires exploding really in southern Iraq. Remember, most of Iraq's oil wealth is in a relatively small area in the southern part of the country. There's some oil up in Kirkuk in the north, but most is down in the south. The U.S. decided, together with their British colleagues, to go into the southern part of Iraq to deal with these fires. It will take some time. We're also getting word, by the way, from Kuwaiti authorities here in Kuwait City tonight, that some Kuwaiti firefighters, oil firefighters, are going to be going into southern Iraq to help deal with the fires that are continuing. But I have to tell you, based on what happened in Kuwait at the end of the Gulf War a dozen years ago, could have been a whole lot worse in southern Iraq had not those U.S. and British forces moved rapidly into southern Iraq. I want to go to CNN's Christiane Amanpour. She's up in northern Kuwait, not far from the Iraqi border. Christiane, tell us what you're seeing right now.
Well, earlier, right now, we're back at the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border at the British Divisional Field Headquarters, but earlier we were in southern Iraq, and we were also talking to military commanders about that oil field situation. And just to put it in perspective, you heard Tommy Franks said that 9 wells had been on fire out of something like 500. And all along, we've been being briefed that the oil well fires, while it's something that they don't want to happen, these are not the kind of catastrophic fires that we saw in Kuwait, as you were mentioning, about 12 years ago. It's not the oil wells that caused the catastrophe, we're told. It's the oil and gas separation points that do that. And so far, they are intact, and that's what the American and British forces have been trying to do in this southern part of Iraq, to keep intact all the economic and strategic resources that Iraq has. And of course, the Ramallah oil field in the south produces 60% of Iraq's oil. Now, another strategic target has been the port of Qasr, and they have been doing that. Both U.S. Marines under British command, in an unusual arrangement, have been trying to pacify Qasr. They've got most of it, but there are still slight pockets of resistance, and they are still working on completely consolidating and securing Qasr, that important port. A helicopter flight over the port of Qasr reveals the area is relatively quiet. And down below, British soldiers do some war tourism, looking at one of those giant billboards of Saddam Hussein. Taking Qasr was a joint operation. The 15th U.S. Marine Expeditionary Unit was under the command of the British Royal Marines Commando Brigade. Now, U.S. Marines rest at the port after more than a day on the move. Some, like 21-year-old Corporal Jeremy Archer, had feared the worst.
I expected a big war, I guess, but they're all giving up, so it was easier than I thought.
Not all are giving up, though. About 3 kilometers away from the main port, there are pockets of resistance. The commander of the U.S. Marine unit sent up Cobra helicopters and fired artillery to destroy the Iraqi fire.
They did resist, but once it appeared that they would have to deal with some overwhelming firepower, they would have a tendency then to give up.
The British commander says the resistance is isolated.
It hasn't been a particularly cohesive fighting force. It's been a D-30 gun firing a few rounds prior to its destruction, or a group of individuals firing.
It took longer than expected to secure Qasr, and the military says it's still mopping up small pockets of resistance in the town. Nonetheless, the military says it plans to bring in the first elements of humanitarian aid, perhaps within 48 hours. Qasr is Iraq's main commercial port. It lies at the mouth of the Shatt al-Arab waterway, which flows into the Persian Gulf. This was an important strategic target for Allied forces and will be the main port of entry for relief and other humanitarian goods. Just yesterday, Iraqi ministers vowed that Qasr would never fall, but hundreds of soldiers have given themselves up, and now they are POWs under US and British control. Now, Qasr was also an important indication for British and US forces here of how a civilian population would take to being liberated, if you like, as the US and British say that they're trying to do. They haven't really been able to test that. In fact, when we asked the commanders, they said, well, they didn't see that many people waving at them or welcoming them in Qasr because of these pockets of resistance and because they're having to go very slowly and methodically through trying to secure it. So that bears some impact on what might happen around Basra. That's the other big town in Iraq. It's Iraq's second biggest town, and forces are moving up towards there, but they're not moving in. We're still being told that they don't want to go in. They want to wait and see just how the population is going to receive them, but their main objective is to make sure that the Iraqi army units there are not a threat. Wolf?
And Christian, what's the current assessment of the Iraqi military capability around Basra, the next major target as the U.S. and British forces move north towards Baghdad?
Well, the assessment is that it has not been very high resistance. It has not been organized. It's not like they have a plan of resistance, according to the commanders here. In the various locations that they've so far taken and secured, the commanders were telling us today that the resistance is sometimes individuals, sometimes pockets of people who simply feel that they want to resist, but no sense that there is an organized plan, at least in this part of the country, in southern Iraq, to actually put up any kind of real resistance yet. And as the forces move up, the Americans are going to start moving up and away from the southeast, moving west to go on and meet the other American forces who are heading towards Baghdad. The British will move in, and they already are moving in, to take control of the southeastern part, but also to protect the American flank and to protect the rear just in case any kind of resistance is mounted, but they don't expect to see that at this stage.
Christian Amanpour in northern Kuwait along the border with Iraq. Christian, thanks very much. We'll be checking back with you very, very soon. Let's go to Paula now. Paula?
Thanks so much, Wolf. We've talked a lot today about how much information we got out of the CENTCOM briefing by General Tommy Franks. This was the first time he has met with reporters in a public setting, in a press conference situation since the start of this campaign. We're learning a lot now from our embedded reporters all over Iraq and in the southern part of Kuwait about what kind of military actions we're in the process of looking at. Joining us right now is Michael Ware, who writes for Time magazine, and he has more for us right now from inside Iraq. Michael, what do you have?
Well, this afternoon on the front lines with the Al-Ansar terrorists who are backed by Al-Qaeda in northern Iraq, there was a suicide bombing which killed a foreign journalist, an international journalist, plus 2 Kurdish soldiers, and wounded 8 other soldiers and civilians.
Can you tell us more about the suicide bombing? Do we have any more details on that at all, Michael?
Yes, we do. This suicide bombing attack came at about 3:15 p.m. in the afternoon local time, which is approximately 15 hours after cruise and Tomahawk missiles pounded the terrorist front lines. So it appears to be some kind of a retaliatory event. The driver approached a checkpoint controlled by Kurdish opposition forces and approached in a taxi. As he came near the checkpoint, there was a number of journalists. He drew upon the checkpoint and then pulled up right next to a television cameraman where he detonated a car bomb. It was a ferocious attack. The explosion could be seen for miles away, and it absolutely destroyed the checkpoint and littered the area with debris from the vehicle, debris from the local buildings, and obviously some remains of those who were unfortunate enough to be caught in this blast.
It's shocking enough to hear it, let alone having witnessed it like you did. Are there any more details available on the suicide bomber and his motivations?
At this stage, it's still very unclear. It has only happened a matter of 4 or 5 hours ago, but it's fairly obvious where he has come from. He came from a village in northern Iraq known as Kurmal. This is a stronghold of one of the militant Islamic groups which have been waging a military campaign against the Kurdish government here in northern Iraq for over a year. These groups are linked to Al-Qaeda, which provides them with military and financial support, including, according to Western and Kurdish intelligence officials, veterans of the Afghan war. So Al-Qaeda terrorists who have survived and fought in Afghanistan have now come to join local militants here in northern Iraq. Their stated aim is to destroy the government of the Kurdish rebels here in the north, which has long been opposed to Saddam Hussein, and they are willingly looking for an American invasion. They have stated plainly that they are looking to take on American soldiers in combat. And unfortunately, this morning was their first taste with this missile attack, and this is how they have immediately responded.
Michael, I want to reflect on something that we all learned earlier today from General Tommy Franks when he talked about 7 or 8 reasons for continuing with this Operation Iraqi Freedom. And he mentioned capturing and driving out terrorists and collecting information related to terror. Just once again, describe to us the region you're in and why this is such fertile territory for what Tommy Franks is talking about.
Well, in northern Iraq, there is the Kurdish opposition government, which is a secular government, as we've discussed, opposed to Saddam Hussein. However, in a small pocket of northwestern Iraq, which borders with Iran, there is a large area which is loosely described as fundamentalist Islamist territory. In these villages, in these areas, there are people who are akin to the Taliban from Afghanistan. They have enforced a strict Islamic lifestyle, imposing Sharia law on the areas and the villages that they control. These people are vehemently opposed to the Kurdish government, which is considered secular and to be non-Islamic, and therefore deemed infidels, as much as we from the West are deemed infidels. Their intentions are to destroy the government of the Kurds and to wreak as much havoc as they can upon Western interests. These men are backed by Al-Qaeda, and it is highly suspected that they have either been developing chemical weapons of some sort or they have been experimenting with them.
Michael, you just described in great detail how a foreign journalist was lost in the suicide bombing. How is that going to affect those of you that remain in that territory and how you approach your jobs?
Well, obviously, it's very disturbing and disconcerting. However, we have known about a specific threat against Western journalists for over a month now. On February 26th, there was another suicide bombing by the same groups of Islamic militants in roughly the same area, near the town of Halabja, where the front line with these terrorists is based. when they sent their last suicide bomber behind the lines to attack civilian and military targets, we learnt at that time that there were other threats of suicide bombers which were targeting not only security and intelligence facilities in northern Iraq, but were also specifically targeting Western journalists and the hotel where most of the journalists principally stay, known as the Suleimania Palace. What followed some weeks after this was a security warning from the US government to a number of the news organisations that a direct threat had been picked up in intelligence material targeting the Western journalists. As a result, a number of people pulled out of this region of northern Iraq. Others simply pulled out of the city and took up residence in the surrounding districts. Apart from doing these things, apart from pulling out altogether, however, there's not much the journalists can do. One must be completely aware of one's personal security. You have to keep your eyes in the back of your head at all times. It is best to maintain a low profile as you move around and to avoid large groups. There are specific threats against the journalists here.
Well, we wish you safety, and thank you for sharing your insights with us. Mike Ware of Time Magazine. Back now to Judy now in Washington. A pretty vivid account of yet another journalist lost in the line of duty, their line of duty, which is covering the news. Judy?
Vivid indeed, Paula, and every time we hear about one of these casualties, whether it's a soldier, a sailor, or whoever, or a journalist, it gives us pause. The administration, President Bush, has clearly tried to prepare the American people for that, but still, when we hear of it, we reflect on the sacrifice of these very brave individuals. Even as the president thinks and mourns those who are lost, plans, progress for this war go forward. Today, the president said, this will not be a campaign of half measures. The president saying this as he oversaw the administration of this war from Camp David, the retreat in Maryland, very close to Washington. Our White House correspondent, Suzanne Malveaux, joins us now. Suzanne, we know the president is away at Camp David for the weekend, but very much following what's going on.
Absolutely, Judy, and you may hear some choppers overhead. That's because there's an anti-war protest that is taking place across from the White House. What is significant about this is the incredible police presence. We're seeing Secret Service, the U.S. Park Police, D.C. Police. You have law enforcement officials on foot, on horseback, those who are in riot gear. But this has been a peaceful demonstration, and they would like to keep it that way. The president is actually at Camp David, as you had mentioned. He met earlier with his full war council there at Camp David, including Secretary Rumsfeld, Secretary Powell, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, as well as the head of the CIA, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, among many others, to go over the intelligence, to go over the assessment of the military and diplomatic efforts in this initial phase of the bombing campaign. One thing that they are focusing on in that meeting, we are told, is really the efforts to try to get those Iraqi soldiers, particularly those from the Republican Guard, to give up their weapons, to surrender. Still a big question whether or not that will happen in central Baghdad. And the president also put in a call to British Prime Minister Tony Blair. They spoke for about 30 minutes to talk about the progress on the war as well as the humanitarian effort. And the president, again, trying to sell this war to the American people in his weekly radio address, outlining that the United States is not alone in its efforts, that there are more than 40 countries that are involved in this war in some capacity, that the administration is trying to do everything that it possibly can to prevent civilian casualties. And also the president giving a warning, however, that this is just the initial phase of this campaign, that Americans should not be over-optimistic, that there are days and weeks, tough weeks ahead. Judy?
Confidence and yet reminders it's going to take a while. Suzanne Malveaux at the White House, and now back to Paula.
Thanks, Judy. Anti-war protests continue for a third day around the world. Rallies and demonstrations were held today in major cities from Jakarta to Tokyo to London. In the United States, this first weekend of spring is drawing crowds both against the war and in support of the troops. Let's check in now with our own troops. CNN's Brian Cabell is in Atlanta. Jeff Flock is in downtown Chicago. There's Brian. And Jeff is someplace in the middle of two conflicting marches, one in favor of the war, one against. And there is Maria Hinojosa smack dab in the middle of New York's Herald Square. There they are, our trio. And let's start with Maria. She describes what is believed to be, a 2-mile long twist to protesters?
Actually, Paula, they have now been marching for well over 2 hours. We are hearing now that this demonstration is over 100,000 people. We're also hearing that so far, our last report, no arrests at all, which is pretty extraordinary for a demonstration this large and a city this large that we have had no arrests. A very diverse group of people. I don't know if you can see right there in front of you. These are some people who used to work at the World Trade Center who say that they are against this war. Some others who are holding their large signs. Many of them very angry, Paula, at the media, actually. Just a lot of people saying, how come you haven't been putting our stories on the air? Now, you are a demonstrator. You are from a religious organization. What's your feeling about this demonstration today here?
As Christians, we believe Jesus when he says it's those who show mercy and the peacemakers who will be blessed and will be called the children of God. And my sign here says that children are crying. We believe it's immoral, as all the leaders of the major religions have said. It's immoral to drop bombs near women and children and innocent people.
Okay, let me get a different perspective now. So I stopped you because I just asked you when I first stopped you if you had been to a lot of demonstrations in your time. Have you, in fact, and if this is new for you, why are you taking to the streets at this moment in history?
Yes, we went to the Washington March on January 13th, was it? Yeah. And now we're here. And that's it for us, but we'll continue to do whenever they start to demonstrate.
So you're not an old-time activist, then?
No.
What brought you out to the streets now at this moment in history?
Well, I'm 72 years old, lived in this country. I've never quite seen anything like this before, and I think it's time to just get out and do something, even if it's being here.
But, you know, there are some people who are going to say, look, the troops are on the ground right now. To see people out on the streets may be demoralizing. Some people are saying this is not patriotic. You say?
I think that bringing the troops home would be a very patriotic act. I think that war is an act of murder. I think that peace is an act of love, and I don't really see it as such a tough decision.
Thank you very much. So there you have it, a real sense of the broadness of New Yorkers who have come out to the streets. Again, we are hearing over 100,000 people, no arrests. So far calm. The weather is pretty wonderful, but I know that they're making their way down to Washington Square Park, and they're being told then to disband there. Whether or not they're going to do that is going to be unclear. It's a very loud, very vociferous, very angry group. Let's go see what's happening in Chicago now with Jeff Block.
Maria, hi. An extraordinary day in Chicago because we are getting democracy playing out in full flower here. We've got both sides represented. I am myself in the midst of a rally in support of the troops. This gentleman here says, well, you're for the president. I hear you, sir. On this side is those supporting the war. On the other side, you see some folks anti-war, and they've been remarkably respectful to each other. Is my read of it thus far. They're separated by about 50, 60 feet, as well as some police officers who are doing their best to keep it all together. I want to ask this young lady, why are you here today?
I'm here to support the troops, and God bless America.
Now, I got to ask you, we're looking over on the other side as well. We've got both sides sort of represented here today. Do you feel these folks are unpatriotic by demonstrating against the war when soldiers are in the field?
I don't think they're being unpatriotic. I think they're like, we're here for every right. Everyone has an opinion, and I'm just one person going for the troops with amongst these people, and we're here for democracy.
Right. And are you surprised to see this all playing out? What's it like to be part of this, both sides out here in the midst of the city and speaking their piece?
I'm glad to be American. This is what we're here for.
I hear you on that. Ma'am, I appreciate it so much. We'll let you go back. Thanks so much for your time. As perhaps you can see what I'm surrounded by. There's some amazing signs here. I'm so French I hate myself, says this gentleman here, Spirit of 76. And so there you go. Some flavor of this, both those supporting military action as well as those off to the other side. And we know Maria's talked to a number of them there. So that's the latest from Chicago. We want to move now on to the south. Brian Cabell, my colleague, is down there. And if he's anything like it is here, Brian, you're almost not going to be able to hear me. But to the extent you can, go ahead and take it away.
Jeff, our timing has not been impeccable here. The demonstrators, about 1,000 strong, were here in front of CNN Center. About 4 minutes ago, they have now disappeared down the streets. You can see perhaps some of the police down there. As I say, about 1,000 here today. There were a few hundred yesterday. There were about 600 or 700 the day before. 3 days in a row. No problems with police today. They had a parade permit. They came to CNN for one reason in particular. They feel that CNN has been glorifying the war, running round-the-clock coverage. They also, of course, feel they would get some pretty good coverage here, which they did. They marched for about a mile down the street over the last hour or so. No problems with police. Police were lining the streets, but again, they had a parade permit. They had bullhorns. They were able to use those, which they were not able to use yesterday. And so it was a peaceful march. It's still continuing downtown Atlanta, but we expect no problems today. Judy, Paula, back to you.
Thanks so much, Brian. And once again, it appears as though the largest protest going on right now is that one happening south of me here in New York City, where Maria Hinojosa just confirmed it's believed at least 100,000 people are marching. That's quite a bit more than was expected. The organizers said perhaps over 20,000. If that number is 100,000, that might come as a surprise to some of the law enforcement folks here. Now to bring you up to date on the military campaign, lots of interesting new details emerged out of this briefing we got earlier today from General Tommy Franks. Miles O'Brien joins us from CNN Center and has an update on all of that. Good afternoon, Miles.
Good afternoon, Paula. I'm joined by two much smarter people than myself who are going to walk us through what lies ahead as best as they see it. Screen left, David Grange, retired General, U.S. Army. Screen right, Don Shepard, retired General, U.S. Air Force. We've got two significant services covered here as we continue coverage of this march toward Baghdad. We've been talking about what has happened and what may lie ahead, and I want to take you down into the Basra region and ask both generals about these surrenders and what that portends. First of all, let's take a look as we zoom in on the Basra area. We know, for example, that there was a lot of activity in that area called Qasr, which is a port where fueling and oil shipments are brought in and out of the country, and then onward into Basra. And what the U.S. and British forces discovered there was really absolute mass surrenders. David Grange, that sounds great on paper, but it does carry a downside with it. Tell us about it.
Well, it sure does. They want to take the smallest number of prisoners as possible, just because it takes a lot of resources to take care of them. Once you seize a prisoner, take his surrender, then you have to take the weapons, segregate them, silence them, move them, protect them, and shelter and feed them. And so what they're trying to do is get as many to go back to their homes as they can. So and maybe they just pile up all their weapons, run over them with a tank or something, and keep moving.
Don Shepard, do you have the sense that they have prepared for mass surrenders such as this, or could this really bog the whole campaign down?
Well, Miles, of course it could bog it down, depending on, General Green said, how they handle the prisoners. But I think General Franks has war-gamed this, and he's prepared to do both the small surrenders and both the quick releases and the internment of those after interrogation that he thinks are really important to information about either weapons of mass destruction, oil field destruction, or Al-Qaeda, perhaps.
All right, let's talk about the other side of this, is that you're not seeing complete and total surrenders. You're also seeing a lot of small skirmishes. David Grange, as you get in this part of the world, the military probably did not anticipate the most dedicated, hardiest of troops in the Iraqi army. But those skirmishes are still going to pose problems and put troops in harm's way, correct?
That's right. And so what the soldiers, Marines have to do on the ground is they have to determine which prisoners or quitters, those that just surrender but they don't want to take into custody, you have to determine which ones pose a threat. And so what you do is you have to segregate that somehow, make a decision on the spot, because you don't want this person to pick up a weapon later and snipe at your resupply column. At the same time, if you have someone that has rank like the 51st Division Commander or someone like that, you want to grab them and get them to the rear right away for debriefing to get some critical battlefield information.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the armored advance on Baghdad. I'm moving our earthviewer.com digital globe imagery up to an area called Nasiriyah, which is along the Euphrates River, and is part of the general route that we're talking about as those armored divisions march on to Baghdad. And I'm just going to fly over this terrain and have you talk, David Grange, a little bit about the terrain and how it changes as they progress north.
Right. Now keep in mind, around both of these rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, there's a lot of irrigation, a lot of canals, and a lot of canals are obstacles. It's just not the rivers themselves, but canals and some have some substantial banks to them. Also, there's some areas in here that are still very marshy, wet, which makes it tough to go through it with heavy vehicles like an Abrams tank. Also, at each place that there's, for instance, a bridge, a location of a bridge, or a major irrigational area that's growing crops, you have a village that you have to get through. And then you have wires in the area, and so these choke points are obstacles as you're moving north towards Baghdad. Now, a lot of the area you can see from the photographs is that it's drained. The area has been drained, so the ground is firmer, which gives you the opportunity to move on the ground off-road. But then there's a series of roads running north and south that you would want to take advantage of as well. But a lot of choke points, a lot of obstacles as you move up towards Baghdad, and then the built-up areas, the number of villages and the suburban areas of Baghdad begin to increase as you're going north. Now, on the top of your screen, you'll be seeing as you move north, you'll be getting to several lakes soon, which are west of Baghdad, and these are significant obstacles that obviously would keep forces, either enemy forces or friendly forces, from moving either west or east towards or out of Baghdad. And so these lakes are significant. There they are right now, and they're to the west of Baghdad. So again, that limits approaches a certain way. So though Iraq, it looks like a vast desert, it's much different than that as you get closer and closer to the city of Baghdad.
Don Shepard, the other thing that you have to consider is not just the terrain change as you get closer to Baghdad, it's also the caliber of the adversary, correct?
Indeed. The outlying units of the Iraqi army are not the good forces. We often think of the Iraqi army as a ragtag army. Not so. They have some good divisions in the Republican Guard and some very experienced commanders and even some good generals that have survived all of the coups. The problem is that basically they are in a siege mentality from their Iran-Iraq war, and I think they may not understand what is going to come at them. I don't think anything they can do will change the final outcome, Miles.
Well, tell us a little bit about the types of troops. We're talking about Republican Guard and Special Republican Guard. There was a time, a dozen years ago, the term elite was carried with them quite a bit. I think that probably was a bit of an overstatement, but tell us about these troops and how they are equipped. First of all, Republican Guard, 60,000 troops, better equipped than the Iraqi regulars, but how motivated a force are they, David Grange?
Well, they're more motivated because they get benefits. They get paid regularly. The other troops don't get paid most of the time. They have the most modern equipment. They'll have the T-72 tank, let's say, as an example, instead of the older T-55s. They get more information. They get passes to go home to see their family. And they get these titles thrown on, like special, which may not mean a whole lot on their real, how special they really are, but to them they're special, and so they're more motivated to support Saddam.
And I guess, Don Shepard, we should point out, we're talking potentially about people who are defending their homes, and no matter what you say, whether they're special or not, or paid or not, or passes home, home is something you defend in a very innate way, right?
Yeah, indeed, Miles. We can't really predict what the fighting reaction of all these forces are going to be. And as we've already seen, some people will surrender without fighting. Others will fight a little bit and then surrender. Others may fight to the death. And probably the closer you get to Baghdad and the closer you get to the Special Republican Guard, which is the inner circle, you're going to have tougher and tougher slogging. So we have potentially some real tough fighting to do and some ugly things coming.
David Grange, Don Shepard, we're going to leave it at that now. Those are just top three on the list of problem areas we were talking about. We didn't get into the area of weapons of mass destruction and the possible use of those. We'll talk about that a little bit later, next time we get a chance. Paula?
Thanks so much, Miles. That wraps it up for our 1 o'clock hour of CNN's Strike on Iraq. For my colleagues Will Flitzer, Judy Woodruff, and Leon Harris, I'm Paula Zahn. I'll be back at 7 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Now back to Leon Harris at CNN Center in Atlanta.
Thanks, Paula. We'll see you in the morning. Hello, folks. I'm Leon Harris here at the CNN newsroom in Atlanta, and here is what's happening this hour in the strike on Iraq. Smoke continues to pour into the skies above Baghdad from sources that are still somewhat of a mystery to us hours later. You're looking here at live pictures of the skyline over Baghdad. Sirens and explosions were heard around dusk there, but that smoke appeared hours earlier. There it is. You see it there. Iraqis say coalition raids have wounded some 200 civilians in the capital alone. CNN has not been able to confirm that. Now, at this hour, 6 coalition troops have been confirmed or reported killed in combat since hostilities began, all of them American. The most recent deaths of 4 U.S. soldiers are being reported by Britain's Sky TV in central Iraq. 19 troops have died so far in 2 helicopter crashes. 14 of those were British, 5 American. The POW count by coalition estimates stands at several hundred, perhaps as many as 2,000, with thousands more Iraqis having given up, abandoning their weapons, and turning around and going back home. Yesterday, an entire Iraqi division just gave up south of Basra. That was 8,000 men giving up at one time. CENTCOM says that only 9 out of hundreds of southern Iraqi oil wells have been sabotaged, and help is apparently on the way. A source in Kuwait says U.S. troops will escort 22 Kuwaiti firefighters into the area sometime tomorrow. Down the road, experts from Texas are expected to move in as well. And peace demonstrators have gathered once again in New York, London, Washington, Atlanta, and elsewhere around the world. In New York, tens of thousands of marchers fill a Broadway area for dozens of blocks. So far, no arrests reported there. And now, CNN's coverage of strike on Iraq continues.
Coalition forces on the move, headed closer to Baghdad. Hello. I'm Will Flitzer reporting tonight live from Kuwait. Miles O'Brien and Judy Woodruff will be joining me shortly. Along the road to Baghdad, resistance from small groups of Iraqi troops. That's only expected to intensify once U.S. and British forces try to reach the Iraqi capital. In the past few hours, we've heard even more explosions in Baghdad. Those bombing raids continue, and those in charge of the military campaign say it promises to be unlike any other in history. The air campaign, of course, was very evident about this time yesterday. This is what the CNN crew who was there at the time saw as it was packing up to leave Baghdad by order of the Iraqi government. CNN has access to several posts throughout the military during the strike on Iraq. They're called embedded reporters, from the land to the sea to the skies. No one has the resources, of course, like CNN does. Let's turn now to CNN's Gary Tuckman. He's at an air base here in the Persian Gulf. Gary?
Wolf, on a relatively cold and windy night, here we come to you from the largest fighter and attack wing in the Persian Gulf. We are at an air base under the Pentagon rules that allow us to live and work here right now. We can't tell you exactly where it is. We can't even tell you what country we're in. What we can tell you is we're right near the Iraqi border, and there are more than 8,000 U.S. Marines, U.S. soldiers, U.S. airmen who are here right now. Behind us, the A-10 Warthog airplane. This is the plane, the attacker, that provides close air support to the troops on the ground. And with us right now is one of the pilots who just came back from a mission over Iraq. This is Lieutenant Colonel Mike Webb. He is with the Idaho Air National Guard. In real life, he's a Boise, Idaho policeman, but he's now flying warplanes over Iraq. You just came back. First of all, how do you feel right now?
I feel great. I'm proud to fight the good fight and stay the course for my country, to remain true and valiant in our country's course, and to do what's right in this conflict.
I realize there are certain things you can't tell us, but tell us about the mission you just flew in your A-10.
I flew a daylight mission earlier today. I was part of the shock and awe campaign that is ongoing in Iraq. I spent a mission up near a town called Nasiriyah, where they shot surface-to-air missiles at A-10 pilots. Thank God I was successful and not shot down.
You were telling us you know a missile was shot in your direction.
I do. And it's a very fearsome thought when you hear that sound go off in your headset when you have launch audio of a surface-to-air missile being fired at you.
Now, what did you do to avoid the missile?
Well, I do lots of things that include long years of training, but mostly put out chaff and flares and three-dimensional maneuvering.
Now, not on every mission you don't drop your ammunition, you don't drop your bombs. Did you on this mission?
I did drop munitions on this mission, yes, sir.
And for what purpose?
The purpose was to destroy military targets that were in non-compliance, that were not capitulating or surrendering, and we made 100% sure that there were no non-combatants or friendlies, special forces or Army troops in the immediate vicinity.
You provide close air support for the troops. Did you see the ground troops with your eyeballs?
I did not see the ground troops with my eyeballs. There were several clicks to the south. I was working north of their position.
Were you scared?
There is time when you are very fearful in the airplane, but many years of hard training and experience and a faith in a higher cause can carry you through it many times.
Colonel, thank you very much for talking with us.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate your time. Throughout this theater, for the first 24 hours of this air war, more than 2,000 sorties were flown. From this facility alone, where we're standing right now, about 250. So it gives you an idea of how much is taking place where we're standing right now. Wolf, back to you.
And Gary, it sounds like it's going to be a pretty active air base in the coming hours and days.
No question about it, Wolf. What we've seen over the last 2 hours is the number of planes coming up and down these runways increasing. We have about every 5 minutes between 2 and 5 planes taking off. The A-10s, the F-16 fighters are the 2 main aircraft that fly out of here. And as we speak right now, I want to give you a look. I'm going to walk around this direction if we can. It's a long walk around, but we're going to give you a look at one of the A-10s right over in this direction. You can see coming down the taxiway right now. The taxiway heads in a southerly direction and will go down to the end of the taxiway, turn around, take off on the runway heading north, heading towards the nation of Iraq, which is only about a 20 to 45 minute flight. We don't want to narrow it down too much, but a 20 to 45 minute flight away from here, and that's where that A-10 is going as we speak. Wolf?
Gary, that A-10 is called a Warthog, and it's an ugly plane, but it's a powerful plane. Describe to our viewers precisely its mission.
Its mission, very simply, is to provide close air support for the ground troops that are on the ground. And as the colonel just told us, he has his bombs, he has his missiles. He doesn't always use them, but if he knows that troops are in danger, if he sees things out there that could affect the troops in the long run, that's when the Warthog drops its ammunition. The altitude varies. He could fly as high as 30,000 feet. He could fly as low as 3,000 feet. But his job is to protect the members of the Army and the Marines who are on the ground right now in Iraq.
Gary Tuckman, he's at an air base here in the Persian Gulf, not far from the Iraqi border. Gary, thanks very much. Meanwhile, the Iraqi port of Qasr is now in the control of U.S. and British forces. Qasr has served as the center for the UN Oil for Food program over these many years and is reportedly a well-known den of smugglers. CNN's Jason Bellini is embedded with the U.S. Marine unit in Qasr. Right now, he's joining us live via video phone. Jason?
Wolf, I'm coming to you again from indoors. We're not allowed to be doing this outside because they're practicing very strict light discipline, meaning you can't have flashlights, you can't have any type of light on, and that's why we're having to do it in here where we're actually going to be sleeping tonight. From what we can gather, this is the an administrative office, probably one of the top administrative offices here at the port. You see a picture behind me of Saddam Hussein. We had Marines in here earlier who were sort of doing a little rummaging, and they discovered some flags that Iraqi flags that they're taking home as souvenirs. One thing we learned today was that the Allies were a little bit early yesterday in describing this port as contained. Turns out there was more work to be done today, and that there was more potshots being taken at them from inside the port and from also the town of Qasr. Today, though, they say that they have this place fully contained, that they have the situation under control, and the colonel of the Marine Expeditionary Unit, the unit where we're embedded, said that that they are finished mopping up, and that it took them a little bit longer than they would have liked to finish this job. That I can tell you right now, we've been hearing some planes coming over. We heard some rumbling in the background that sound to us like bombs. It's hard to tell exactly where they are, how far away they are from us. The other thing we learned today from the colonel is that they've collected now between 400 and 450 enemy prisoners of war, most of them housed right here in the port, in the new port of Qasr, inside of a warehouse. 50 of them, it turns out, came by boat from the British, who dropped them off here at the port. The colonel also said that most of these, or many of these individuals they picked up, were not in military dress. but some of them had underneath their clothing, military uniforms, or had with them military uniforms. They also suspect that a number of people showed up here at the port. A number of Iraqi military men showed up here after they learned that the Marines were here, came here to try to put up a fight, but now those fights have been put down. Wolf?
Jason, now that the U.S. and the British forces have Qasr under control, is the port there operating relatively normally, or is it shut down?
It's still shut down. It's still a ghost town, but they said they'd like to have this port up and running again in 72 hours, and they're taking steps towards that, beginning with having experts come in who are going to be searching the port for booby traps and for mines, and they're also going to bring in people who are experts at running ports, maybe taking over this office where we're sleeping tonight, coming in here and trying to get this up and running. It's a big priority for them for food aid to be coming in and to send that message to the Iraqi people, a message they hope they'll get, that the allies are here to help them, to bring them humanitarian aid, and they're not here as occupiers. Wolf?
Jason Bellini, he's in Qasr right now, under the U.S. and British military control, that key, critical, important port facility. Jason Bellini, thanks very much. Hopefully you can get a good night's sleep in that office where you are right now. Judy, back to you.
Thanks, Wolf. Well, as Operation Iraqi Freedom nears the end of its third day, there are problems and there is progress to report. And I want to bring in our Pentagon correspondent, Barbara Starr. Now, Barbara, one of the strikes that we want to talk about with you is the target that was hit by coalition forces in the Kurdish-controlled part of northern Iraq. This is an area widely perceived to be friendly to the U.S., but not in one particular location.
That's right, Judy. There has been for some time up there a suspected chemical weapons compound. It's a very unusual, unique site. It is said to be run by a radical Kurdish group called Ansar al-Islam that operates in that particular region of northern Iraq controlled by the Kurds, and that group, Ansar al-Islam, has long been said by the Bush administration to have ties to the Al-Qaeda. This compound has been under U.S. reconnaissance for some months now. We are told an initial strike in recent hours against that compound, and they will go back, look at the damage assessment, see what they've accomplished, and possibly strike it again. But just to sort of wrap up some of the statistics as to where things stand at the moment, Pentagon officials are saying since Friday, yesterday, when they officially began the air campaign, they have flown some 2,000 missions, about 1,000 of them being combat missions over Iraq. Now, where they say we are at the moment is in the U.S. military is at the moment, is in the initial phases of a 3 to 4 day air campaign against fixed targets, the leadership targets that we have all seen struck in Baghdad. That was the first goal, see if they could get the Iraqi regime to capitulate, to surrender. They clearly have not. As this 3 day to 4 day period goes on, we will see things begin to shift, we are told, into the next phase. And that's the phase against Iraqi ground forces, searching, looking for emerging targets, looking for Iraqi forces on the move, trying to shut down their communications, their methods of operating. That's what's likely to emerge, we're told, in the next several days. It's all part of an effort to keep the action going across Iraq, which is still ongoing, that action, much of it now taking place outside the view of those TV cameras in Baghdad, which have been keeping around the watch. Some of those operations around Iraq really are very far-flung. We talked about the northern front. We know that ground forces are moving along the south. There has been activity out in the west. Air Force A-10 aircraft not only doing the close air support for ground forces that Gary Tuchman talked about, but also now going on scud hunting missions in the west, patrolling the skies, seeing if there's any evidence Saddam Hussein's military has moved any of their scuds. No reports of that yet, we are told. But all of that action does continue. Judy?
And Barbara, you mentioned the Scuds. We know that during the first Gulf War Desert Storm 12 years ago, the Scuds were among the most feared weapons that the Iraqis have had. Why is it that there seem to be many fewer of them this go-round?
Well, no one knows exactly how many Scud missiles and Scud launchers are still in the possession of Iraq, but ever since the Gulf War, There has been a general consensus in the intelligence community amongst the United Nations that maybe they still have something like 24. There is a sense amongst the intelligence community that those have mostly been placed in western Iraq, possibly to threaten Israel. So in this campaign, one of the very first goals was to put special forces in western Iraq, have them participate on the ground in watching for any possible movement of Scud activity, and then be able to call in early airstrikes right off the bat, provide that hedge or that feeling of protection for Israel so that nothing would happen there. And so far, no evidence of any Scud activity.
And Barbara, just quickly, getting back to a point that Miles was making with the two generals a moment ago, and that is the expectation that the Iraqis are going to be in some way fortify the Special Republican Guard around Baghdad. Is the Pentagon at this point saying anything about what they expect when they get close to Baghdad?
Their planning scenario at the moment, as they get closer to Baghdad, the U.S. military says they are going to be as cautious as ever. They say that the area they've been moving through so far, southern Iraq, they have mainly been encountering regular Iraqi army units. These are conscripts mainly, very poorly cared for. No real expectation that they would put up more than the sporadic fighting that has been seen. A lot of concern as they get closer to Baghdad about the Republican Guard, the Special Republican Guard, said to be the most loyal to Saddam, said that they are very willing to fight. There is a belief that some of them may have been equipped with chemical munitions. That's an assessment by the intelligence community, not hard evidence at this point. So U.S. military forces will be very cautious as they begin to approach, and that is the reason for what we will see in the coming days, which is more activity against Iraqi ground forces, basically to soften up all the opposition before the U.S. forces get too close to them. Judy?
And Barbara, clearly no timetable on that yet.
No, they are currently, the military, the U.S. military currently is still assessing the bomb damage assessment from the first 2 nights of the campaign, trying to take a look at what they feel they might have accomplished. What they are still watching for is any sign that the Iraqi leadership is ready to surrender, ready to capitulate. As of several hours ago, they say they've had no sign of that. The surrenders that they have seen so far, still with that regular Iraqi army, no indication of any surrenders by senior leadership or Republican Guard. But I must tell you, they still tell us at the Pentagon that the U.S. government and representatives of the U.S. government are in private communication with Iraqi leadership. No indication of the success of those talks yet.
Well, it's one thing, one of the many things we're all waiting to hear about. All right, Barbara Starr reporting from the Pentagon. As we've been telling you all day, President Bush monitoring this first weekend of the Operation Iraqi Freedom from Camp David, the presidential retreat. The president is there to get some exercise, but this morning he spent time with his war council. Our White House correspondent Suzanne Malveaux joins us now from the White House. And Suzanne, the last time I talked to you, there were anti-war protesters nearby, something the president left behind.
Absolutely, Judy. You may hear those helicopters above. They are still out in full force just across the street from the White House. What has really been incredible is the police presence. We're talking about Secret Service, U.S. Park Police, D.C. Police. We have seen law enforcement officers on foot, on horseback, even in riot gear. So far it has been peaceful. That's the way they want to keep it. But President Bush, away from all of this, he is at Camp David, where he met for about 90 minutes with his full war council, is what they are calling. His top advisors, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, Secretary Powell, his National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as well as the head of the CIA, among others, to talk about the strategy of the war, to talk about the progress as well. President Bush also put in a call about 30 minutes to British Prime Minister Tony Blair to talk about, of course, the critical humanitarian aid that is going to be necessary in the days and the weeks to come. And the president is really trying to sell this war to the American people. In his radio address, he said, quite frankly, that the U.S. does have international support, that there are more than 40 countries that are backing it up, that the United States is trying its very best to prevent civilian casualties, and that it's really going to be a robust effort. We also heard from General Tommy Franks, who is the head of U.S. Central Command, and he quite frankly admitted that they do not know where Saddam Hussein is. But senior administration officials have been saying that the Iraqi leadership is in total disarray. Franks saying that it's going to take the Americans' patience to see this thing through.
This will be a campaign unlike any other in history. A campaign characterized by shock, by surprise, by flexibility, by the employment of precise munitions on a scale never before seen, and by the application of overwhelming force.
And Judy, General Franks also emphasizing this is not about one personality or one man. He also said as well that they are encouraged by some signs of Iraqi forces surrendering, some thousands of troops, he said, that are laying down their weapons. Judy?
All right, Suzanne Malveaux at the White House, President Bush, as we've been saying, at Camp David, meeting with all of his advisors from Vice President Cheney on down, but very much following the events and the action in this war. Let's go back to Kuwait City now and to Wolf.
Thanks very much, Judy. Quiet night here in Kuwait City. No air raid sirens so far. Let's hope it stays like that. There is certainly, though, is a lot going on in northern Iraq and conflicting reports about Turkish troop movements there. Our Jane Araf is in Dohuk. That's in northern Iraq. She's following the latest events there. She's joining us now live. Jane?
Wolf, those small numbers of Turkish troops that are said to have crossed into northern Iraq last night are keeping a low profile. So low, in fact, that Kurdish officials and Turkish officials are claiming that they haven't come in at all. Now, U.S. defense and British defense officials, though, are saying that a small unit does appear to have crossed. Now, we have to remember it's a very long border with Iraq, about 250 kilometers, and it's really quite easy for 1,000 troops or so to get lost in that, to keep the low profile that they are keeping. Now, Kurdish officials have said that they could expect a fight if they did come in large numbers, but presumably nobody is trying to escalate the situation, and they are keeping it calm. Along the line of control near Mosul, one of Iraq's biggest cities, we were seeing Iraqi soldiers patrolling a ridge, everything relatively normal, about 400 meters from a Kurdish position. There were soldiers armed with heavy machine guns and rifles patrolling the ridge and stopping for prayer at midday. And interestingly, Wolf, officials here, emergency officials, are saying that they are downgrading their estimate of how many refugees they might see from the Mosul area. That's presumably because they expect when Mosul falls, it will fall relatively easily and not result in that flood of refugees that they had been preparing for here. Wolf?
It's amazing because, as you probably remember, Jane, a dozen years ago during the first Persian Gulf War, there were tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of Iraqi refugees that flooded not only into Turkey but Iran. That doesn't seem to be taking place anywhere near those numbers right now.
I think you're absolutely right. Those are those terrible images that everyone remembers of families freezing in the mountains, but Kurdish officials point out it's a very different region. After the 1991 Gulf War and during the war, people were fleeing Iraqi forces, and they were fleeing as far north as they could get towards the Turkish border, towards a country that was unprepared to deal with those kinds of numbers. Now, Kurds say they have an infrastructure in place. They've been building up this region for the past 12 years, and they're well equipped to take care of people. We aren't seeing people fleeing from Iraqi forces simply because Mosul has not fallen, nor have other cities, and that escape route is closed down. But when it does happen, officials now are saying they expect it to happen in more limited numbers, and there will be much more resources here in northern Iraq to be able to take care of them. Wolf?
All right, we all remember Operation Provide Comfort that occurred at that time a dozen years ago in northern Iraq and in Turkey, neighboring Iran, as the U.S. and the coalition tried to provide comfort to those tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of refugees. Jane Araf in Dohuk in northern Iraq, thanks very much. So far, 3 days of war, but also so far no sign, as I say, of that exodus of Iraqi refugees. Neighboring Jordan is hoping for the best, but so far preparing for the worst. CNN's Matthew Chance is at the Iraqi-Jordanian border. He's joining us now live via video phone. Matthew?
Thanks, Wolf. And that's right. Even though that expected refugee influx, not just to Jordan, but to other countries and other regions surrounding the area of Iraq controlled by Saddam Hussein, has not materialized as yet, it's still very much early days in this US-led invasion, and officials, together with the aid agencies, at least here in Jordan, are certainly preparing for the worst. What we have been seeing coming out of Iraq over the past 72 hours or so since this campaign started is several hundred third country nationals, people from Sudan and Somalia who've been studying or working inside Iraq along with their families and have taken this opportunity to escape to the relative safety of neighboring Jordan while they still could through the border checkpoint. They've been housed in makeshift desert camps that have been set up by the Jordanian authorities in conjunction with the various aid agencies, where they're being processed and fed and given shelter before they're moved on to their home countries. But as the point you were just making in that previous report, we have not seen the wide-scale influx of Iraqi nationals into these Jordanian camps, or indeed to any of the other neighboring countries around Iraq so far. Jordanian officials, though, hoping that it won't materialize. Well,
Matthew, Jordan has an incredible stake in this entire situation with Iraq, its neighbor, of course. So much of Jordan's exports and imports go through Iraq. How are Jordanian officials dealing with the sensitive aspect? On the one hand, they want to have a good relationship with the United States. On the other hand, they have enormous economic ties with Iraq.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation for the Jordanian authorities. There are these very close economic ties that you mentioned with Iraq. They get all of their oil from the Iraqi oil fields at a discounted price. In exchange for that, Iraq provides the biggest market for Jordanian products outside of its own domestic market. So it's a crucial economic relationship, and people in Jordan are very sensitive to that. But there is something more important, perhaps, and that's the political opposition amongst the majority of the Jordanian population. Many here, just like across the Arab world, see that it's double standards. They see this as double standards. United States basically supporting a regime, or rather supporting action in Israel, supporting the Israeli government, and at the same time carrying out this action in Iraq that angers a lot of ordinary Jordanians.
But we heard from King Abdullah yesterday, and he provided a much more balanced message.
That's right, King Abdullah trying to walk the line between the very difficult relations that he has to maintain between the United States and the rest of the Arab world, particularly his own population. He's made it clear that to sort of reassure his own population that he will not allow US forces at this stage to launch an attack on neighboring Iraq from Jordanian territory. That's still the official position, and he's hoping very much that that will be enough to at least placate his very angry population.
CNN's Matthew Chance in Jordan on the border with Iraq. Matthew, thanks very much. And as all of our viewers hopefully by now know, the CNN team that was expelled from Baghdad is now very safe inside Jordan. Our Paul Azan spoke earlier today with CNN's Nick Robertson, Reem Brahimi, and Ingrid Fromanek earlier in the day.
Late yesterday afternoon, Iraqi officials told us that they were going to close the CNN office. They said that they were going to tell the CNN team to leave. They told us to leave, and it was late in the day. We said that we wanted to stay. It wasn't safe to leave because it was getting dark. They didn't really acquiesce on that issue. They just allowed that to happen. We stayed in the hotel overnight and left early this morning. Let me bring in for a moment, if I can, our executive producer here, Ingrid Fromanek. Ingrid was more involved than all of us with the Iraqi officials over the last few days. Ingrid, just talk us through what happened, why did they expel us, and how did that progress over the last few days?
Well, obviously the situation had grown more tense in Iraq in recent days due to the bombing, and the officials were feeling the pressure. It's been a great propaganda campaign. I mean, all sides want to control the media as much as possible, and that goes for the Iraqis as well as the Americans. And their concern was that they were getting their message out. They were increasingly intense as the bombing went on, and it just got very much more difficult to work. In the days during the bombing, we were not allowed to use our satellite phones from the rooms in our hotel, which made it more difficult to to be able to report, but these two guys did a great job of doing that nevertheless. And we're very limited in being able to transmit pictures. All the satellite dishes remained at the Ministry of Information, which was in an area that was bombed heavily in the last few days.
Fortunately, all of our reporters now, all 4 of our journalists inside Iraq are safe and sound in Jordan. Let's go to Miles in Atlanta. Miles?
Well, still to come this hour, we'll continue to look at what's going on in northern...
Rack 'em up, people. Get 50% off your first month in the neighborhood. Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI before May 1st.
Your pet's same exact heartworm and flea medications delivered to your home, saving you time and money. 1-800-PET-MEDS. We deliver savings and convenience on HeartGuard, Advantage, Frontline, and all other pet medications. Call to order now or order online.
All day today, CNN takes you there live. Baghdad under fire, the latest on Saddam's whereabouts. And at 7 Eastern, a special report. Join CNN live from the front lines. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
While the troops are marching and missiles are flying over Iraq, back here in the United States, thousands of Americans are marching, many of them against the war in Iraq, some of them in support of the president's policies. These are live pictures from New York City, where apparently tens of thousands of people are marching down one of the main thoroughfares of New York City in Manhattan. We have 3 correspondents following. You can see police moving in. We've got 3 correspondents following what's going on in both in Chicago, in Atlanta, and in San Francisco at this hour. Jeff Flock is in Chicago, Brian Cabell in Atlanta, Rusty Dornan in San Francisco. But let's start with what may be, as you see here, the biggest demonstration in New York, and CNN's Maria Hinojosa. Maria.
Judy, the demonstrators have been marching down Broadway now starting at noon, so well over 2.5 hours. Police are saying that this crowd is well over 100,000. Now, we do hear that there is some kind of confrontation taking place on 14th Street, but here in Midtown Manhattan on 34th Street, a very angry crowd, a lot of anger at the media, Judy, I have to say, but also very angry clearly that this war has taken place and that it's going forward. Now, they say that they continue to feel undaunted about the fact that the war has started, that what they are demonstrating for now is to end the war as quickly as possible, and they are asking for the U.S. troops to come home. But I want to give you a sense of some of the people who are here. You came here today to say what? I mean, some people would say, you know, the war is already taking place. What good is it to take to the streets now?
This is an unjust war. I'm a New York City school teacher. We need money for schools and not for war. We need to make sure that Cheney and Bush and Rumsfeld and Wolfowitz don't continue this war on innocent people in the name of safety.
What do you say to people who say that by taking to the streets now it's something of an unpatriotic move, given that soldiers are putting their lives on the line at this moment?
We support the soldiers. We want to support them and bring them home to a just country, a just world where they have access to health care and jobs. And people that think that demonstrating isn't patriotic need to re-examine their history books.
Thank you very much. Now, also, a lot of children, surprisingly, Judy, a lot of young teenagers, a lot of high school students, but a lot of mothers with their children as well. And I just wanted to ask you, why as a mom, I mean, you're here with your baby asleep, your other little one, why come out to the streets on a day like today?
Well, I think like everybody else, to say that I don't agree with what the Bush government is doing.
What would you say to people, though, who say that at this precise moment what you should be doing is writing a letter to these troops, letting them know that you support them instead of taking to the streets?
Well, there are lots of slogans out there saying, we support our troops, bring them home. I think that's the right thing to do. Bring them home, make them teachers, make them something interesting, not harm.
And do you think, though, that the policymakers in Washington really are interested in seeing this? Will this motivate them, move them in any way?
Well, whether they are interested or not, I think it's a duty, a moral duty to say that you're against something that's being done and that you find unfair.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah. So, again, Judy, a real diversity. I have been coming to the demonstrations now for several weeks now, and what's interesting to me is when you continue to find people who have never taken to the streets, who are doing this for the very first time in their lives. And as you can see, a lot of anger specifically at the media. We're trying to tell them that we are trying to tell it like it is, but they are very, very angry, and that is probably one of the reasons why they have taken to the streets as well. Judy.
Maria, as we are we're watching you and listening to you. We're watching another picture in New York. This is from a camera high overhead on either from a helicopter or on top of a building. We assume a helicopter. A number of people running down the street. We cannot quite make out what's going on, but they do seem to be either running away from the police or police chasing them. It's not clear. We're not quite close enough to figure out what's going on. Here you see these are live pictures in New York City, and this is a side street off of that demonstration of what appear to be perhaps 100,000, certainly tens of thousands of people marching down a central thoroughfare in Manhattan. We're going to keep an eye on this for just a moment while we try to figure out what's going on. Again, people breaking and running, and we can't tell if it's because police are chasing them. That seems to be a safe assumption, but we don't know because we see some police cars, but we can't see the specific. There you see some police motorcycles moving through. All is very symbolic of just how strong the feelings are among some Americans against this war. Here you are, people running around a car, police getting out of the car, and you are seeing this as we are seeing it. Live pictures in downtown New York City, in Manhattan, people appear to be running away from the police to try to get to safety. And it's not clear to us just how far they are from the main march route, if you will. Today there was not scheduled to be a rally. They were just scheduled to march down some of the main thoroughfares in New York City, and you can see what looks like uniformed policemen chasing these people. And Maria was telling us, I think, that the police have tried to keep the marchers to one particular avenue, but it's evidently they have not been successful doing that. Again, these pictures coming to us from, we have to assume, a helicopter overhead in New York City. We don't have the address. All we can tell you that this is what appears to be the west side of Manhattan, downtown New York City. And as we watch this, we're going to keep an eye on this. We also want to take you to one of the other cities where there are protest marchers. In Chicago, there have been not only protests against the war marches, but there have been marchers out in support of President Bush's policies. And while we continue to keep an eye on what's going on in New York, let's bring in our Jeff Flock for the latest of what's going on in Chicago. Jeff, you with us?
Yes, Judy, I got you loud and clear. It has been an extraordinary day because both protests, both demonstrations that you refer to, have been going on simultaneously since about 11 o'clock local time here. Now, I'm in the midst of what's left of the pro-troops rally. That dispersed a little bit ago, but some people have stuck around. And, you talk about the police action going on in New York. Perhaps if we're able to see in our camera positions across the street, because we're not able to get our cable all the way over here, but perhaps you see police arrayed in riot gear keeping apart the pro-troop rally and the anti-war rally. A lot of chanting and discussion going on back and forth, but the police have them separated by about a good, I'm guessing it's about, maybe 40, 50, 60 feet, but right in the center of it, some real serious screaming going on back and forth. But having said that, I think it's fair to say also that this has been a respectful day. Both sides, to the extent possible, for a long time, were mingling among each other. Police sort of keeping watch on it and trying to keep people in individual spots. But, we've been talking to folks in the crowd. I got a gentleman here next to me who's wrapped literally in an American flag. Why'd you come out today, sir?
Support the troops, support America, support President Bush initiative.
When you see this anti-war sentiment and the chanting going on back and forth, do you feel those folks are being unpatriotic by being out and demonstrating against the war when you've got troops in the field?
Not necessarily. I think they support the troops, but I'm a little concerned that they're not supporting the American initiative to liberate Kuwait and Iraq and get things going the right way worldwide. I mean, world peace is a world issue, and we need to be behind all of our troops, and particularly the president at this point in time.
Some people say this is what America's all about, this ability to sort of have two groups of folks with differing views be in the same spot and express them.
Agree 100%. This is what it's about, but these folks over here don't understand that a lot of people died for this right, and we need to be behind that and understand that, be respectful of both causes. I feel that there's a lot of folks here that are just coming out here trying to party and have a good time, and what happened on Lakeshore Drive the other night, that some lives were cost because ambulances couldn't get into the hospitals and things like that. So I think that we gotta keep things in perspective and be behind our troops 100%.
I appreciate the perspective, sir. Thanks for your time. So we'll keep an eye on it here, Judy, but perhaps you see Chicago police and Stike, if you're able to maybe get off to the left there, you see they're already arrayed in riot gear, pretty much full riot gear, not wearing gas masks at the moment, but they do have them on their hip. You can't see it, but they do. So ready for anything here, but we're hopeful that this will remain a peaceful and respectful day in Chicago as both viewpoints are being expressed. Judy, back to you.
Jeff Flock reporting from Chicago, and you see the pictures in Chicago, from Chicago in the smaller box in the left part of your screen. On the right side of your screen, the larger picture, New York City, downtown Manhattan, where there is a massive anti-war protest underway. Our Maria Hinojosa has been reporting from there. We've been hearing people with some very strong feelings, and you can tell from the people Maria, the people Jeff, and the people Brian Cabell in Atlanta have been talking to. People in this country have strong feelings on both sides. Some people feel vehemently that President Bush has done the right thing, that it's long overdue time to liberate the people of Iraq living under a suppressive, tyrannical dictator. On the other hand, many Americans feel strongly, as you've been hearing, that this war was not something the United States should have initiated. That they're, in the words of some, they haven't seen the proof of a connection between Iraq and Saddam Hussein and what happened to the United States on September 11th. Very strong feelings on both sides. It is we live in a democracy. We live in a country where people can express their views. You'd never see something like this in Iraq or in many other countries around the world that do not have the freedom, the extraordinary freedom to express opinion that we have in this country, and it's something that we all should be thankful for every day. And we say this even as we watch police trying to keep order in Chicago, police trying to keep order in New York City. We all agree that whatever protests are out there, they ought to be conducted in a way to respect the civil rights of others, to respect the rights of everyone to speak out. But again, very strong feelings, and many would say that's what makes America the country that it is. I mentioned Brian Cabell in Atlanta, and I believe he is with us. He was telling us a little earlier this afternoon that there was a large crowd of people gathered around the CNN Center building in downtown Atlanta, that they were moving on down, I believe, north on Peachtree Street. Brian, are you with us? All right, we're gonna move on right now, but again, strong feelings, demonstrations in a number of American cities today, including San Francisco. And just quickly, look at this this poll. There was a poll done in the last few days, CNN USA Today Gallup poll. The support for President Bush's policies in the last days since this war has gotten underway have gone up. What was a support, a little bit over majority support, is now 76% approval, 20% disapproval. Of course, these numbers are moving, and this is a snapshot, but you can see right now this president has the support of an overwhelming majority of American people. Wolf, back to you in Kuwait City.
Thanks very much. Where there's strong support for the president as well, the Kuwaitis strongly supporting this coalition effort against Iraq. There's no doubt that there's an intensive military campaign underway, but there's a continuing diplomatic campaign underway as well. Let's go to the State Department, CNN State Department correspondent Andrea Koppel. Some interesting diplomatic twists unfolding right now, Andrea.
That's right, Wolf. Our viewers may remember that earlier in the week, the French ambassador to Washington, Jean-David Levitte, had told CNN that if Iraq were to launch a chemical, a biological, or even a nuclear attack against the U.S. and its coalition of the willing, that it would be willing to get involved in a military fashion, that it would be willing to send experts in decontamination to the region. Well, now CNN has learned that, in fact, the French have already deployed one unit of 39 soldiers and 2 armored personnel carriers to Qatar. This is an arrangement that French diplomats tell CNN was made between the French government directly with the Qatar government. not through the United States, not through any other members of the Coalition of the Willing, but that this unit is already on its way to the region. And in fact, Wolf, I'm told that this deal was worked out last week when the French defense minister was in the Persian Gulf meeting with Qatari government officials. Wolf?
I'm sure officials in Qatar are pleased about that development. There's also a development involving Iran that is causing some headaches for the State Department. Andrea, tell our viewers what's happening on that front.
Right. Well, this is a matter actually that is involving some diplomatic exchanges between the United States and the government of Iran through the Swiss Channel. Since 1979 and the Iran hostage crisis, the United States and Tehran don't have direct diplomatic relations, so they pass messages between themselves through the Swiss embassy, and I'm told there have been several exchanges. In fact, the State Department is being very public about these exchanges, Wolf, unusually so, trying to make very clear that reports out of Tehran that there may have been errant U.S. missiles that have landed in southwestern Iran, that these missiles are being these reports are being investigated. In fact, State Department Deputy Spokesman Philip Reeker has told CNN that these messages have been passed in the last couple of days, and he said, "We take seriously Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity." This is a very sensitive matter. In fact, in sort of a preemptive diplomatic way, the U.S. held secret meetings with Iranian officials weeks ago before the war began to try to head off any potential problems like this. And during those discussions, I'm told, Iranian officials agreed to what's known as active neutrality. That means that if there were, for instance, missiles that landed on Iranian soil, or perhaps even U.S. or coalition troops that landed accidentally on Iranian territory, that you could have either search and rescue missions, or that the U.S. might even be able to have overflight rights. But as things stand right now, there are these reports out of Iran that maybe U.S. missiles, perhaps as many as 3, landed just over the border from Basra on Iranian soil, perhaps even near an Iranian oil refinery depot. And the U.S. is taking these reports seriously, although defense officials have told CNN, Wolf, that according to their satellite imagery and the reports that they've been able to gather from their intelligence, they don't believe that these were U.S. American Tomahawk missiles. Nevertheless, because of the sensitivity of the diplomatic relationship, they are looking into this very, very seriously, Wolf.
Andrea Koppel, thanks very much. Andrea's at the State Department, of course. Let's go to Miles O'Brien at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Miles?
Wolf, we are in many ways limited by our technology covering this war. We have cameras in Baghdad, and we've been able to show you a tremendous amount of activity there. We also have had cameras embedded with U.S. troops. Nevertheless, there's a lot going on that we haven't seen just yet. I want to just tell you where we're headed as I take a look at this map. This is our earthviewer.com map with the digital globe imagery. We're going to take a look down here in the Basra area. Then we're going to go up here into the western part of Iraq they call the Scud Box, to a couple of airfields called H2 and H3. And then we're going to check in onto Crete and Mosul and give you a sense of what's going on there with a bird's eye view from our imagery, at least give you some before images with the help of 2 of our experts, General David Grange, General Don Shepard, joining us from the map table to give us some insights. General, it's good to have you with us. Let's first of all talk about what's going on in the south. We'll move the map in to Qasr and then into Basra. As we take a look at some of the action that we've captured there from some of our embeds and other sources, this is, of course, where we saw that mass surrender of Iraqi troops. What has gone on there that we haven't seen necessarily?
Well, basically, Miles, down in the port area of Qasr, which is very key, we've had British commandos, Navy SEALs, Marines, all working in a combined operation to basically quickly seize the port and move north into the Basra area as well, and the British securing the Al-Faw Peninsula. Now, the importance of this area is, of course, to secure the oil fields, the Ramallah oil fields. General Frank said in his briefing today that 9 wells had been set on fire out of the 500 in the area. He considered it a major success, not only to get in and secure the oil fields, but to secure the oil terminals, pumping stations, and of course the port, which is key not only to the economic recovery out of Iraq, but into Iraq as well later on.
All right, and I'm zooming in right here to Qasar. This is where all that happened. This is the borderline between Kuwait and Iraq. That'll give you that sense. Let's move up to Basra. Anything more to tell about Basra, David Grange or Don Shepard, that we don't know and haven't necessarily seen?
No, I think that the fighting continues. A lot of skirmishing going on, prisoners being taken, and securing some key areas around the river network there in the town of Basra, which is the second most populated city in Iraq.
All right, let's go to the Scud Box, and this is a place David Grange knows a lot about. He has spent some time there a dozen years ago. He was in the Scud Box wearing a uniform that time. First of all, I got a big wide shot here, and I want to try to lay this out for everybody. First of all, in the foreground, where that star is, that's Baghdad, kind of underneath there. There you go. This area that I'm talking about is right out in here. This is what is known as the Scud Box, and you'll see there are a couple of airfields out there, H2 and H3, number 1 and number 2. These are critical. As I move in on them, David Grange, why don't you explain their strategic importance?
Well, these are very important, just like they were in the War of '91. This is where the Iraq could fire Scud missiles into Israel or any of the countries that direction.
That's Israel. I've just highlighted Israel, by the way, just so you have a sense of what we're talking about. We're talking about a 275, maybe 300-mile run, right?
Right, and the Scud Box, this gives you the capability of firing from that area up to 600-700 kilometers into a target area. So it's a critical piece of terrain. H2, H3 airfields are critical to hide, support Scuds, as well as enemy tactical aircraft.
All right, I'm bringing you down into H2. Let me show you this airfield. This is something. It's about an 8,000-foot strip. Owning that strip is a good thing if you're trying to engage in any military operations, because you don't have to do the airborne refueling that we've seen so much of so far, right?
Exactly. They can be used for forward operating bases to launch helicopter or other operations out of throughout the rest of western Iraq. So it shortens the legs for operations throughout the area. And again, it was critical in the '91 war to our forces that went in there. A lot of publications out on this now, on the difficulty of finding Scuds in western Iraq, not only near H2, H3, but in a whole vicinity in the wadis, in the mountains, in the desert, to keep those Scuds from being fired.
All right, now I have moved the map up to Kirkuk, and I wanted to show you this airfield. And Don Shepard, we don't know that this airfield necessarily was targeted. We do know that Kirkuk was targeted. Take a look at these reinforced hangars and potentially ammunition storage areas there. Can you assess that for us on the fly here, Don Shepard, as to what we're looking at here?
Yeah, basically this is a bunch of hardened aircraft shelters. Not only could you operate fighter aircraft or any other kind of aircraft out of there, but you could hide lots of weapons of mass destruction in these bunkers and, of course, underground. It's very likely that this was targeted, but you want to be careful not to destroy the runways, because you may need them later on for reconstructing the country.
All right, we're just about out of time. I'm going to fly you quickly over to Tikrit. Tikrit, of course, the hometown of Saddam Hussein, his clan, his tribe, just absolutely laced with palaces. We know that that has been a target. We don't know if these palaces, which you see lining this lake, here, and here, we don't know if they're still standing. That remains to be seen, gentlemen. Do you have any insights for us on that?
Yeah, to be seen. And the other key thing here is many of these could be used as decoys. In other words, a lot of these hide sites may not be apparent from even these images, but here you can expect, most likely, a lot of tough resistance, hometown of Hussein, a lot of loyal supporters in this area.
All right, gentlemen, appreciate it. General Don Shepard, General David Grange of the Air Force and the Army, respectively. We appreciate your insights, as always, giving us a sense of what's going on outside the view of our camera lenses. Back with more in just a bit. Stay with us.
There must be 50 ways the aerobed saves the day. Like reason 19, you've got the guest room, but no guest bed. Number 3, your guest bed invites your guest to go away. Relax. Just plug in the aerobed, push the button, and you have a comfortable, adjustable extra bed in less than 1 minute. The new pump is recessed, and it's 30% more powerful, with quadra-coil construction for a smoother surface. It's even adjustable with our exclusive one-touch comfort control. and it can hold up to 650 pounds. Plus, it stores away in seconds. And now you can get the new and improved Aero bed at the same low price.
Call now to get the Aero bed for just 3 easy payments of only $33.
Plus, get this free carry bag and get our 30-night money-back guarantee.
Buy now. That's just 3 payments of $33 or visit a fine retail store near you.
How many ways will you use your Aero bed?
Hello, I'm Leon Harris in Atlanta, where it's 3 p.m. in the east here. It's also 11 p.m. in Baghdad. Here's what's happening at this hour in the strike on Iraq. Baghdad is smoky, but at this moment it is quiet after a day of sporadic explosions. As you may know, 24 hours ago, town was hopping in a bad way. Reuters news service says the smoke comes from oil-filled trenches that Iraqis set on fire to cut visibility. That hasn't been confirmed as yet, but we do know that there were some thunderous blasts that shaken the city throughout the day and into this evening. Now, less than 200 miles to Baghdad south, the 3rd U.S. Army Squadron of the 7th Infantry is hoping for an easier day tomorrow. Today, the 307th was forced to spend hours overcoming a surprisingly tough band of Iraqi defenders. No one on the U.S. side was hurt, though. Now, since the war broke out, 6 U.S. troops have been confirmed or reported killed in combat. The most recent being 4 soldiers reportedly killed while traveling in 2 Humvees in central Iraq. Britain's Sky TV says the Humvees were hit by rocket-propelled grenades. Helicopter accidents have taken the lives of 19 coalition troops, 14 of them British. And coalition troops in Qasr are fighting what a British official says are guerrilla tactics among Iraqi forces who have not been killed, captured, or driven out yet. That city and the surrounding Gulf Peninsula are essentially now in U.S. and British hands, but the Brits report a few Iraqi soldiers are dressing up in civilian clothing and firing at them out of windows. And here is where the coalition stands now, literally. Less than 72 hours into the hostilities, Iraq's Al-Faw Peninsula, as we mentioned, has fallen, as have the key Iraqi airfields dubbed H2 and H3, and the Euphrates River town of Nasiriyah, I should say. Civilians in that southern town of Safwan helped U.S. troops tear down portraits of Saddam Hussein, so we know what their sentiments are. Now, stateside here, police chased anti-war protesters in New York today. Apparently, some of the marchers didn't stick to the route they were supposed to travel down Broadway. Police and organizers both estimate this crowd at about 100,000, possibly making this the largest of a host of demonstrations being held across the U.S. today. And now, CNN's coverage of strike on Iraq continues.
Baghdad waits for the bombs to fall again. The smoke of recent explosions still lingering in the air. On the ground, coalition troops keep pushing toward the capital, but lose more of their own along the way. CNN's special coverage of the strike on Iraq continues. I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington. Let's go right to my colleague Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait City. Wolf.
Thanks very much, Judy. Another tense night in Baghdad. Baghdad residents, some 5 million of them, experiencing today for the first time daytime bombing strikes, evening bombing strikes. The U.S. military, the U.S. Air Force, clearly on the anxious to demonstrate they can fly and target positions in and around Baghdad, elsewhere in Iraq in daytime as well as in nighttime. The bombing strikes are continuing. U.S. officials suggesting that the start of this shock and awe campaign about 24 hours ago, a little bit more than 24 hours ago, is going to intensify, certainly in the coming hours and days, as the U.S. and its British partners try to rattle the Iraqi leadership into surrendering. Now, earlier in the day, the ground war is continuing, although there was some stiff resistance that U.S. Army soldiers from the 7th Cavalry encountered in southern Iraq as they continue to move north towards Baghdad. Some of the fierce fighting that occurred was documented by our own Martin Savage, who's embedded with the 7th Cavalry, and we'll show you more of that during the course of our coverage. By the way, not long ago on Iraq TV, there was an appearance by Saddam Hussein, a videotaped appearance showing him meeting with some of his top advisors and his generals. No way of knowing when that videotape was made, whether it's real or not, whether it's up to date. U.S. officials from the president on down saying they have no way of knowing right now what the state of the Iraqi leader is. General Tommy Franks, the central commander, saying only within the past few hours he has no idea whether Saddam Hussein is alive or dead. In the meantime, the war continues on multiple fronts in the south, in the west, as well as the northern part of Iraq. Judy?
Wolf, those pictures so intriguing because, as you say, they could have been taken today, but they could have been taken weeks or even months ago. There's no way to know. Well, more coalition troops today paid the ultimate price for Operation Iraqi Freedom. 4 U.S. soldiers reportedly were killed in central Iraq when their vehicles were ambushed and hit by grenades. That report comes from a British journalist who was traveling with the troops. Also today, 6 British crew members and 1 American were killed in another helicopter accident in the war zone. 2 British Navy Sea King choppers collided in the air over the Persian Gulf. As of this hour, 25 coalition troops reportedly have been killed in combat or in accidents. Now, Iraq is claiming that 200 civilians have been wounded in the massive bombing attack that took place last night. As we're all aware, journalists are also at risk. An Australian network cameraman was killed in a suicide car bombing in northern Iraq, and 3 British journalists now are reported as missing. We're going to take you now to the Pentagon for the very latest on how they see this war unfolding. Our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre, is with us. Jamie, we did hear from General Tommy Franks in the theater today, and there's a possibility, I guess, that the Pentagon will brief later.
They are considering an additional briefing here today, either later this afternoon or perhaps tomorrow. We did get that word from General Tommy Franks, the first time we've heard from him since the beginning of both the ground and air operations, and a serious and somewhat sobering message from General Franks, who seemed to be cautioning anyone who thinks that the U.S. is on the verge of a quick victory, that this war could last days, even perhaps weeks. There is, quite dramatic aerial bombardment going on around Iraq, but the key is the ground. The key is taking ground and moving in on Baghdad, and that is going to take some time. As you reported just a short time ago, some U.S. troops on the ground are encountering some resistance from Iraqi forces. In some cases, U.S. commanders believe that those forces are being stiffened by Republican Guard units who have been sent down to increase their will to fight. Nevertheless, General Franks did say today that things seem to be on course, and the war plan is unfolding as it was designed to.
Our troops are performing as we would expect, magnificently. And indeed, the outcome is not in doubt. There may well be tough days ahead, but the forces on the field will achieve the objectives that have been set out by the governments of this coalition.
Now, those forces on the field will not include the U.S. 4th Infantry Division anytime soon. The decision has been made by the Pentagon to move their equipment, which has been on ships in the Mediterranean, through the Suez Canal and around to Kuwait. The 4th Infantry Division, which was supposed to be part of the vanguard of U.S. forces going into northern Iraq, will instead go to Kuwait and become part of the follow-on force. One other thing we should mention is that Pentagon officials tell us that in this air campaign, essentially every attack strike aircraft in the inventory is being employed. And today we learned that U.S. A-10s, the so-called A-10 Thunderbolt, a tank-killing aircraft, has been dispatched on Scud hunting missions in western Iraq, looking for those Scud missiles. In fact, there was a report earlier they may have actually struck some sites, but officials close to the scene say they can't confirm yet. Those A-10s are armed with laser-guided bombs. A new version of the bomb, a GBU-12 laser-guided bomb that gives them even more capability, and of course they also have cannons and missiles they can fire as well. Judy?
We're learning a lot about all that hardware. All right, Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. And Jamie, I want to take us quickly back to New York City, where there have been massive anti-war demonstrations today. CNN's Jason Carroll is there on the scene. Jason?
Judy, this is a massive anti-war demonstration. Right now, we are at the tail end of this demonstration. I can show you where we are right now. This is the area called Washington Square Park. in New York City. This is the area near New York University, and this is the area where the crowd is supposed to disperse, but you can see from all of the people down here, there are so many people who showed up for this demonstration. Estimates a couple 100,000 people who marched 30 blocks from Midtown Manhattan down to this area, that it's simply difficult to get all of these people to disperse. So it's a lengthy, long process. Along the way, we were being told that there was at one point a skirmish between a few of the protesters and police. These protesters are supposed to march along a specific route in order to get down here. That's what they have the permit to do. Apparently they got into a skirmish with some of the officers. That has been worked out. For the most part, this demonstration has been peaceful. Joining me now very quickly, two of the people who came down for the demonstration. I've got Dalia Mahmoud and Sarah Abdullah. Tell me why you came out here today.
You know, I've really been upset. Bush has painted this as an attack or be attacked war, and he's really preyed on people's fear of post 9/11. We're here to really have people understand that the way to attack terrorism is to understand what's motivating terrorists around the world. And the reason terrorists are frustrated is because of U.S. foreign policy. And so it doesn't matter how many homeland defense systems we have, until we can address U.S. foreign policy, terrorism will never be uprooted.
All right, thanks very much. Thank you, too, for joining us down here today. Judy, one more final point very quickly. These protesters have a permit to march through Manhattan until 4 o'clock Eastern time. So there's so many people out here, it's difficult to say right now at this point that they're actually going to be able to get all these people down here by 4 o'clock. We're going to wait and see. Back to you.
All right, a pretty remarkable show of opposition. Jason Carroll in New York, and we're going to go quickly back to Wolf in Kuwait City, because, Wolf, there may be some activity in Baghdad.
We're hearing now sirens in Baghdad. Judy, we're going to show our viewers these live pictures from Baghdad. There have been sirens going on and off throughout the day in Baghdad, but at this time of the night, usually when the Iraqis start with their sirens, there's some anticipation. They're expecting U.S. bombs, Tomahawk cruise missiles. They may be getting some early indication from their early warning systems, their radar systems, that U.S. planes are on the way, and as a result, they start up the sirens. Remember, this is a huge city, Baghdad, some 5 million people. In the past several nights, since Wednesday night, whenever these sirens have gone off, almost always they have been followed by airstrikes. The first night, Wednesday night, it was a limited airstrike that the U.S. launched against leadership positions. They were trying to find Saddam Hussein and his top leaders. No word yet on how successful that first strike was. There's still no indication whether or not Saddam Hussein survived or survived or didn't. But there's no doubt that the Iraqi officials, at least for now, are bracing for some sort of U.S. airstrike, perhaps in the coming minutes. Nick Robertson is standing by. He's now in nearby Jordan. He was in Baghdad until yesterday. Nick, what do you sense is going on from your vantage point?
Wolf, as you say very accurately, whenever the air raid sirens were going off, within 10 to 20 minutes, you could see the anti-aircraft light up around Baghdad. Occasionally, the detonations would only be on the outskirts of the city, but if the sirens went off, it meant that the air defenses around the city were put on alert, and certainly the people of the city were put on alert. What was interesting this morning, at about 5:30 a.m., just as first light was coming up over Baghdad, I was just getting up, and I heard the scream of a jet engine over the city, and then a huge explosion about a mile from where I was. That was before the air raid siren went off. Almost immediately after the air raid siren then went off, and then another jet came over and another explosion close to our hotel. It appeared this morning for the first time that Iraq's air defenses were caught by surprise, that they were either not watching closely enough or weren't functioning properly to detect the incoming aircraft coming into Baghdad. But that's the routine that we've seen. As we left the city this morning, there were still explosions, even in daylight at 8, 9 o'clock this morning, happening around the perimeter of the city. Very, very continuous and dull thudding almost to the effect of a continuous enough almost to be to the effect of a low continuous rumble, Wolf.
And Nick, we're going to continue to show our viewers these live pictures from Baghdad, where once again sirens have gone off, indicating that perhaps Iraqi officials suspect U.S. warplanes, Tomahawk cruise missiles, might be on the way once again. The second night after A-Day, the start of the air war, formally began only yesterday. Nick, I know that before you were expelled from Iraq, before you left Baghdad, you did get to take some pictures, some video of the earlier airstrikes. I want to show our viewers precisely what you had. And as we continue to talk, you mentioned the point. You mentioned the point that earlier today during this daytime airstrike, the first daytime airstrike, the Iraqis did not fire up their sirens in advance, indicating that the bombs caught them by surprise, an indication that perhaps their radar system, their other early warning detection system, not as sophisticated as perhaps as it once was.
Who's going to be the anchor? Hello? 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 Hello?
All right, so we're going to get back to Nick Robertson shortly. CNN's Gary Tuckman is at an air base in the Persian Gulf region. Gary, as we continue to look at these pictures of Baghdad, where sirens are now going off, anticipating another round of U.S. airstrikes, what are you hearing from where you are?
Well, what we know and what we hear, Wolf, is that the planes that are over Baghdad and over other cities in Iraq right now could have come from the air base we're at less than 45 minutes or 1 hour ago. We know before they know in Iraq that the planes are leaving here to go over there. You know, the people in the Air Force and the Air National Guard truly believe these days are their days to shine. This is the second day of the shock and awe campaign, and we're at an air base near the border of Iraq. We can't tell you precisely where we are under Pentagon rules that allow us to stay here and report on this, but this is a very busy air base. It sort of resembles sometimes the taxiways, resembles Newark or LAX on a busy Friday night. But instead of 727 and 737s lined up on the taxiway, you have fighters and attackers with bombs and missiles waiting to take off towards Iraq. Behind me is the A-10 Warthog attack plane. You can see a number of them behind me. These are planes that provide support, cover for the ground troops who are in Iraq. And a short time ago, we talked with the pilot of one of these A-10s behind me who just completed a mission to Iraq today.
I was sent to a particular location in Iraq near the city of Nasiriyah and worked with many other airplanes, A-10 Thunderbolts, and ground troops. And our number one job is to keep our ground troops safe that are on the ground and make sure that their way is clear as they move forward.
What kind of ammunition do you carry? What armaments? What kind of bombs and missiles?
The A-10 is built around a 7-barrel Gatling gun. It carries 30-millimeter bullets. We carry almost any flavor of bombs you can imagine, and infrared and electro-optical Mavericks.
On this mission, you don't always use them. Did you use them on this mission?
On most missions we don't, but on this mission I cleaned off the jet, so to speak. We found a military compound that had not surrendered, and after 30 to 40 minutes of very significant delays to ensure that there was no collateral damage and that the target was positively identified, there were no friendlies or any non-combatants in the area. We were given permission to engage and destroy.
We want to give you a look right now at an A-10 that is coming down the taxiway towards us. It's a little distance. While it's coming towards us, another plane is in the air taking off, and that A-10 is heading north towards Iraq as we speak. The man we just interviewed, Lieutenant Colonel Mike Webb, he's actually a police officer in Boise, Idaho, but he is in the Idaho Air National Guard, and that's why he has now become a veteran of the Gulf War II. He tells us that he is absolutely not too proud to admit he had fear while he was flying today, but he also has absolutely no fear to admit he's proud. He says that while he was flying today, he had audio evidence, as we see this A-10 go by us, audio evidence that a missile was fired at him. Well, he says he took the proper evasive actions and he came back safely. And he adds that he will have still another mission sometime tomorrow. Wolf, back to you.
Gary Tuckman, he's at an air base in the Persian Gulf monitoring the situation there. Gary, thanks very much for that report. And Judy, as we continue to show our viewers live pictures of Baghdad where sirens have gone off, we'll continue to monitor what's happening over the skies of Baghdad, try to find out what's happening around other cities in Iraq as well. But in the meantime, let's go back to Judy Woodruff in Washington.
Well, Wolf, we continue to marvel at what those planes can do on those carriers. We've been talking to Wolf in Kuwait, and we want to go back to the region right now to CNN's chief international correspondent, Christiane Amanpour. Christiane has been with a group of British Marines in southern Iraq. Christiane, is that where you are now?
We're back at the divisional field headquarters on the border, near the border area, but earlier today we were in this town of Qasr, which we've been talking a lot about over the last several 24 hours or so. And the deal is there that it's a very important port, which they've consolidated the port, but they haven't yet fully pacified the urban area. They believe that it's all but done, but there are still a very few pockets of isolated resistance, and this has been a joint operation. It's U.S. Marines are in an unusual arrangement under command of the Royal Marines, 3rd Commando Brigade. A helicopter flight over the port of Qasr reveals the area is relatively quiet. And down below, British soldiers do some war tourism, looking at one of those giant billboards of Saddam Hussein. Taking Qasr was a joint operation. The 15th U.S. Marine Expeditionary Unit was under the command of the British Royal Marines Commando Brigade. Now, U.S. Marines rest at the port after more than a day on the move. Some, like 21-year-old Corporal Jeremy Archer, had feared the worst.
I expected a big war, I guess, but they're all giving up, so it was easier than I thought.
Not all are giving up, though. About 3 kilometers away from the main port, there are pockets of resistance. The commander of the U.S. Marine unit sent up Cobra helicopters and fired artillery to destroy the Iraqi fire.
They did resist, but once it appeared that they would have to deal with some overwhelming firepower, they have a tendency then to give up.
The British commander says the resistance is isolated.
It hasn't been a particularly cohesive fighting force. It's been a D-30 gun firing a few rounds prior to its destruction, or a group of individuals firing.
It took longer than expected to secure Qasr, and the military says it's still mopping up small pockets of resistance in the town. Nonetheless, the military says it plans to bring in the first elements of humanitarian aid, perhaps within 48 hours. Qasr is Iraq's main commercial port. It lies at the mouth of the Shatt al-Arab waterway, which flows into the Persian Gulf. This was an important strategic target for Allied forces and will be the main port of entry for relief and other humanitarian goods. Just yesterday, Iraqi ministers vowed that Qasr would never fall, but hundreds of soldiers have given themselves up, and now they are POWs under US and British control. Let's get the lay of the land a little bit on a wider scale in this southeastern Iraq area, and I'm going to turn now to the British military spokesman, Colonel Chris Vernon. We've just been talking about Qasr, but what about Basra? What is the situation there?
Well, presently, the British division has just replaced the 1st Marine Division of the US forces, who have now moved on northwest towards Al-Naziriyah and Baghdad. We're just balancing, reconfiguring, getting ourselves shaped up. And then once we've done that, over the next 24 hours, we will turn our attention to Basra and try to gauge what's happening in the city and indeed how we would be welcome if we went in.
And we've been talking quite a lot about Iraqi army military units outside Basra. What is the situation with them?
They almost melted away, almost disintegrated with the American advance yesterday. There were some surrenders, some prisoners of war were taken, but really this 51st Iraqi division almost became non-existent.
And just to recap, with the American Marines going off, as you said, towards eventually Baghdad, then what happens in this area, the southeastern Iraq area?
We've got to consolidate there. We're going to still push probably further north. And one of the things we will be doing is securing the rear area of the Americans as they move north, and indeed its right flank north of the Euphrates. So there are still military tasks to be done. And then, as I said, we will look at Basra, the second biggest city in Iraq, and see what sort of reception we get.
And the oil fields have been drawing quite a lot of attention. They're secure?
Yeah, absolutely critical. This was a huge military economic objective to gain the oil fields intact at Ramallah, the gas and oil separation plants, and on Al 4 on the peninsula. That has been done ensures and guarantees the future economic viability of Iraq.
And also no possibility of an ecological disaster. There wasn't too much fire and too much sabotage there, was there?
There wasn't. There's a few oil wells burning. That's not the point. They're easily resuscitated. And the other environmental issue was we were slightly worried that the Iraqis would flood the Persian Gulf from Al 4, another of the reasons for taking the Al 4 Gulf Manifold Peninsula.
Thank you very much, Colonel Burnham. So there you have it. Basically, the strategic objectives the British and the Americans set themselves in the southeastern Iraq area have been consolidated, and right now they're waiting to see whether they can start bringing aid into that port of Qasr that we were talking about, because they do want to supply civilians and they do want to start doing it quite quickly. Judy?
Christian, just to clarify, you both talked about resistance melting away. You talked of pockets of resistance, but among those ordinary Iraqis, if you will, who are there, how are they greeting the Americans and the British they see?
Well, that's an interesting question, and this port of Qasr was actually going to be sort of a litmus test because it was one of the first urban, or if you like, residential objectives. They haven't yet really been able to gauge just how the ordinary civilians feel about them, because these civilians have mostly been indoors, or they've tried to go away from the town, because some of these pockets of Iraqi military have been resisting. So they're waiting, as you heard Colonel Vernal said, to see how that plays out in Qasr. They know they're going to control Qasr, and then to go on and see how the civilians in Basra react to them. The Iraqi army units that Colonel Vernon talked about, which had melted away, were quite a significant division. It was the 51st Iraqi Army Division, not Republican Guard, regular army, and there were initial indications that they were going to surrender, the divisional leaders and the brigade leaders, and then we're being told now that the whole position there, the whole formation, is no longer a threat. So that for the Allied forces is good news, and of course for Basra is good news too, because it means there won't be fighting around that civilian area. Judy?
All right, Christian Amanpour, as we said, in northern Kuwait with a British Marine division. We want to turn to the Pentagon now, to our senior military affairs correspondent, Jamie McIntyre, and some developments there. Jamie?
Well, Judy, you know, the Pentagon has been saying all along that it's going to have a hard time keeping up with the information that's coming from the so-called embedded reporters who are actually on the scene with U.S. and British troops. In this case, it's turning out now that hours afterwards, they're advising us that they're getting conflicting reports about this idea that 4 U.S. soldiers were killed in combat action today. That was based on an account from a British journalist from Sky News who was traveling with part of the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division. He reported that apparently at a rocket-propelled grenade attack had taken the lives of 4 U.S. soldiers. Now we're being told that they have conflicting information, and they're not sure at all if any or all of those soldiers were killed, or perhaps all of them survived the attack. So at this point, we just wanted to caution that we're pushing back a little bit because of these conflicting reports. It may be that not all of these soldiers were killed. It may be that not any of them were killed. Judy?
Well, that would certainly be something to be thankful for, as we're hearing of casualties throughout in other parts of this war theater. All right, Jamie at the Pentagon, and we return now to Kuwait City, to Wolf.
Judy, we have much more coverage still ahead, including images from across Iraq. We'll get an update on the military campaign in the northern part of the country and the refugee crisis it may create.
Termites were destroying my home. My pest control service suggested bait systems. Then I heard they can take up to years before they start working. I can't wait that long. My neighbor said, ask for Termidor. It wipes out 100% of termites within 3 months. So I insisted on Termidor. Guess what? No more termites. Gone within 3 months. It's my home. Why risk it? If you're not asking for Termidor, you're asking for trouble.
All day today, CNN takes you there live. Baghdad under fire, the latest on Saddam's whereabouts. And at 7 Eastern, a special report. Join CNN live from the front lines. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news. CNN Tonight as the strike on Iraq continues. The latest from the war zone, with reporters in the field and with the troops, a Desert Storm tank commander and more. Only on Larry King Weekend. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
I'm Leon Harris at the CNN Center. Here's what's happening this hour on the strike on Iraq. This is the scene in Baghdad. You're seeing here live pictures as we cross 3:30 p.m. Eastern, 11:30 p.m. in Baghdad. This a day after the opening of the coalition's massive air campaign. Air raid sirens sounded a short while ago. Earlier, strong explosions rattled the city, sending columns of thick black smoke up into the air. The Pentagon says coalition aircraft have flown 2,000 sorties so far, about half of them on strike missions. Coalition missiles have targeted Kurdish guerrillas accused of having links to Osama bin Laden. Dozens of missiles reportedly struck camps in northern Iraq belonging to the group called Ansar al-Islam. Another Kurdish group is telling CNN that it plans to attack the Ansar guerrillas today or tomorrow. U.S.-led forces have captured more ground in southern Iraq, including the town of Nasiriyah. That's a key crossing point on the Euphrates River for U.S. Marines and therefore a very key capture. The U.S. and British forces, meantime, are battling the remaining pockets of resistance in the Iraqi port city of Qasr. A British spokesman called the operation difficult, but he said he expected the city to be completely secured soon. Now, looking 3 days down the road, some volatile desert weather could challenge the coalition. A sandstorm is expected to roll in on Tuesday, and that could mean some reduced visibility on the ground and in the air. No word yet on whether or not that is going to change.
All right, we're going to interrupt Leon Harris because we're now getting new developments in Baghdad. If you are watching the screen, not only sirens going off, but there are now explosions. There's significant explosions that we're beginning to hear going over Baghdad. We're going to show you these pictures, sirens going off, but there are thuds. They are being heard by residents, of course, throughout the city. We're going to continue to watch these pictures, see if any of the cameras we have positioned throughout Baghdad show any of the expected incoming bombs, Tomahawk cruise missiles, on this day two, night two, if you will, of the U.S.-led air war, shock and awe that is expected. The sirens, well, actually, the sirens have just stopped going in Baghdad. We'll see what that means, if anything, and we'll continue to watch this situation in Baghdad, of course, over the next several minutes, where there could be some developments, then again, perhaps not. Miles O'Brien is standing by as well with General David Grange. General Grange and Miles, what do you think may be happening over the skies of Baghdad?
Well, clearly that's a better question for a retired general than it is for a humble reporter such as myself. David Grange, we can get deep into the world of speculation here. Run us through a couple of scenarios as to why we've seen what appears to be an apparent lull.
Well, I don't know. The lull could be because there's some negotiations going on and some of the higher-ranking Iraqi officials. It could just be that they just don't want to run the same time as before. And so it's nerve-wracking to wait for an expected attack, and it doesn't come, then all of a sudden it's there. So that could be some of the reasons. And it's just the sequencing of sorties of attack aircraft. It's more optimal for some other reasons internally for the blue forces on when you attack.
That second point is most intriguing to me, that idea of almost a psychological aspect to this. In a way, it can be even more devastating waiting.
Well, absolutely. And part of this is a lot of psychological effort going into this strike on Baghdad, and that's, again, it plays a big effect. Plus, people get used to a pattern. And they go out in the street, come back in, they may move some of the commanders around in vehicles, whatever, and they want to catch them.
Interesting. And those patterns, even at a time like this, people do develop patterns, even though they're probably doing everything they can to avoid that.
Well, exactly. In other words, some say, well, the United States military, the British military are very good at night operations, so we're always going to get hit at night. Well, then you hit in a day, and vice versa.
Well, what are your thoughts on a day operation, though? At this juncture, still a very risky thing.
Probably more risky, but some of the altitudes that some of the munitions are dropped, it wouldn't affect them that much. But keep in mind, a lot of the air defense is around Baghdad, but a lot of the targets are elsewhere in Iraq.
Let's talk about these negotiations. We've reported about them. How are they taking place? Email, cell phones? Is there some face-to-face? How is this all going down?
Combination of all of the above. I think what you'll find in the south, by Basra as an example, you're going to see a lot of face-to-face. You know, a lot of people were trained up that have left Iraq that are probably back there with coalition forces right now, dealing with some of the members of the Iraqi military or people that run a particular village, not only to get information from them, but also to say, hey, look, we really are not going to occupy, do anything terrible to this town if we pass through it.
Yeah.
You don't like Saddam anyway, so go ahead and turn in the weapons and let's get on with it. And I think because
talking.
they speak the language, yeah, and they know them.
Well, and they have the communication capability back to the regime, and so there you have it. They're off to the races. Let's talk, we also want to talk while we're waiting this, and we want to let viewers know we're watching Baghdad very closely. The minute we hear or see anything that you need to see, we're going to get it to you. But one of the things we've been talking about, and David Grange knows an awful lot about this, having a Special Forces background, is the whole concept of taking an airfield. We know for sure that unfortunately I'm not able to get this graphic in motion, so maybe somebody can get it to move for me. But basically what we're talking about when you're talking about taking an airfield, this area here, this scud box, which is H2 and H3 have come to mind. We know those are now currently securely held by U.S. forces. And there we go. As we come in here, this H2 and H3 with its 8,000-foot runways, what we've depicted here are defenses and exactly how the aircraft will be put in these bunkers and so forth. How do you go about taking a field like this without incurring casualties?
Well, there's two ways to do it, and this graphic shows one where you're taking out some of the targets prior to putting a force in to take down the airfield. Here you have a laser designator by a ground guy directing a strike by an Air Force aircraft onto the target. It doesn't have to be. It could be that you want total surprise and you don't want to do a preemptive hit before you take down the airfield. In this case, they're doing that to taking out some air defenses, command and control. In this case, our enemy reaction force, which would be or security force tanks on the airfield, to soften it up before a unit would come in. Units would come in by helicopter, could come in by parachute, could come in on the ground, actually, to take down the airfield. When they take down an airfield, the obvious thing is you would take out the most critical points on the airfield, command and control tower, a headquarters, a guard shack, those type of things, and immediately push out and secure what's known as an airhead, like they're doing now, in order to bring in follow-on aircraft, C-130, C-17 aircraft that would then come in, aircraft that can land very short, in a short amount of distance, and then offload other vehicles to help in the mobility of the force that took down the runway. In this case, you have Humvees coming off, and they would maybe push out several miles at critical points around the airfield and key terrain. You'd bring in a larger aircraft, obviously to bring in larger equipment, heavy weapon systems. C-17 can bring in a Bradley fighting vehicle, can bring in a tank, and these then give you a substantial force that gives you some oomph in case enemy attack you.
Each time you talked about that scenario, there are about 3 or 4 options embedded in it. How's that decision made? Is it just based on terrain, local situation, forces available, that kind of thing?
It is, and what anyone that's listening should understand that you don't have to have an airfield to do something like this. The United States military and the British military are experts at forcing their way in anywhere in Iraq by a multitude of means to do something like this. It could be in the north, it could be in the west, it could be west of Baghdad or east of Baghdad. It can happen, and they're very good at it.
Let's talk for a moment about, and we can put the pointer out, we can talk about this, the use of special forces. We know, for example, down in this port area where obviously the transshipment of oil is crucial, Navy SEALs involved in what, by the accounts I've read, a very dramatic operation to capture, to ensure they're not destroyed, these oil platforms. what that tells me is that Special Forces really has taken a role of right at the top of the list when you're planning out a battle these days.
Well, the Special Forces, Special Operating Forces would be used, and this is all services have these type of forces, would be used to take out critical targets that are not too large, obviously, that affect the outcome of the battle. So they do a lot of preconditioning, in other words, battlefield preparation.
Right.
And it's quite extraordinary to us, but to that team, that's routine training.
Routine training. Where else would they be active, possibly? Obviously, this H-2, H-3 airfield probably involves some of that, right?
But that, and it may not be Special Forces. It could be Rangers. It could be paratroopers. It could from an airborne unit. It could be a variety.
What about up here in the north? Do you think
the key thing in the north, it's not only to call in airstrikes on enemy forces with the equipment that they have, but to work with the indigenous population, because you have to link up and talk to the Kurds in this case.
The Kurds are key here.
So you can find out, one, what's going on, because they know ground truth. They live there.
Right.
They live there. And then say, look, here's what you got to do to work with us so we don't put bombs on your people. You can tell us where to put the bombs, and we can help you do some sabotage or other unconventional warfare tasks that we need help on.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is the Special Operations, Special Forces getting a higher priority, more play early on than they did a dozen years ago?
In Desert Storm, Special Operations units were used during the air campaign as well as the ground campaign. So they were actually used before the ground campaign started. But habitually, they go in earlier, and again to set conditions to assist the conventional forces.
All right, if we can take a look at that H-2 airfield. We've got an image. I want to just show you exactly what we're talking about and why these are so critical. Not only is this a great location, look at that runway there. This is key. It's about 8,000 feet right there, which means just about every plane, well, every plane in the inventory can use that field. If you got those two fields, not only have you prevented a certain area that is, as you have called it, the Scud box, which is the place where Scuds could be lobbed into Israel, but you've got a great refueling point.
Great refueling point, and gives you the ability to launch operations towards Baghdad and other enemy sites that are, you know, not only the Scud area, but also back to the east towards Baghdad.
Yeah. All right. Let's Special Operations. We're going to be watching that very closely. There possibly are many other players involved here. What else are you looking for as this progresses? Other forces coming to bear here, stuff that we may not have heard so much about already.
Well, I think that eventually we're going to see a buildup of some more general purpose forces.
Where would that be? Coming up to the south?
I think so. Coming out through Kuwait and supporting the 3rd Infantry Division. I think that these guys have been run hard. I mean, they got a lot of oomph left. Don't get me wrong. And their units, not every unit's engaged constantly.
But by the time they get up here, they're going to want some backfill, right?
I would think that yeah, General Franks is going to add some more infantry armor forces to this mix. And I think you're going to see some more use of air assault and airborne operations, which give you great flexibility
up here.
Anywhere in Iraq. Could be up here.
Yeah.
It just gives you tremendous flexibility.
All right,
Commander.
David Grange, thanks for the overview. Really appreciate it. All right, send it back to Wolf.
Thanks very much, Miles. Thanks, General Grange, as well. I want to alert our viewers in about 15 minutes or so from now, at the top of the hour, we're standing by for a Pentagon briefing. We're expecting to hear the latest developments from the Pentagon. The Pentagon spokeswoman, Tori Clark, will be briefing along with General Stanley McChrystal. We'll get the latest from the Pentagon perspective in about 15 minutes at the top of the hour. We're continuing to show you live pictures from Baghdad as well, where sirens have been going off over the past several minutes, anticipating perhaps another U.S.-led airstrike against targets in Baghdad. We did hear explosions earlier in the day. Reuters, the British news agency, the Reuters news service, reporting that portions of Baghdad now have been plunged into darkness. We're not up to speed precisely on what that means. We'll try to monitor the situation in Baghdad as we continue to go along. Remember, the Pentagon briefing at the top of the hour. Let's go to Ben Wiedemann now. He's standing by in northern Iraq. From your vantage point, Ben, tell us what you see and what you hear, because we know only 24 hours ago there were extensive U.S. airstrikes not far away from where you are right now.
Yes, that's right, Wolf. Actually, those were the last airstrikes in this area. It's been fairly quiet here in northern Iraq, especially in this corner. We're right outside the village of Kalak, which is right on the front lines. One of the major developments, however, this morning was that the U.S. fired more than 20 cruise missiles into the area currently occupied by the extremist Islamic group Ansar al-Islam, that causing extensive casualties in that area, which is right up against the border with Iran. Now, that group has been associated or linked by U.S. officials in the past with Al-Qaeda, the Al-Qaeda network of Osama bin Laden. Now, one disturbing event, development in the afternoon in that area, a group of journalists were interviewing people fleeing that area that was hit, that area where Ansar al-Islam is located. One of those journalists, however, was killed when a suicide bomber blew up a taxi. This journalist, a cameraman for the American ABC network, in addition to him, 3 Kurdish soldiers as well as a civilian was killed in that blast. Wolf?
He was an Australian cameraman working for ABC. Is that right? Is that right, Ben?
That is correct. He was a freelancer based for many years in Bahrain. He moved to Paris, but on this assignment, yes, he was a cameraman for ABC from Australia. Wolf?
All right, Ben Wiedemann, stand by. I want to get back to you shortly, but first I want to go to Jason Bellini. Our Jason Bellini, he's actually in Qasr, the Iraqi port in the southern part of Iraq, the key port that U.S. and British forces have now taken, the first major strategic victory on the battlefront involving this war. Jason, tell us what's happening in Qasr right now.
Wolf, we just heard Christian reporting a short while ago that this job was a little bit more difficult than they were expecting. They didn't anticipate the resistance that they got when they entered this port. Now they're saying that this port is contained and tonight it's been very quiet outside. All we've heard is the rumbling of planes overhead. Let me tell you real quickly about our day today. We started in the new port. Now the new port is where the Oil for Food program, where most of the oil and the food from the Oil for Food program circulated. We made our way to the old port, which is where I am right now. And here, the Marines we're embedded with made their way to building, structure to structure, checking them out, anticipating resistance, but finding very little today. We joined them as they were at a Coast Guard facility of the Iraqi Army. There they had some fire laid down beforehand. Ship was burning right next to this facility. Apache helicopters came in and blew it up as they were trying to sort of suppress the area. But when they went in, they found nothing. And tonight, all is quiet, and they're just getting this place ready for humanitarian aid to enter, which they hope to have happen in the next 72 hours. Wolf?
All right, Jason Bellini, he's in Qasr. I want to thank you. Stay safe over there. We'll be getting back in touch with you. I want to thank all of our embedded journalists. Judy, as you know, this is dangerous work for those journalists who are out there in southern Iraq, northern Iraq, traveling with the U.S. forces, with the British forces, and of course we only wish them the best. Back to Judy Woodruff in Washington.
That is certainly right, Wolf, and we know that they are out there on the front lines, in many cases right up front where the troops are going in, and our thoughts and prayers are with all of them and certainly with their families, very worried back at home. Speaking of back here in the United States, there are protests both in support of the troops and against the war. We're going to go live from coast to coast to get a sense of what the American people are thinking.
The strike on Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN. Live throughout the day, stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Do you have questions about asthma? Get answers in a free asthma management kit. You'll find out what triggers your symptoms, what are the 2 main components of asthma, and how asthma affects your lungs. Plus, you'll learn about airway constriction and inflammation and the medications that treat both. And when you've got more of the facts about your asthma, Talk to your doctor to see if a...
We can make it happen. These people are planting the seeds of the future. So am I.
She's learning about a world she never knew existed. So am I.
In more than 80 nations worldwide, Catholic Relief Services is showing people how to harvest more food, care for the ill, and much more. But we need people like you to take action.
To take action. To write your congressperson.
Vote, pray, and yes, contribute. Click or call today for a CRS Action Kit. Together, we can make it happen.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Literally tens of thousands of Americans are on the march this weekend as this war unfolds in Iraq. They are on the march in some of this country's biggest cities. Rallies both against the war and in support of American troops being staged across the nation. With us now, Jeff Flock in Chicago. You also see Rusty Dornan in San Francisco, Brian Cabell in Atlanta. And Jeff Flock in Chicago, demonstrations on both sides.
Yeah, it's funny. It's been an extraordinary day here, Judy, and I don't know what to extent you're able to hear me here. I'm in the midst of a pro-USA Support the Troops rally, which actually has sort of dispersed, but some folks have hung around and are right around me right now. What remains is the anti-war rally on the plaza across the street there, and that is still underway. So the folks that were supporting the troops felt they wanted to stick around, even though their rally had ended at about 2 o'clock local time, to make their voices known as well. So as we said, it's been something of an extraordinary day, and that both sides have been airing their views all day. Bruce, if you're able to see off to the right, one of the things that is assured that all of these views get aired in a respectful way has been Chicago police. You see many of them in riot gear. There have been other uniformed officers that have been out as well, but these officers in riot gear came out about midway through the mutual demonstrations and assured that everyone sort of stayed apart and chanted across the way at each other. Right now, they're a street, and so it goes. We talked to people throughout this day, just a short, small sampling of a couple of folks. Give it a listen.
In Iraq and keep the peace and bring the troops here, because that's where it's supposed to be, home.
I am not for a war, but I support our president, who I believe God put in leadership, and I support the troops who are out there. These protesters aren't doing anything to support them.
So all viewpoints, Judy, as we said, represented. Here's a sign that says we support our president. God bless the troops and America. We leave you with that thought here in Chicago today on the Federal Plaza. Judy.
All right, Jeff Flock reporting. Earlier we heard from New York. We've been telling you there are protests in Atlanta and in San Francisco, but there today is also a protest for the president and for his policy in Clarksville, Tennessee, not far from Fort Campbell, Kentucky. CNN's David Mattingly is there. David.
Judy, a very noisy at times support our soldiers rally here outside of Fort Campbell. Not surprising when you consider what a big military town this is. 17,000 troops deployed from here, leaving behind a lot of young wives, a lot of spouses, a lot of children, and a lot of friends. Many of them here today waving flags, showing signs, people driving by, blowing their horns, showing their support. We have a couple of spouses here with us, and they're also finding that today it's also a very good excuse to get away from the television just a little bit. You tell me it's been very stressful at home watching on TV so much today. What is it that has been bothering you?
What has been bothering me? Just kind of seeing all the bombing in Baghdad and hearing some of the air raids in Kuwait, but it's not bothering me too bad. I know that my husband's taken care of, so.
Does it help with the stress to get out here and be with the crowd?
A little bit, just because I've been watching the news about 24 hours a day, so it's kind of nice to get out and not think about it for a while.
A lot of news junkies out here outside the base. This lady right here also having a picture of her husband who is deployed over there. How has it been for you at home watching it on television so much?
It's been both stressful, because you're wondering where exactly is he and what might he be in the midst of.
but also comforting, because we do find out, you know, certain areas that's where, because ours is the 101st, that we get a general information as to where he might be at.
Okay. You also have a very good opinion about the embedding of reporters with troops. How do you like that idea?
I do. I really like the idea that reporters are over with our troops. As long as they give us the accurate news and not dramatize anything, I think it's great. I'm all for it.
In addition to cheering, you're dealing with a little bit of the stress right now.
What stress? This is wonderful. This is great. This is what America's about.
Well, Judy, that's probably the most smiles I've seen since I've been here. They have been reacting a little bit also to the anti-war rallies they've seen. They say they would have been here regardless, so that wasn't their motivation. But they are certainly kicking it up a notch today because of what they've seen. Judy, back to you.
Thanks, David. They've certainly managed to get our attention, which is what they wanted, and we're glad to know that. Again, small-town America expressing its views every bit as vigorously as big city America. And we're going to show you two big cities right now. New York City is going to be on the right side of the screen. Los Angeles on the left. Both of these anti-war demonstrations, we think of Los Angeles as laid-back LA, but not today. At least some Los Angeleans have come out to express their opinion about the war. The picture on the right, New York City, over 100,000 New Yorkers have come out today to walk down central Manhattan. We're told that at one point the crowd stretched out over 2 miles, something like more than 30 blocks, winding its way from Times Square down Broadway to Washington Square Park. And some arrests in both cities, but you can see the crowds are still out there. All right, that's New York, that's Los Angeles on the left. Let's move further north in the state of California to San Francisco to our Rusty Dornan. Rusty.
Well, Judy, as you know, San Francisco is well known for its anti-war demonstrations, and today marks the third day straight of huge demonstrations in this city. The one thing that's very different about this one is the first legal and permitted demonstration this week. Right after the bombing started, there were 2 days of civil disobedience where more than 2,000 people were arrested for tying up traffic and destroying property. Now today, even though the people who are organizing this rally say that they do advocate civil disobedience, they're saying they don't want that to happen today. They want this to be a place where people can come and demonstrate peacefully against the war. Now, a few of the folks that are here doing just that are Arlene Elizabeth and Ruth Gonzer here, who have been folding cranes ever since September 11th, peace cranes. Now, Arlene, are you concerned about this demonstration staying peaceful? Are you in favor of civil disobedience to stop the war?
I do not support civil disobedience in terms of becoming violent. I don't believe that you can have a peaceful demonstration but display violence to achieve peace.
Do you feel safe within this rally today that that's not going to happen? Okay. Ruth, you were saying, you know, the bombing has started. This whole thing, it doesn't look like it's going to come to a stop because you guys are out here. Why are you out here?
Because I think that the world needs to know that there are people who don't support President Bush. I think the world needs to know that there are many, many, many Americans from cities all around this country who feel that we're not being represented by our government, that we don't agree with what he's doing, and that even if, what we're doing is not going to stop him, but people need to know that not all Americans feel like he does. That we think that poverty is the cause of war, that education is one of the keys to helping us, solve our problems. We teach our children over and over again that 2 wrongs don't make a right, and here we are dropping bombs, and it's wrong. Okay. So that's why we're standing here telling people.
Thank you for joining us. The speakers, the tempo has definitely been building over the last few minutes as the rally gets ready to begin the march through downtown San Francisco. It's very difficult to see now how many people are here, but they are expecting, of course, tens of thousands of people to march. When they are through, they will come back. Now, a little earlier, San Francisco's acting police chief was here. He said he has no problem with this group as long as they remain peaceful. Judy?
San Francisco, Rusty, a city no stranger to protests, to demonstrations. I'll tell you this, we can all agree that we've heard some articulate American voices today on both sides of this conflict. Well, that's a scene from the streets, but what about the overall reaction of the American people? Well, 76% of Americans say they approve of Washington's decision to go to war with Iraq. That is according to a CNN USA Today Gallup poll that was conducted on Thursday, just released in the last day. We are going to take a break. We are just moments away from a briefing at the Pentagon. Our coverage of the strike on Iraq continues.
Okay, people, what now? Systems still not connecting with remote locations?
No, sir, that's been fixed.
Applications not linking with our suppliers?
No, sir, we're good there.
Why are we here?
Shirts.
Shirts?
Yes, sir, we're a shirt company. We make shirts.
Memory upgrade. What happens when your technology lets you refocus on your business? Novell.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins at CNN Center. Here's what's happening this hour in the strike on Iraq. In Baghdad, new explosions shook the city within the past half hour. Reuters quotes a witness as saying power now is out in large parts of the Iraqi capital. Blasts earlier in the day sent smoke billowing into the skies over Baghdad. On the ground, some coalition forces have met surprisingly stiff resistance from some Iraqi fighters. In south-central Iraq, the 3rd Squadron of the Army's 7th Cavalry slowed their push toward Baghdad as they exchanged fire with Iraqi troops. No injuries were reported. The U.S. military is preparing to escort 22 Kuwaiti firefighters to oil fields in Iraq to help put out fires there. That word from a Kuwaiti source. The mission is set to begin tomorrow. The fires apparently were set by retreating Iraqi troops. We are going to take you now live to the Pentagon for a briefing there. We see people getting ready to speak.
Briefings. On a very sad note, I'd like to offer the condolences of the department to the families and friends of the U.S. and coalition forces who have died in the first 72 hours of operations. The Americans are Major J. Thomas Aubin, Marine Corps, Waterville, Maine; Captain Ryan Anthony Beaupre, U.S. Marine Corps, Bloomington, Illinois; Corporal Brian Matthew Kennedy, U.S. Marine Corps, Houston, Texas; Staff Sergeant Kendall Damon Watersby, U.S. Marine Corps, Baltimore, Maryland; Second Lieutenant Terrell S. Childers, U.S. Marine Corps, Harrison County, Mississippi; Lance Corporal Jose Gutierrez, U.S. Marine Corps, Los Angeles, California; excuse me, and Lieutenant Thomas Mullen Adams, U.S. Navy, La Mesa, California. We are all very proud of these people, the U.S. and the coalition forces, who are performing with incredible courage and skill and dedication. They're doing an outstanding job, and they're imposing some devastating impacts on the Iraqi regime. Although much work lies ahead, and you'll hear us saying that repeatedly, coalition forces are making considerable progress. The oil fields in the south are being saved to benefit the Iraqi people. Coalition forces have the key port of Qasr and are making good progress in Basra. The Iraqi forces, including some leadership, are surrendering and defecting in some numbers. I think we have a few recent images here. It is only a matter of time before the Iraqi regime is destroyed and its threat to the region and the world is ended. As we've made clear from the beginning, this is not a war against a people, a country, or a religion, and the Iraqi people who are welcoming coalition forces are clear evidence that they know this to be true. As operations go forward, we will continue to take extraordinary care to protect civilians. Our targets are military, and we continue to urge civilians to stay home and away from military assets. Additionally, we are prepared to provide as much humanitarian aid as required when and where it is needed. Very sadly, we are also aware of the reports this morning and this afternoon of journalists who are not embedded with coalition forces that have been killed and wounded. We can't confirm that for you, and we'll leave it up to their news organizations to provide further details. But it brings me to a very important point. As we've said many times, the situation in Iraq is fluid. It is quite dangerous. There are combat operations underway in a number of areas. We ask all news organizations to exercise restraint, especially with their journalists who are out there operating freely, and ask them to exercise restraint. There are risks. Combat operations are moving in a fast and unpredictable fashion. The coalition forces will, of course, exercise extreme care whenever there are non-combatants. However, reporters who get between coalition and Iraqi forces put themselves at extreme risk. And finally, I'd like to repeat a caution about the operations overall. As successful as they have been thus far, and as confident as we are about the inevitable outcome, we know challenges and difficulties may still lie ahead. General.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I, too, would like to extend my condolences to the families of our British allies and those of our families who've lost loved ones in combat over the last days. Operation Iraqi Freedom continues. A-Day began yesterday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The goal of the air campaign is to neutralize Iraqi leadership, suppress missile threats to our forces and Iraq's neighbors, support our special forces operations, to target Republican Guard, Special Republican Guard, and Iraqi intelligence service operations, as well as be on call for combat air control missions for time-sensitive targeting. More than 1,000 sorties were flown against several hundred targets across Iraq yesterday. More than 400 Tomahawk cruise missiles were launched from United States Navy and British ships and submarines. Additionally, about 100 air-launched cruise missiles were fired, and several hundred precision-guided munitions were dropped by coalition aircraft on targets throughout Iraq. On the ground, coalition forces continue the main attack towards Baghdad. Ground forces have reached more than 150 miles into Iraqi territory and have crossed the Euphrates River. Coalition forces are advancing north beyond An-Nasiriyah. As General Franks mentioned, there are between 1,000 and 2,000 Iraqi soldiers who have surrendered and been taken into custody. And although numbers are hard to determine, we've seen significant evidence of many Iraqi soldiers simply abandoning their equipment and leaving. Clearly, Operation Iraqi Freedom is moving forward. The success to date is a product of meticulous planning, effective integration of air, maritime, ground, and special operations forces, and the impressive accomplishments of the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of the coalition.
Bob.
But the operation's not over. There's a long way to go in much of the Iraqi armed forces, highlighted by 6 Republican Guard divisions and Special Republican Guard divisions, who may still fight. So we must remain prepared for potentially tough fights as we move forward. That said, while the progress and timing of the operation remains impossible to forecast, the outcome is not. With that, we'll take your questions.
Bob.
General, you referred to the 1,000 to 2,000 approximately Iraqis in custody. What became of the 8,000 members of the 51st that were said to have surrendered yesterday? Were they just allowed to go home, or what's become of those?
So we're seeing several phenomena. The commander of the 51st Division, one of his senior leaders, in fact, surrendered themselves individually. We also see soldiers essentially leaving the battlefield or melting away. The unit did not surrender en masse. What we have for numbers is, as General Franks outlined this morning, as of this morning, between 1,000 and 2,000 actually in an EPW status.
So in that specific case, you say only the commanders are in custody, the rest of them just left or allowed to leave? Or?
So I don't have any more information beyond what I provided.
Sorry, first of all, a procedural question. Going back to Kosovo, will you be doing this on an almost daily basis now as long as the war lasts? And I have a question for the General.
For the foreseeable future, but we'll see the level of activity and interest. But for now, that'll be the general game plan. Try to get CENTCOM to brief early afternoon their time, early morning our time, and then someone from here early afternoon.
Great. General, thank you. Welcome. You're going to learn to love us while you're here. Question, you say that the forces have crossed the Tigris. Any other major...
Euphrates, sir.
Another river. Back, just another river, right. Any other major land barriers before these troops get to Baghdad? What's an ETA on the outskirts of Baghdad? Can you give us any idea at all?
Sir, trying to predict the conclusion of the operation or reaching Baghdad would be impossible at this point. The forces have moved with impressive speed thus far, as we outlined, and the product of that is where we are. That said, whenever you actually execute a plan, the enemy gets a vote. We've still got significant Iraqi forces in front of us. They may fight, they may not. If they fight, there could be a tough battle to be taken. So trying to predict a time would be really difficult.
And I just add on to that, General Myers, I think yesterday, was the one who said, we're making good progress. There are still a lot of unknowns out there, and I've already picked up a tendency to look and seek for hard and fast benchmarks. We won't be predicting those, and we will be constantly cautioning as much progress as we are making, bad things could still happen.
The first part of the question, any more natural barriers, or are they just going to be speeding across mostly desert towards Baghdad?
So I don't want to talk about the operational details of their route. They've crossed the Euphrates very, very successfully.
Well, General, since the Iraqis obviously already know, could you give us the furthest point of advance by, say, at least the 3rd Infantry and the 1st MEF? Could you just kind of pinpoint a little bit for us on the map?
Let me jump in there for a second. Operations are underway. A lot of parts and pieces are moving as we speak. And clearly, strategic surprise isn't something we've got. There is still tactical surprise, and we're going to try hard not to stand up here and paint a picture for the Iraqi regime of exactly where we are and exactly what we've got going at any moment in time.
I just mean ballpark, sort
of. Even ballpark. Brett.
General, you singled out 6 Republican Guard divisions and Special Republican Guard divisions, the most loyal troops, some of those obviously in and around Baghdad. We understand they've been targets, they were on the target list. Is there any assessment on the troops around Baghdad of what you're seeing with that resistance right now?
So nothing we can pin down at this point. We're continuing to gather effects of operations to date.
If I could follow up, Tori, yesterday Secretary Rumsfeld said the Iraqi leadership is essentially losing control of the country. Is there more, can you characterize it further today on command and control, what you're seeing and hearing?
It's really more of what he was talking about yesterday. They appear not to have a lot of control over all the parts and pieces you would expect them to. There seems to be confusion in the command and control, and I'll leave it at that. Thelma.
All along, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld has, before this ever started, warned that it could take 6 days, 6 weeks, or even 6 months. And this morning in the President's radio address, he had again warned that this could take a long time. I wonder if it's time to remind the American people that this may not be wrapped up any time in the next few days. It could be a considerable period.
I wouldn't put a time frame on it because we just don't know. But we've said from the very beginning, even well before the start of military operations, there are a lot of unknowns, there are a lot of bad things that can happen, and we'll take it one day at a time. And the only thing that is of great certainty is what the outcome is, the end of this regime.
Tori, regarding the journalists who have been killed, any information that would suggest that they died as a result of U.S. military fire? And are you taking any steps to try to mitigate the risk to journalists who aren't actually embedded with U.S. troops?
We've heard several different versions of what may have happened to different sets of reporters, and it's very unclear to us right now what has happened in different places. What is very certain is they are journalists who were not embedded with coalition forces. And as we've warned repeatedly, again, weeks before the start of this operation, it seems like it's stating the obvious, but it is very, very dangerous out there, especially when people are wandering freely between coalition and Iraqi forces. So we have no evidence to suggest what you said. We have lots of evidence to suggest that it is very dangerous out there, and I will say again to news organizations, and I've talked to bureau chiefs today, we really, really urge you to exercise restraint with your journalists that are out there operating freely. But we have no evidence.
Has the U.S. military had to go rescue any journalists under fire who were not embedded, and has that resulted in any risk to U.S. troops?
We will try to get you more information. I've received some information that U.S. forces may have medevaced one journalist, but we'll try to get you more information as the day goes on.
And one last thing about can you bring us up to date on whatever your state of knowledge is on the Iraqi regime, Saddam Hussein or anyone else in control? Do you know where any of those people are? Is there any evidence that anyone is leaving or defecting or making contact with?
Don't have information about specific individuals, but I'll repeat what I said before. We continue to see evidence of confusion, of not a real solid grip on the command and control aspects that you would expect at this time.
Have you seen any evidence of Saddam Hussein at all? Has he appeared anywhere?
Probably heard as many different stories as people in this room have. 5 or 6 different stories, and who knows?
Yes.
Who knows?
General, can
Carl.
I ask you a question?
No, let's go to Carl.
Tori, and General, either one of you, can you tell us how far shock and awe has gone? Is there more shock and awe left? Are we going to see more today? If you don't want to put a specific on it, but is there some left in the barrel there?
Yes, sir. There's as much left in the barrel as required. The air campaign has been directed at a number of targets, most importantly at the beginning, the Iraqi command and control capability, the regime leadership, and then weapons of mass destruction and their capability to execute those. And that's tied to command and control as well. It will continue to target additional parts of the force as long as resistance is there, to include Republican Guards and Special Republican Guards and intelligence. We are waiting to get the feedback on how well that's working, and there's a lag time in that. We are hitting targets effectively and with precision, and pleased with that, but it takes a little while, as Tori just described, to get the feedback on how much we've affected it, because we know they have redundant capabilities in many areas.
You should have been able to get some BDA today, though. The skies are pretty clear. You could take a look at it. How successful?
Well, sir, we can see whether or not we've hit targets in many cases, and we're still gathering that. But we're running an effects-based campaign that is partially kinetic, partially non-kinetic, partially information operations. And so what we judge effectiveness by is not just whether there's a hole in the roof of a building, but whether or not the function that element did before ceases to be effective.
Are we likely to see another show like last evening?
So I won't predict the future, but I will say that it will happen as much as required.
Tony, can I, the show last night, and the weapons that you outlined...
Let me stop you for a second. I know I'm not always as careful with words as I should be. It's not a show. It's not a game. And I just think people should be really, really careful with the words.
Right. The campaign we saw in full last night. Show is not my word, by the way. There was a, early on, like over the last month, we've had this mythical 3,000 precision-guided bombs would rain down on Baghdad on the first night. This is the New York Times put that in play. Your math lays out maybe 1,000 weapons at most, if conservatively. Was that the original plan a much greater number, or was this always kind of the state of play, roughly 1,000 or so? Because that set the stage for these expectations of shock, awe, whatever you want to call it.
Sir, a couple things. First is, to go back in shock and awe as a concept, the idea is very precise. And some people, I think, misinterpreted shock and awe for a wave of fire and huge destruction. In fact, in an effects-based campaign as this was, we can achieve much shock and awe by hitting just critical points. In fact, a perfect shock and awe would hit as few as possible to create those effects. So the answer is, we believe we are having effect, but it's tough to do that. Whether it will go forward in numbers.
Well, then let me just add on one point to that. If you go back to our objectives, our objective very clearly is to break the back of the Iraqi regime while causing as little collateral damage as possible. And that's what our objective is. What is so important about the plan is its ability to scale up and scale down.
General Franks today mentioned he doesn't think about strategic targets. He thinks about emerging targets. In the long run, might emerging targets, command and control and Iraqi Republican Guard units, might those be more important in the long run than the CNN kind of shock and awe we've been seeing out of Baghdad?
It's your fault.
I think that's a great question, and it gives an opportunity to discuss flexibility. As we demonstrated the other night, the key to having a very effective effects-based campaign is to be flexible, i.e. not to have a program over day after day that you hit automatically. Instead, what they are doing is seeing what needs to be struck next, either lethally or non-lethally. And so I think that's exactly what you're seeing right now.
The role of software would play, is the soft playing the same role it did in Afghanistan? Yeah, no.
So the role is different, but the same. They are leveraging combat power. The key role of Special Operating Forces is to take very mature, well-trained people and leverage power, i.e. it's not desirable that they get in direct firefights themselves, but instead they use air, they work with coalition allies, they use information, and a small force has a disproportionate effect on the battlefield. And that's what we're having right now.
Pam.
Could you, on the map that you showed us, you identified the airfields H2 and H3 and showed special forces near them. Are they in control of both of those airfields? Could you describe for us what that green line is, what that represents? Could you talk to us a little bit about the fighting in Basra? Could you tell us about scud hunting? And could you talk to us about non-lethal weapons? And now I'm done, and I'll remind you as you go through. The non-lethal weapons.
My mind is like one of those old computers. They can only take a certain amount. The airfields out in the west, there are H1, 2, 3, and 4, and they stretch into Jordan. I won't comment on what you're under our control now. Clearly, we have special operating forces in the west.
You said there was one as of yesterday. Has that number grown?
I won't discuss. There are still forces operating, and I think we put them at risk if we talk too much about exactly what they're doing.
Okay, and the green line that was on the map, what does that represent? It has a sign that says green line.
That is the line between the Kurdish-controlled part of northern Iraq and the remainder of Iraq.
And, I'm sorry, the scud hunting, how's that going? Or have we seen scuds launching, or are we finding scuds?
Well, we've seen no scuds launching, and that was what I was involved in during the 1991 war, and it was a combination of ground forces and air suppression over, and then, of course, intelligence. We're doing a different job of it this time, but so far there have been no scuds launched, which is very positive to date.
You don't any evidence of that?
Basra and...
You've got 2.5.
But everybody's interested.
Go ahead, you can ask her question.
Can you talk to us about the strategy of dealing with a large city like Basra and then basically sealing it off once you have destroyed the organized force and then moving rapidly beyond? Same strategy today in al-Nasiriyah. The risk that you take of having potentially a hostile city behind you, several of them, as you stretch out your lines of communication and resupply. High-risk strategy?
It depends upon the situation, sir, and I'd let General Franks characterize it in each case. Clearly, we try to avoid combatant cities because of the effect on civilians and potential damage to infrastructure as well. In cases where we can bypass or isolate and continue the operation forward and hope then that that element or that location falls without pitched combat, I think that's in everyone's best interest. And the commander on the ground weighs whether or not the enemy forces in the city are any kind of threat to his lines of communication.
But aren't you leaving a boiling pot behind potentially if the reception of American forces is different than you hope it's going to be? You leave something that can interrupt your resupply, something that can hit you from the rear?
So I wouldn't speculate. I think the commander on the ground really has the feel to make the assessment in each case.
And they also have the ability to scale as needed and appropriate. Barbara.
General, we saw some early morning bombing over Baghdad at dawn, Baghdad time. Should we take from that that you're now confident enough that you've taken down the air defense system enough over Baghdad and over Iraq to have daylight bombing?
Ma'am, we have the capability to operate anytime. We still respect the air defenses in the Baghdad area. It, of course, as you know, was known as the Super Missile Engagement Zone, or MEZ. But the air defenses there are an integrated system of air defense artillery, radars, command and control communications, and surface-to-air missiles. If you can take down parts of that and degrade it, then it gets more feasible to operate effectively in day or night. We are still respectful of what they have.
And if I could also follow up, Secretary Rumsfeld yesterday again spoke about communications that elements of the administration have had with Iraqi leadership, and that was key to your decision-making on going forward in the campaign. If they were to surrender, that might be a good sign. Has there been any sign beyond the Republican Guard that you spoke about that any member of the senior leadership in Iraq is responding to the overtures from the Bush administration?
I'd say two things. One, for quite some time now, with a variety of tools, the President of the United States speaking very openly, the leaflets, the commando solo, a variety of ways, a variety of conversations and discussions. We've been communicating with the leadership saying, end this now. save your lives, save the Iraqi people's lives. So we have communicated with them consistently over with a range of tools, and we'll continue to do this. I'm not going to characterize individual conversations, but discussions are ongoing, and there is still an opportunity for some people to do the right thing.
General, have you found any evidence that the Special Operations Forces operating in Western Iraq found any evidence of Scud, either missiles or launchers or fueling trucks or anything that might suggest there are any Scuds left out there?
To my knowledge, we have not discovered any to this point.
General, can I ask you, in the airstrikes that have targeted the Republican Guards, can you say whether you're going after headquarters and leadership as opposed to fielded forces? And if you are, why would you not go after forces that you may have to fight?
So I wouldn't give the operational details of exactly what we're targeting. We are trying to have effects-based outcomes on those organizations as well. Sometimes destroying the internal command and control of a division fragments its combat power more quickly than anything else. But I think that's as far as I'd go.
Without disclosing the location of where you actually crossed the Euphrates, can you just tell us, did you cross at a place where there were already bridges in place, or did you bridge over the Euphrates at some other point and cross?
So in fact, we were able to utilize bridges that were already in place.
Tom Bowman.
Can you get into the weapons of mass destruction sites? They were listed the first night of the air campaign. How many were struck? What do you suspect was there, either chem, bio, or long-range missile? And did you use any special kinds of weaponry, incendiary devices, for example, to take them out?
If you go back to what Secretary Rumsfeld talked about yesterday, and General Franks went through it again today, clearly one of our top priorities, one of our top objectives, is to find and destroy the WMD. There are a number of sites. I won't go into details which ones they are, where they are, but it is I will not give you a ballpark, but I'll do two things. One is just underscore what a priority that is for us, and two, try to manage expectations. We know with great certainty the Iraqi regime was extraordinarily skilled at hiding this stuff, at dispersing this stuff in very small amounts in underground bunkers, so I want to manage expectations. It could be difficult to find and exploit this stuff.
Any kind of special bombs and missiles used to take some of this stuff out, incendiary kind of weapons?
And that's a great question. In fact, the whole weaponeering process that we use in our very, very meticulous targeting process identifies every target, identifies the best munition to use. In some cases, a munition that might potentially help destroy any agents that might be there is an option. There are many other options, but in addition to the correct munition from that standpoint, we also balance that against potential collateral damage, potential unintended casualties of civilians. So a lot goes into the calculus that determines exactly what munition is used.
When you mention the target category of weapons of mass destruction and the capability to execute them, what are you really talking about? Can you explain that? Because I don't think you're actually bombing stocks of chemical weapons. What are you bombing?
I would not go into the specifics exactly, but we are taking great care not to achieve a negative effect with something we're trying to hit.
And do you hope to see some of these sites with ground troops as opposed to bombing it because of the concern maybe about some sort of a chemical plume, let's say, or something?
Well, I think exactly. Every weapon of mass destruction location has its own inherent built-in danger to it, either if it's stored incorrectly, even just going in. And so as we go after each of those, we'll look to secure them, and we'll look to then render them safe in a way that's not dangerous for our coalition forces going in or to the surrounding area.
Clearly some you feel safe to bomb as opposed to seize.
I won't identify which we might feel safe to bomb and which we wouldn't.
The Iraqis have set trenches full of oil on fire all around the city today, which is a traditional way that the Russians have tried to create some sort of primitive air defense. Would you speculate for us on what they not know that the United States has JDAMs other than making pollution?
The general wants to speculate about it from a military operations standpoint. I encourage him to do so. My personal opinion for a long time has been that they intended to do this for a very different reason. I don't think they truly thought it would impede our planes or our precision-guided weapons. I think for a long time, because their propaganda, their disinformation, their lies and deception are such a big part of the apparatus, I think they've planned for a long time to do that, to try to create very dramatic images of what it looks like is happening in Baghdad. What we know with certainty is that we have carefully chosen every target. What we know with great certainty is that we have chosen every target toward our objective of breaking the back of the regime and keeping the collateral damage and the non-combatant casualties to an absolute minimum. So I personally am quite confident it was for a very different reason.
Don't there have to be explosions before fires are started? I mean, that sort of, if there isn't a bombing campaign at that time, I don't know how stupid the Iraqi people or the international community is. I don't know how that washes.
Well, who knows right now what the Iraqi people are seeing or hearing. But, and also we're trying to keep tabs, but it's hard to see what people in the other parts of the world are seeing or how it is being characterized to them. But the images in and of themselves can be dramatic. We're trying very hard to explain to people how careful the targeting process was, how we tried to hit certain targets with certain purpose, how we were not doing those things. The very placement of some of these trenches gives you an indication of what they were thinking. Putting trenches near hospitals and mosques and schools, which are clearly not targets for us.
Is there any military reason? Does it impede any aspect of anything you do, John?
I believe there could be a belief that any obscurant could assist them, but it is, I do not believe that will have the effect that they may hope.
General, can I ask you a question about activities in the north? We haven't heard much other than that there are special operations forces there. Can you tell us whether the oil fields in the north have been secured, and also any details that you might have on the raids against the terrorist camps up there?
At this point, we continue to have special operating forces in the north. In fact, there was a strike as part of last night's operation against the facility that you've written about before, Kerma. We are still gathering battle damage assessment from that. In regards to the oil field, that is not yet in coalition hands.
Have there been any sabotage there like we've seen in the south?
Not seen evidence of it yet. Let's go over here.
General, you said that the troops were making good progress, but by the evidence of the names that were read at the beginning of this press briefing, clearly it's not a complete rollover. Can you give us any idea where the coalition forces are meeting the most resistance, and can you give us any details of what the fighting has been like?
I would leave it to CENTCOM to describe that, because I think they do it better than we have. I think the speed of the advance will indicate that engagements have been settled fairly rapidly.
General, will the north remain a special operations area, or will there be regular Army forces, ground troops moving in larger numbers in the coming days?
So I won't really add to what the chairman said. There will be a northern option or part of Operation Iraqi Freedom, and whatever operational forces we decide to use will be seen as it unfolds.
Let's take Tammy and then we'll go way back.
Is there any evidence so far that any of the resistance encountered by advancing troops has been directed from Baghdad? Or perhaps are the units on the ground responding to standing orders in place? And then also, have U.S. forces encountered any caches of WMD of any kind?
We have found no caches of weapons of mass destruction to date. It is difficult to say what causes the engagements from the Iraqi forces.
We're in the back.
Tori, and for the general, is it your belief that Saddam is the only really cohesive force holding the Iraqi defenders together? In other words, that the demise of Saddam or the demise of his leadership circle would translate automatically into immediate evaporation of resistance? Or is there some scenario where you could see Saddam going away but the fighting continuing?
I'll try and then you can follow up. As I've said before, who knows about Saddam Hussein? There are 5, 6, 7 different reports about what his status might be. Clearly, we're having an impact on the leadership. As I said before, and the Secretary has said repeatedly, there is confusion. There doesn't seem to be the vigorous, robust command and control direction that you would expect. So clearly we're having an impact on the leadership. I think we'll just leave it there.
More about the strikes on the Ansar al-Islam in the north. Could you tell us the extent of those were cruise missile strikes and whether also airplane strikes?
So they were Tomahawk land attack missile strikes that went into the Kerma facility.
Troy, what about those 4 KIA that were reported today? Has that been sorted out whether there were 4?
Mixed reports. Don't have anything for you on it.
Can I get
Thank
a
you.
clarification, General, real quick? You said, were Special Operations Forces on the ground used to laze targets in any of these strikes?
I don't think you said.
Do you have any evidence of Tomahawks went into Iran?
Do you allow me in Iran?
We've been listening to General David McChrystal on the staff of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and also Tory Clark, who of course is Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, answering reporters' questions at the Pentagon. Bottom line here, only thing certain out of this conflict is the outcome. What they're saying is that we can't tell you how long it's going to last. They were unable to give us a number of operational details that, of course, reporters were asking about. I want to quickly turn to retired Army General David Grange. David, I know you were listening too, and I want to ask you what you picked up on. But one thing I do want to pinpoint as I turn to you, and that is this comment by General McChrystal that the success is going to be measured by the effects and not necessarily by how many targets are hit.
Yeah, what he's referring to, Ranger McChrystal is referring to effects-based operations. What that means is that you don't have to have bomb damage assessment. In other words, a kinetic item went in and blew up a building or a tank. In other words, you may affect the capabilities of an enemy target through information warfare, psychological actions as an example. And what it means is that you attack not only the physical domain of the enemy, but you attack the organizational domain, which means you sever the command and control. And it also means you attack the moral domain, fear, sense of hopelessness, that you're surrounded, that you should give up. That's what he's talking about in effects-based.
What did you hear that, that advanced your understanding of what's going on over there? And just quickly, a reference to when Tory Clark said, we don't have strategic surprise, that element, but we do want to preserve any tactical surprise that we can.
Right. There's 3 levels of surprise. You have strategic, which means that we're in war and react, and it's the big picture globally. And they know we have so many forces over there, and there's so many ships in the sea, at the sea, and we are firing these missiles, and it's really kind of the stuff that we're watching on television. Operational surprise is more of some of General Franks's actual, what he puts out in the theater to employ special operating forces or airstrikes or ground fighting. And then tactical surprises within the units themselves, like the 3rd Infantry Division got across the Euphrates River. They announced that after it happened, so the Iraqis couldn't oppose the river crossing. That would be tactical surprise.
All right, retired Army General David Grange, who's been consultant to CNN throughout Operation Iraqi Freedom. As I turn to my colleague Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait. Wolf, I would just take note that Tory Clark began by telling us about the deaths of some journalists in Iraq, and she made a point of saying they're not embedded with U.S. or British military units, but she gave a very clear warning about how dangerous it is to be out there.
It's dangerous for all journalists who go into Iraq, whether they're embedded with U.S. military personnel or British forces, or whether they go, as we say, unilaterally on their own with their own security. And the death of at least one journalist we know in the northern part of Iraq today, and perhaps others, underscores the dangers for all of these journalists. We wish only the best to all of our colleagues, all of our journalistic colleagues, as they continue to try to do their jobs and cover this war. I was also struck, Judy, by what the general said at the briefing at the Pentagon, that 400 Tomahawk cruise missiles were launched, another 100 air-launched Tomahawk cruise missiles, and several hundred more precision-guided bombs. I'm thinking about 1,000 of these altogether during this first 24-hour period of the shock and awe campaign. And as you say, significant development, crossing the Euphrates River, moving 150 miles so far on the ground into Iraq. Significant developments. Nick Robertson was until yesterday in Baghdad covering this story so excellently for all of us, for all of our viewers around the world. He's now been expelled together with his team from Baghdad. They drove long into Jordan. Nick is joining us now live from Amman, Jordan, the capital there. Nick, first of all, tell us your impressions now as you see what's going on 24 hours into this air campaign.
Wolf, when we were leaving Baghdad this morning, the detonations that we could hear around the outskirts of the city were huge. We were in the center, so anyone living in the center of the city could feel almost this continual rumbling as one detonation came after another, after another, after another. That sense of shock and awe must, to a degree, be being felt by many in Baghdad, but in particular by those close to all those detonations. And of course, anyone in the center of Baghdad overnight last night would have seen the destruction of one of President Saddam Hussein's presidential areas, a large area in the center of Baghdad, right on the Tigris River, hit repeatedly through the night. And certainly most people in the city would have been able to see the flashes and hear the detonations and even feel the rumbling. So it is beginning to take an effect. The streets were very empty as we left the city today. In fact, really, the only people we were seeing around were Ba'ath Party officials in their olive green uniforms, most of them armed, loitering somewhat menacingly on the street corners of the city. They had small bunkers built. Some of the people manning those bunkers appeared to be as young as 16 or 17 years old. But what we noticed, Wolf, the further away we got from Baghdad, the further away we got from the capital, we saw fewer and fewer and fewer military forces until really within perhaps 100 miles of Baghdad, virtually no military forces to be seen whatsoever. A real indication here, perhaps, Wolf, that Baghdad is exactly what Iraqi officials are concentrating on holding, and appear prepared at least to cede relatively easily those areas outside of the capital, Wolf.
You were in Baghdad last night, 9 p.m. local time, when the shock and awe airstrikes began. Give our viewers a sense of what it was like to be one of among 5 million people to go through that ordeal.
Wolf, I suspect that I was lucky inasmuch I had a good reason to believe I was in a location that wasn't targeted, and because I understand the nature of these weapons, I had good reason to believe that 99% or a high percentage of the time they would be accurate, and therefore I could watch it without feeling a huge sense of personal danger. I have not witnessed anything on this scale before. That multiple detonations, it almost, to be honest, Wolf, it had an Armageddon-like feel to it, albeit in a limited area. Multiple flashes, detonations that you could impacted your body, that blew the windows open, that blew the plaster off the walls of the room that I was in. It was massive, it was awesome, and for people who perhaps didn't have that same degree of knowledge of the weaponry and a certain knowledge that perhaps the location they were in wasn't about to be targeted, it certainly would have been shocking as well. It was awesome is perhaps the only way to describe it, Wolf.
And presumably that will not be the last time that kind of shock and awe bombing strike affects the Iraqi capital or other cities in Iraq. Nick, before I let you go, describe a little bit what it was like to drive from Baghdad to leave Iraq, to get into Jordan, make it where you are now, Amman, the Jordanian capital. Specifically, we had heard stories from other journalists who were expelled from Iraq that they were forced to pay huge sums of money to Iraqi officials simply to get out safely.
What happens at the border between Jordan and Iraq is on the Iraqi side there's a customs facility and they search your bags and belongings, and they have very strict foreign currency regulations. So if you try and leave the country with currency that you haven't declared going in, and some people don't do that, then you're in violation of laws. Now, normally the searching isn't very strict, and certainly for the other journalists preceding us, they were searched very strictly, even sent back to Baghdad to appear in court, paying astronomical sums to be released from court and leave the country. We perhaps were somewhat luckier. Perhaps the border guards now realizing that they only do themselves have a few days duty left at that border point. They weren't so strict in their searches. They did pay a lot of attention to detail to our equipment, but we certainly didn't get any of the body frisking that I know my other journalistic colleagues had when they came out a few days ago, Wolf.
Nick Robertson, he's safe and sound in Amman, Jordan, outside of Iraq. Nick, I think I speak for all of our journalistic colleagues, not only at CNN, but at news organizations around the world. We're happy all four of you made it out safe and sound, and we thank you for all of your excellent work. Back to you, Judy.
His crew got out safely, and also admiring of the enormous courage they showed while they were in Baghdad, as long as they were permitted to be by Iraqi officials. Still ahead, voices of protest here at home and overseas. When we come back, we're going to go live to New York City, where demonstrators have been out all day long speaking out against the war, and others showing support for the troops.
Where do you get your pet's flea, tick, and heartworm medications?
Oh, what a hassle. I take the dog, drive to the vet's office, then sit and wait. I just call 1-800-PET-MED, and my pet's medications are delivered right to my door. Wow, I paid a lot at the vet's office. And I paid a lot less.
1-800-PET-MEDS guarantees the lowest price on all your pet's medications. Order online or call now.
Introducing New America Online 8.0. With hundreds of new features, there's never been a better time to try it.
You've got mail.
With 8.0, I can customize my email.
AOL's new parental controls I can set up for each one of my children.
Now AOL searches are faster than ever with Google. The customer service is free and it's 24 hours a day.
Call now and get 1,025 free hours for 45 days. There's no commitment and you don't even need a credit card.
America Online has so much more.
New AOL 8.0 with hundreds of new features. There's never been a better time to try it.
As we watch these live pictures from Baghdad, the middle of the night, early morning over there, we want to tell you that the war on Iraq is sending protesters around the world into the streets this weekend. Tens of thousands of them turned out today for a massive demonstration in Britain's capital, London. While organizers claimed at least 250,000 people showed up, police put the number at about 80,000. In the Middle East, a large and angry crowd marched through the streets of Gaza City to protest against the U.S.-led attacks on Iraq. Here in the United States, meantime, demonstrators turned out today in big cities and some small ones. The biggest demonstration of all, though, in New York City, over 100. Police said maybe 200,000 people turning out. Our Maria Hinojosa has been out all day long with the crowd. You can see from this overhead shot. Maria, I don't believe you have access to it, but we're showing our viewers from the helicopter view that shows an enormous group of people.
Well, Judy, the organizers here are saying that this crowd is anywhere from 200 to 300,000 strong. The police are saying it's well over 100,000, but certainly tens of thousands of people have come out to the streets of New York to say that they do not support this war in one bit. Their main focus now, they say, is to try to stop the war, to bring the troops home. Now, it was a very orderly demonstration coming down Broadway, but when they came here to Washington Square Park, it began to really just descend into some complications. Now, this is a very large crowd. They were being allowed to go around Washington Square Park for quite a while. But then, soon, there began a confrontation with the police, where the police suddenly brought out a van. And we have someone here. Her name is Dana Walters. You saw what was happening, Dana. Take us to the scene. What happened?
The police were pushing thousands of marchers this way with backup vehicles, vans, and buses full of police and riot gear. The marchers were being directed back towards them by another set of police that were blocking access to the subway. There was a confrontation. The marchers were chanting, the whole world is watching, and whose streets, our streets. And this woman stepped up to confront the police, to ask why we were being pushed in opposite directions.
Okay, now Harriet.
Actually, I didn't ask them anything. All I did was stand there, and then we started a chant that peace is for your children too. And they were standing there abreast with their plastic handcuffs. Each of them had their plastic handcuffs and the face shields up and down. And I don't know, I figured I'd move toward them because I figured, what are they going to do with an old white-haired lady?
So what happened at that moment?
Facing them, they stopped, and I didn't know exactly that they stopped when I faced them, but later people were thanking me, so I was a little surprised.
You're 75 years old. Why are you taking to the streets, even though the war is well underway?
It's not a war that's underway, it's a massacre that's underway. It's an invasion that's underway. And the oil companies are going, they've already given out contracts for the reconstruction to American countries like Halliburton. I heard that this morning.
Harriet, do you think that the politicians in Washington will be moved by the tens of thousands of people that have come out to the streets here in New York and in other cities around the world?
King Bush, the resident of the White House, says he doesn't listen to anybody. And it's true, he may not. But we've got to keep coming out. And it may have slowed them down a little, but not much. That doesn't matter. We're going to get America back for the people.
Thank you. And clearly, Harriet, who's only 75 years old, was able, she's now being credited with keeping the police at bay, though there were confrontations. We know that there were several arrests. We don't have any confirmation now. We do know also that there was pepper spray that was used on a couple of the demonstrators. A lot of anger, Judy, a lot of anger directed at the media, saying that we are not telling the story of the people who are against this war. So it's very tense right now. We know that there are police over there. We've got protesters on this side, so we will keep you informed as it develops. Judy.
Thank you, Maria. In New York City, the site of the biggest demonstrations today. Well, certainly you can't say the media is not telling that side of the story today. We have been covering these demonstrations all day long in New York City, in Atlanta, in Chicago, where there were people demonstrating on both sides. A short time ago, we had a report of demonstrations in Los Angeles. And further up north in the state of California, San Francisco, a city that's no stranger to protests and demonstrations. CNN's Rusty Dornan is there. Rusty, the last time I saw you, the crowd was gathering.
Well, the crowd now is dispelling a bit because they're gathering for the march, Judy. It's a bit of a festival atmosphere, very different from the previous 2 days here in San Francisco, where we had crowds in the street, a lot of civil disobedience. More than 2,000 people were arrested for tying up traffic and destroying property. But today, we also heard a lot from speakers here about the fact that they don't feel that the media is covering this properly. They feel the embedded reporters are just spokespeople for the Pentagon and that they are urging on this war. There's also a very radical contingent here that's saying they want to shut down military bases, they want to shut down all ports with civil disobedience, and that's the only way they can have their voices heard. But the folks who organized this rally really wanted it to be a peaceful one. They wanted people and families and to be able to feel like they could gather. Now the march is just beginning to assemble. They're planning to march for about an hour or an hour and a half and come back here for music and more speakers. There's also just a wide variety of folks here who have gathered for this. On one hand, you've got a gentleman who claims to be a Maoist. Over here, we have folks who are for the war and are backing Bush. They've been getting, you can see a confrontation going on right now between an anti-war person and someone who does support the war. Those have been going on all day, but fortunately, they have not been getting violent. There's been some pretty strong words used, but no one seems to be getting violent about it. So they will be back, as I said, in about an hour. The police say as long as this demonstration is peaceful, they're fine, but as soon as they start tying up traffic in the streets, they will begin arresting. Judy?
Rusty, are there any, how many people are you seeing there who support the president and support the policy of going into Iraq?
The only folks really, there's about 10 people here right now, Judy, but there is also a huge demonstration in Sacramento today. A lot of the folks that I know that are pro-Bush supporters and support the troops say that they went there today rather than coming here.
All right, Rusty Dornan in San Francisco. We've been showing you these protests in a number of cities, and we'll tell you that while these anti-war protesters are spreading this message on the streets, our latest poll shows that 76% of Americans tell the pollsters that they approve of the U.S. decision to go to war with Iraq, while 20% say they disapprove. Let's bring in our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, with more on the war and public opinion. Bill, first of all, how different is public opinion for this war from the first Gulf War back in 1991?
Well, Judy, the New York Times reported an interesting comparison that showed a really striking difference between this war and Bush's father's experience in the Gulf War. In the Gulf War, Republicans, of course, were solidly behind the first President Bush, but so were Democrats. 81% of Democrats said they supported his handling of that war after the first few days. But compare that with this war. 93% of Republicans are behind this President Bush, but only 50% of Democrats. That is an immense partisan difference. We did not see partisan differences that big until several years into the Vietnam War. Politically, I think it's fair to say this is President Bush's war.
Bill, what do you think explains the difference?
Well, President Bush, he is very unpopular with Democrats, and a lot of Democrats, see this as a politically concocted war. They don't understand the argument for it. They don't see the Iraqi threat. Most Americans believe that what's driving this war is 9/11. But a lot of Democrats say, wait a minute, we don't see any connection between Iraq and 9/11, and we don't see any threat from Iraq. And moreover, the argument, weapons of mass destruction, they say, let the inspectors finish their job. Let them find the weapons of mass destruction. We haven't seen them yet. They're very suspicious of President Bush, and they think this war is being driven by politics. And the rest of the world is not on the United States side, and that substantiates that Democratic criticism.
All right, Bill Schneider, our senior political analyst, as we look at the live pictures of Baghdad. And as we look at those pictures, we want to share with you that among the military families keeping close watch on what all is happening are the U.S. troops, are those troops' families at Georgia's Fort Stewart. Christina Waterhouse joins us now. She is the wife of Sergeant Donald Brett Waterhouse. He's a member of the 3rd Infantry Division, mechanized division, that is, based at Fort Stewart. Ms. Waterhouse, thank you for talking with us. When was the last time you spoke with your husband?
I spoke with my husband about 3 weeks ago.
And what was he saying to you then?
Just indicating that they were still waiting for information, but that probably would not hear from him for a while. But he did indicate that they were all fine, doing well, and trained for this mission and ready to go whenever they were called.
What's your best understanding of where he is right now?
My best understanding is that somewhere in the vicinity of approaching Baghdad. Where exactly, I don't know at this time.
What are your thoughts, Mrs. Waterhouse, as you watch the images on television of this war?
I have mixed feelings, really. I know that it's wonderful. My husband was also a veteran of the Gulf War, the previous Gulf War, and just the media coverage is, you know, great because we can really keep an eye on where they are and how things are happening. But then on the flip side of that, I have, you know, sort of mixed emotions, as I said, because if there is, heaven forbid, an accident, the likelihood of anyone from casualty assistance getting to that family member first are, you know, really slim. So it's a tough situation.
How do you feel about this war yourself? You're watching pictures today, I assume, of many Americans protesting the war. They say they support the troops, but they disagree with the war. What do you think?
Again, I'm a military wife of 11 years. I support the military, my husband, of course, and I know, I just want to just reiterate that you know, they're well trained, ready to do their mission, and just want them to come home safe.
Well, that sentiment is one shared by all of us. Christina Waterhouse, whose husband, Staff Sergeant Donald Brett Waterhouse, is with the 3rd Infantry Division, 3rd Infantry Mechanized Division, based at Fort Stewart, Georgia. Mrs. Waterhouse, thank you very much for talking with us.
Thank you.
All of the men and women in uniform in Iraq and in the entire region are in our thoughts. That wraps up our coverage this hour. Wolf Blitzer straight ahead with more from Kuwait and around the world. I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington. We'll be right back with more live coverage.
CNN Tonight, the strike on Iraq continues. The latest from the war zone, plus a Desert Storm tank commander. Only on Larry King Weekend. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Gotta go right now. Gotta go.
If you have strong, sudden urges to go and go, you may be one of the 17 million people with overactive bladder.
got to go now.
And you've got to go to your phone right now to learn what you can do about it. Because overactive bladder is a treatable condition.
Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go.
Find out more. Call 1-866-303-1700 and we'll send you free, confidential information. You'll learn.
Do more in the Subaru Baja with higher ground clearance than Ford Explorer Sport Track. With a smooth car-like ride. With better gas mileage than any other sport utility truck. And the only compact sport utility truck with full-time all-wheel drive standard. The all-wheel drive Subaru Baja. Do more for less with 0% financing now on the all-wheel drive Baja.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins. Coming up in 90 seconds, Wolf Blitzer reports strike on Iraq. But first, the latest developments at this hour. U.S. and U.K. troops continue to secure points in southeast Iraq, including the Faw Peninsula, as the U.S. 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, and the 1st Marines continue moving north. The Pentagon says American forces have crossed the Euphrates River. The invasion force has also secured 2 strategically important airfields to the west, near Jordan, and continued pounding northern cities by air. The 3rd Infantry's lead elements at last report were about 160 miles south of Baghdad and have started to run into Iraqi troops, exchanging fire earlier. 1st Battalion Marines also ran into resistance, exchanging fire after pausing to demolish abandoned Iraqi military vehicles and munitions. This is Baghdad right now. It's a little past 1 a.m. Sunday morning. Fires continue to fill the skies with smoky haze, as you can see there. The Pentagon says the massive air campaign of 2,000 sorties beginning more than 24 hours ago was an historic first. It was the first time every single bomb in an aerial assault was guided by precision technology. More than 300 Tomahawk cruise missiles struck the capital, many of them tearing apart the sprawling riverside complex that makes up the heart of the Iraqi government. Iraqi officials claim more than 200 civilians were injured in the bombardment, but President Bush has accused the Iraqis of putting civilians near potential military targets. These are casualties from a U.S. air assault on an encampment in northern Iraq. The Pentagon and northern Iraqi Kurds say the camp was an extremist Muslim terror group with ties to al-Qaeda. A suicide bombing near an Iraqi checkpoint claimed the lives of an Australian journalist and 3 Kurdish soldiers. New polls show a majority of Americans now approve of President Bush's decision to go to war, but this rally in Chicago in support of the military efforts was not a typical one. Most of today's protests, like this one in New York, were overwhelmingly against the war, involving minor skirmishes with police along the edges. Protesters in the Capitol gathered near the White House and clogged local traffic. And in Atlanta, about 1,000 protesters marched to CNN's headquarters protesting the war and what they called CNN's glorification of it. Those are the headlines making news at this hour. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. Now back to our coverage of strike on Iraq. Wolf Blitzer reports.
City, with correspondents from around the world. Strike on Iraq with Wolf Blitzer starts now.
Dramatic scenes at home and abroad. Crowds of angry demonstrators turned chaotic in the United States and overseas. Our CNN crews captured drama on tape. Here's a live picture of Baghdad, where air raid sirens have been sounding off all night long. And here, live in Kuwait City, citizens heard their share of sirens earlier today. It's now 1 a.m. in this part of the Persian Gulf. Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting tonight live from Kuwait City. The war raged on in Iraq today, resulting in stunning scenes of battle along several fronts. A day after Baghdad was rocked by the Pentagon's so-called shock and awe assault, air raid sirens sounded again and thick clouds of smoke rose over the capital. Some of it may have come from oil-filled trenches set ablaze by Iraqis in an effort to hinder U.S. airstrikes. U.S. Marines called in Cobra attack helicopters as they battled Iraqi forces near the southern city of Basra. Demolition teams used tow missiles to blow up abandoned Iraqi tanks and other armored vehicles buried in earthworks. While some oil wells were left in flames, U.S. and British forces have gained control of oil fields in southern Iraq and the nearby port of Qasr. Before we go on, let's take a quick look at the big picture. We begin in the south with the race to Baghdad, the forces coming out of Kuwait. CNN's Walter Rogers reports the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry is the furthest along. We're permitted to report it currently is about 160 miles south of the city, slowed after an encounter with Iraqi troops. CNN's Martin Savage, embedded with the Marines, watched U.S. troops destroy abandoned Iraqi tanks near Basra in southern Iraq. The battalion also encountered rocket-propelled grenade fire. And CNN's Christiana Manpour reports the strategic port of Qasr, after several heated battles, has been captured by coalition forces intact. The U.S. says Allied forces have reached Basra and the city of Nasiriyah on the Euphrates River, considered a vital river crossing. The Pentagon reports that Iraq's entire 51st Division, based in Nasiriyah, up to 10,000 troops, have surrendered to U.S. forces. In the West, CNN's Chris Plant reports coalition forces have seized a network of significant airfields known as H2 and H3, considered by U.S. intelligence to be a potential storage site for weapons of mass destruction. And in central Iraq, the air campaign continues, with Baghdad being hit with more bombs Saturday evening. This, roughly 24 hours after the coalition began its shock and awe bombing campaign, which includes cities to Baghdad's north, Tikrit, Kirkuk, and Mosul. In all, the U.S. says it has flown more than 2,000 sorties, half of which were strikes by sea and air-launched cruise missiles. The punishing U.S.-led air attacks on Baghdad have reduced many of Saddam Hussein's showcase palaces and key government buildings to rubble. U.S. military officials say there have been 2,000 sorties flown since the start of this shock and awe campaign. Key targets include palaces that U.S. officials say are military command centers. Iraqi residents describe the bombing campaign as simply terrifying. Thick clouds of black smoke are rising over the city of some 5 million people. There also are reports Iraqis may have started some fires to confuse Allied warplanes. The Iraqi government says more than 200 civilians were wounded in yesterday's bombing raids. American officials say they still do not know if Saddam Hussein is alive or dead. CNN's Frank Buckley is aboard one of the U.S. aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf, the aircraft carrier Constellation. Frank's joining us now live via video phone. Frank?
Wolf, at about this time last night, the first strike packages that had gone into Baghdad from the USS Constellation were arriving back on the aircraft carrier here. What we weren't able to share with you last night was the scene that took place before all of the strike packages left the USS Constellation. Those were the briefings that took place with the pilots. Tonight, we are able to show you that.
The flight deck of the USS Constellation roared to life with the first strike fighters bound for Baghdad.
We are the Oscar Bravo Sierra package.
Earlier, a briefing, embedded journalists getting a front row seat to a moment in history.
Some of you have already flown once or twice, but this is the package now that's going to be going downtown here, and it's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here, gentlemen. I don't think that any of us will ever step away from this and not remember this particular day.
Ordnance from strike fighters and Tomahawk cruise missiles rained into Baghdad. Anti-aircraft fire flew up. The men who flew over it saw things they'll never forget.
Just continuous, constant explosions going off all over the place. You saw the AAA coming up. Occasionally you see some missile bursts.
I don't think anything we could have thought of would have prepared us for what we were going to see happening on the ground out there.
The first strike package was led by a Desert Storm veteran, The Carrier Air Wing's commanding officer, Mark Fox.
We didn't fly on night vision goggles back then, so everything that you saw then was with the naked eye, and now you've got an ability to see a lot more. So I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing or not, but there was a hell of a lot of stuff to look at.
Mike Herbert remembers watching missiles like this one crash into targets on TV during Desert Storm. He was only a teenager.
And to actually do that myself for the first time, when I remember in high school seeing it on TV, on being able to see that, now to actually do it, it's a whole different world.
And in addition to the airstrikes that came from carrier-based aircraft and land-based aircraft, there were also Tomahawk cruise missile launches that came from U.S. Navy warships. We are told by Rear Admiral Barry Costello, the Constellation Battle Group commander, that of the 30-plus ships and submarines in this theater that are capable of launching Tomahawks, all of them launched Tomahawks last night. Wolf?
Part of about 400 or so Tomahawk cruise missiles that were launched. Before I let you go, Frank, what's the scene right now? How much activity is there on the USS Constellation in terms of planes, warplanes taking off and landing?
Well, as you noted earlier, Wolf, air operations are continuing into Iraq. They are also continuing off of other aircraft carriers, and here aboard the Constellation, there have been air operations. They are continuing. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and we expect that at some point aircraft will be taking off and landing. You can probably hear the jets behind me. So the level of activity is pretty intense at various times, other times quiet. So yes, airplanes are taking off and landing on this aircraft carrier tonight.
All right, Frank Buckley, he's aboard the USS Constellation, one of 5 U.S. aircraft carriers participating in this war against Saddam Hussein and the Iraqi regime. Let's go to CNN's Gary Tuckman now. He's embedded with the U.S. Air Force at a base in the Persian Gulf region. He's joining us now live via video phone. Gary?
Well, Wolf, the bombs that will be falling in Iraq in a very short time period are about to leave here. This air base where we are right now on the border of Iraq. We can't tell you the exact locations because of the rules set up by the Pentagon for embedded journalists, but we can tell you that this is a very busy air base where planes are continuously taking off to go to Iraq. Behind me, the A-10 attack plane. It's known as the Warthog, partly named the Warthog because it's a rather ugly plane, but it's solidly built. It can survive direct hits from armor-piercing explosives and projectiles. This plane is used to provide air support for the ground troops in Iraq. They have bombs and missiles. They drop them if necessary. They don't always drop them. But there are other aircraft here, the F-16. They are the fighters that always drop the bombs and missiles. The F-16s are the aircraft that were used the most during the 1991 Gulf War. We want to give you a look at one plane that has just come in, from Iraq, and you can see it right now. It just landed here, and it's coming into park. This is one of the A-10 Warthogs that just came from one of its missions. This gives you an idea. We have constant activity here on these taxiways and runways here at this base, where there are more than 8,000 American servicemen and women right now. They are here from all 4 branches of the service, the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Air Force, but mostly Air Force. There's also a contingent here from Great Britain, a contingent here from Australia. You can see one of the planes taking off right now also. You can see it's 1 in the morning here, 1:11. Activity on the runways and the taxiways here at this air base. A short time ago, we talked with a pilot of an A-10 attack Warthog who just completed a mission to Iraq a short time ago.
I was sent to a particular location in Iraq near the city of Nasiriyah and worked with many other airplanes, A-10 Thunderbolts, and ground troops. And our number one job is to keep our ground troops safe that are on the ground and make sure that their way is clear as they move forward.
What kind of ammunition do you carry? What armaments? What kind of bombs and missiles?
The A-10 is built around a 7-barrel Gatling gun. It carries 30-millimeter bullets. We carry almost any flavor of bombs you can imagine, and infrared and electro-optical Mavericks.
On this mission, you don't always use them. Did you use them on this mission?
On most missions we don't, but on this mission I cleaned off the jet, so to speak. We found a military compound that had not surrendered, and after 30 to 40 minutes of very significant delays to ensure that there was no collateral damage and that the target was positively identified, there were no friendlies or any non-combatants in the area, we were given permission to engage and destroy.
Colonel Webb is from Boise, Idaho. He also told us that he had audio evidence in his cockpit that an Iraqi missile was fired in his direction. He took measures to avoid that missile. He acknowledged to us he was scared. He also told us he would have another mission tomorrow. Wolf, back to you.
All right, Gary Tuckman, he's at an air base near Iraq here in the Persian Gulf. Let's move on. We have reporters covering this story around the world, certainly around all parts of Iraq. CNN's Ben Wiedemann is in the Kurdish-controlled northern part of Iraq. He's joining us now via video phone as well. I understand, Ben, there's been some significant U.S. military activity in the northern part of Iraq earlier today.
That's correct, Wolf. Actually, just about an hour ago, we were watching as tracer fire was coming up from the direction of Mosul, which is about 28 miles from here. In fact, I think I'm hearing some thuds as well. Just a little while ago, we also saw flashes from just north of Mosul as well. So that city once more coming under bombardment by coalition airplanes. We also are hearing reports that Kirkuk, another major northern city, was also under fire. Now, according to Kurdish intelligence sources, and of course the Kurdish groups have their own spies in the northern cities, several targets were hit earlier in Mosul. I'm hearing an airplane also overhead as well. The targets hit in Mosul include a palace belonging to Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, a major army barracks, as well as the headquarters of military intelligence. Now, in other action in northern Iraq today, apparently a good number of cruise missiles were hit the area that is currently occupied by the fundamentalist group Ansar al-Islam, that area near the Iranian border. Apparently there were some casualties there, and among the casualties was a journalist, an Australian cameraman, who was killed not as a result of those cruise missile attacks, but rather in a suicide bombing at a checkpoint where the journalists were waiting to talk to people who were fleeing the area that was hit by those cruise missiles. Apparently, one taxi was rigged with explosives, and when it reached the Kurdish checkpoint there, it blew up, killed this Australian cameraman, in addition to 3 Kurdish soldiers and a Kurdish civilian. Wolf?
This group Ansar al-Islam, a lot of our viewers have heard about it. They know it's loosely aligned with Al-Qaeda, but give our viewers a sense specifically what their goal is.
Just to tell you, we're hearing some planes overhead and more thumps in the background, so it would appear more bombs falling in the area of Mosul. Now, as far as Ansar al-Islam goes, it's basically, it's a breakaway from a Kurdish Islamic party. It holds ideals very much along the lines of the Taliban in Afghanistan. They have had links also, alleged links to Al-Qaeda, the network, the terrorist network of Osama bin Laden, and the United States has repeatedly made indications that they would be involved. They would also be hitting Ansar al-Islam when they began their military campaign against Iraq as well, and we've heard from Kurdish officials that they intend to also be involved in a ground offensive, that is the Kurdish groups, against Ansar al-Islam as soon as the bombing campaign was to begin. Wolf?
Ben Wiedemann, he's in northern Iraq, not far from Mosul, where there seems to be heavy U.S. bombardment unfolding even as he's delivering his report. Ben Wiedemann, stay safe over there. We'll be getting back to you, of course, throughout the night. 2 British Royal Navy Sea King helicopters collided today over the Persian Gulf, killing all 7 crew members. The helicopters involved in the accident were like the one in this picture. The victims included 6 Britons and 1 American.
Yes, tragically that the aircraft hit each other. They were over the sea at the time, and I can say that it was not as the result of enemy action.
The collision of the two British helicopters happened before dawn today. Meanwhile, the Pentagon has identified the two Marines killed in combat in Iraq yesterday. They are Second Lieutenant Thurell Childers of Harrison, Mississippi, and Lance Corporal Jose Gutierrez of Los Angeles. The number of reported U.S. combat deaths stands at 6. There have been 19 accidental deaths in Operation Iraqi Freedom, resulting from 2 helicopter crashes. 14 of the dead were British and 5 were American. Among them, Marines Major Jay Aubin, Captain Ryan Beaupere, Corporal Brian Kennedy, and Staff Sergeant Kendall Watersby. The fathers of 2 of the Marines are sharing some of their grief. One questioned the helicopter that was involved.
He was flying a 30-year-old helicopter, and they've been grounded many, many times. And it was maintenance that killed him. It wasn't his flying or the other boys flying. And I feel bad for all the others that got killed in that helicopter. It's just...
George Bush, take a good look at this, man, because you took my only son away from me.
And our hearts and prayers, of course, go out to the families of all those killed in action so far. For the most part, the port city of Qasr in southern Iraq is now in the hands of American and British forces. CNN's Christiane Amanpour went there and spoke with the troops.
A helicopter flight over the port of Qasr reveals the area is relatively quiet. And down below, British soldiers do some war tourism, looking at one of those giant billboards of Saddam Hussein. Taking Qasr was a joint operation. The 15th U.S. Marine Expeditionary Unit was under the command of the British Royal Marines Commando Brigade. Now, U.S. Marines rest at the port after more than a day on the move. Some, like 21-year-old Corporal Jeremy Archer, had feared the worst.
I expected a big war, I guess, but they're all giving up, so it was easier than I thought.
Not all are giving up, though. About 3 kilometers away from the main port, there are pockets of resistance. The commander of the U.S. Marine unit sent up Cobra helicopters and fired artillery to destroy the Iraqi fire.
They did resist, but once it appeared that they would have to deal with some overwhelming firepower, they have a tendency then to give up.
The British commander says the resistance is isolated.
It hasn't been a particularly cohesive fighting force. It's been a D-30 gun firing a few rounds prior to its destruction, or a group of individuals firing.
It took longer than expected to secure Qasr, and the military says it's still mopping up small pockets of resistance in the town. Nonetheless, the military says it plans to bring in the first elements of humanitarian aid, perhaps within 48 hours. Qasr is Iraq's main commercial port. It lies at the mouth of the Shatt al-Arab waterway, which flows into the Persian Gulf. This was an important strategic target for Allied forces and will be the main port of entry for relief and other humanitarian goods. Just yesterday, Iraqi ministers vowed that Qasr would never fall, but hundreds of soldiers have given themselves up, and now they are POWs under US and British control. Christiane Amanpour, CNN, at the port of Qasr in southern Iraq.
Thousands of Palestinians marched in Gaza to protest the strike on Iraq. Some called on Iraq to attack Israel. Protesters scuffled with police outside the U.S. Embassy in Manama. Manama is the capital of Bahrain, where the U.S. Fifth Fleet is based. In northwestern Africa, Mauritian protesters chanted, "Bush is a butcher." Police dispersed them with tear gas. Thousands of Muslims staged marches in India. The Indian government had supported a peaceful resolution to the Iraqi conflict, but it's resisting pressure to condemn America. In New Zealand, thousands of protesters marched on the U.S. Embassy. They also demonstrated outside the mission of Australia, which has some 2,000 troops in the Gulf. Protests also outside the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. Russia's foreign minister says U.S. interests hoping to profit from Iraqi oil, are trying to nullify Russia's oil contracts with Iraq. Thousands of people, both for and against the war, are taking to the streets across the United States. We're taking you live to 3 major demonstrations. Maria Hinojosa is in New York. Rusty Dornan is in San Francisco. And in Chicago, our bureau chief there, Jeff Flock. We begin with Maria in New York. Maria?
Well, this started as a demonstration, really a march that began in Midtown Manhattan that was very calm, very peaceful. Of course, organizers and police are having different opinions on the numbers of people out here. The organizers, some are saying well over 250,000. I have heard a lot of people coming up and saying that they have heard 1 million. But the police are saying that they will concede that it is well over 100,000. Now, it was a very calm and peaceful march. A lot of family members. The march was really led off by a group called September 11th Families for Peaceful Tomorrows. These are all people who lost their families on September 11th. They were heading off the march, and behind them the children's contingent, and behind them the religious contingent. A very diverse group of people. Now, they came down to Washington Square Park, which is where they are now, and a lot of the protesters were going around and around the park, really in a calm manner. There was no real confrontation that was happening, but just about a half an hour ago, there was a confrontation when the police brought in a big truck here and started pushing the protesters down. And over my corner over there, there was some confrontation. The police were saying that some of the demonstrators had brought out gasoline and kerosene and had lit a flag on fire. But this woman here was saying that you were hit with pepper spray. What happened to you very quickly?
I was holding my brother's arm so we didn't lose each other. We were both sprayed directly in the face by a cop, and I pulled this over my face, but this thing I had on my head over my face, but it got in my eyes, and then these medics came and cleaned it out of my face. And another guy was pushed to the ground and handcuffed. We were dancing. We were playing music.
What do you think? What do you think that this message of this demonstration, when there's confrontation with police like this, what kind of a message do you think that sends to the broader American public?
It tells me that the police are in the pocket of the administration right now, and that they're acting the same way they're acting internationally, that they're acting irrationally, and they're not listening.
And when people would say that you coming out to the streets and doing this would be considered somewhat unpatriotic because there are young men and women who are putting their lives on the line?
Patriotic thing I can possibly do. This is the most patriotic act I can possibly do. I read the First Amendment again yesterday.
Thank you very much for joining us. So, as you can see, a lot of heated emotions here, a lot of tension. The police are trying to get the people to move from this area. They, it seems, are very, very much stuck on staying here. And once again, there is a lot of anger at the media. There is just a lot of anger. They are continuing to see these protesters just saying that the media is not telling the truth on the issue of these people wanting to get their perspective out of being against the war. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Maria Hinojosa in New York City. The huge anti-war protests in San Francisco have been going on for the past 2 days. Seeing as Rusty Dornan is right in the thick of things, and she's joining us now live. Rusty?
Well, Wolf, it's a bit of a festival atmosphere right now because the marchers did take off about a half hour ago. This is the 3rd day of protests here in San Francisco. Now, there were some pretty radical speeches right before the march condemning U.S. media, saying that they were just spokespersons for the Department of the Defense. They also said that it was necessary to start shutting down ports, shutting down military installations in order to really have their voices heard. Now, this rally was intended, this march, to be peaceful, to include families who just want to have their voices heard about peace. But the previous 2 days were something else. There were signs of civil disobedience where 2,000 people were arrested. Now, here with us today, they've stayed behind from the march, is a family, Sri and Vidya Srinkant, and they did participate in the protests in the last 2 days. Why did you feel you needed to go into the streets? An act of civil disobedience.
We needed for people to understand that it can't be business as usual when there are people who are being bombed and children who are dying in Baghdad. And so we wanted to make the people feel like, you know, you have to wake up and realize what's going on there.
Now, I understand you did bring your young son as well. Is that right, Sri? Why did you, I mean, there was some violent things going on in the streets. Did you?
No, we believe that we couldn't sleep last night thinking about the children in Iraq and how they must be terrified by bombs being bombed in their city. Just the thought of something similar to our son. We couldn't stand it. We strongly believe in the non-violence of Thoreau, Gandhi, and King, and we are here to express our civil disobedience.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us. The marchers should be back. It looks like so far there have been no arrests, and things are going peaceful so far, Wolf.
All right, Rusty Dornan in San Francisco, thanks very much. In Chicago, huge crowds are in the streets voicing support for and against the war. Our Chicago Bureau Chief Jeff Flock is, of course, right in the middle of things over there. Jeff?
It was quite a day in Chicago today, Wolf. A great day for democracy and for freedom of speech. We heard from both sides. When I show you the pictures, it's all over now on the Federal Plaza in Chicago, but for much of the day, both those opposed to the war and those who support not only the war but the troops, they say, were separated by only about 40 or 50 feet, and Chicago police in riot gear for a time, although it never was in any danger of turning nasty. People content to make their views known with their words and with their signs and with their flags. Two separate demonstrations, both several thousand people, I guess, when you put them all together. Everyone got their word out, and perhaps we can take a listen to some of the more articulate of the protesters.
We don't want there to be a loss of life, but in order for freedom to take place, sometimes there must be a loss of life. And we support whatever America is trying to do. I will not believe a murderous dictator over my own government.
And this war is illegal. United Nations already say it, and I don't like what they're doing. I don't like the evil.
Because I think that America has the right to do what it's doing. Bush is right.
No, I don't support the troops in their actions. Do I want any of them to be harmed? Hell no. You know, no way.
Wolf, the most poignant moment for me was when one side began chanting USA, USA, and the other side started chanting USA, USA. It seems that both sides are on the same team. They just disagree about what plays to run. That's the latest from Chicago. To you.
All right, Jeff Flock in Chicago, thanks very much. Here's your chance to weigh in on the strike on Iraq. Our web question of the day is this: when it comes to the strike on Iraq, whom do you side with most, President Bush or the anti-war protesters? We'll have the results later this hour. Please vote at cnn.com/wolf. While you're there, I'd like to hear from you. Send me your comments. I'll try to read some of them on the air each day at the end of this program. That's also, of course, where you can read my daily online column, cnn.com/wolf. An Australian cameraman was killed in an apparent suicide bombing at a checkpoint in northern Iraq today. The Associated Press reports at least 4 other people were killed. It happened near the camp of a militant group that has been linked to Al-Qaeda. Reporter Carl Vick of the Washington Post witnessed the attack. He's joining us now live on the phone from northern Iraq. Carl, thanks so much for joining us. Tell our viewers what happened. What did you see?
Well, it was a checkpoint until this morning had been held by a group associated with the group under attack, with the basically sort of more moderate Islamic group that was sort of a gateway into this extremist camp called Ansar al-Islam. The important thing is what happened overnight. U.S. cruise missiles hit the extremist camp. There was a barrage, like 40 or 50, over the space of a couple hours, and then a warplane came on in the morning and hit him as well. So things were kind of fluid. We were sort of the checkpoint was at a road that led into Ansar's territory, and we were there, several journalists and this Australian team as well, just to gather information about what was going on inside that territory from the people who were pouring out, who didn't want to be bombed again. So we were there, but it all felt kind of weird. It felt kind of dodgy. It wasn't a stable situation. I mean, the Kurdish militia there was in charge, the U.S. allies, but it just felt like it was all a little sour. And the journalists who were there, the American journalists I was traveling with, we all decided it wasn't a good place to be and to get out of there. We were doing that when the explosion came, and this Australian team was still there. The cameraman who died, I passed him as we were leaving, 5 seconds maybe before the explosion. He was not far from where this car bomb went off. He was filming the scene and just was in a bad spot.
And he's identified, Carl, as Paul Moran, 39 years old, a cameraman, an Australian.
Yeah, I didn't know him. Maybe if I had, I might have slowed down and recognized him and said Paul's in the place to be, but he was sort of a face going by me. And,
now, Carl, you and your colleagues there are trying to cover this story independently in the sense that you're not embedded with any U.S. or British military forces. You're basically on your own, which raises the stakes considerably as far as your own security is concerned.
Well, it does, and and that's how people get hurt. I mean, we saw this in Afghanistan where there was no embedding, and now we have these situations in the South today, and this bombing up here. This Ansar group, has been targeting Western journalists, according to our Kurdish host up here, and advised to be wary. So we had been, and we got out of there because it just didn't feel right. You know how instinct can be in these situations, and it was right. It was just luck that it timed out the way it did. But this is what we have to rely on in the absence of an armored column to around us.
Carl Vick of the Washington Post, good luck to you. Good luck to all your journalistic colleagues over there. Be safe. We'll be reading your material, of course, in the Washington Post as we do every day. Thank you very much. And he witnessed the bombing over Baghdad. We'll check in live with CNN's Nick Robertson. Plus, where's Saddam Hussein? The latest intelligence on the dictator. And on the front line, see firsthand as U.S. troops move toward Basra. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Your pet's same exact heartworm and flea medications delivered to your home, saving you time and money. 1-800-PET-MEDS. We deliver savings and convenience on HeartGuard, Advantage, Frontline, and all other pet medications. Call to order now or order online.
CNN Tonight at 7, a special report. The fallout from airstrikes. Live reports from troops headed for Baghdad. Updates on talks of an Iraqi surrender. Join CNN's team of correspondents live from the front lines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers.
Walter Rogers, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Ryan Chilcote.
With sailors.
Frank Buckley, Kira Phillips, Gary Stryker.
With airmen.
Gary Tuttle, Bob Franken.
With Marines.
Jason Bellini, Art Harris, Martin Savage.
Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region than anyone. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
CNN Live this hour, Wolf Blitzer reports from Kuwait City. With correspondents from around the world, Strike on Iraq with Wolf Blitzer starts now.
Welcome back. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting tonight live from Kuwait City. Let's recap the latest developments over the past several hours. 7:12 a.m. CNN's Barbara Starr reports from the Pentagon that one U.S. Tomahawk missile may have missed its mark during Friday's attack and fallen on southwest Iran. 8:30 a.m. CNN's Baghdad team crosses into Jordan from Iraq after being thrown out of the country by Iraqi officials yesterday. 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time. U.S. Commander General Tommy Franks tells a briefing in Qatar he doesn't know if Saddam Hussein is alive or dead, and it wouldn't change the U.S. mission either way. 10:12 a.m. CNN's Walter Rogers reports the 7th Cavalry's advance toward Baghdad is stalled about 160 miles south of Baghdad after an encounter with Iraq. a.m. Eastern, 7:21 p.m. in Iraq, in the skies over Baghdad. Fire begins to flash. 12:15 p.m. Sources tell CNN the oil fields to put out blazes set by the Iraqis. 3:30 p.m. Eastern, 11:30 p.m. capital, and Reuters reports parts of the city as they press on. McIntyre. Jamie?
Well, Wolf, according to the latest word from the 150 miles into Iraq as they continue their